Well, that's right. Welcome, councillors, staff, guests. Welcome to those online. Just know we've got apologies, although Michelle is on the call, and Dave, they're both sort of quite with their beds on their sick beds, and I gather Stu other Megan and Tony also, and Ken all sick. So I think the last DLT was a super spreader event. I think just saying, who's still here? Oh, so we've got a we've got a big session today. Lots of stuff, and we're really getting into the meat of it. And I hope people have had a chance to look through some of it. I thought the stuff that we've got together, for where we're at on the impacts of tourists was really insightful. And I think I'm not sure which contractor produced the stuff on the growth funding, but again, there's another. I thought that was really well articulated. So hopefully people have a chance to look through that, because that's really relevant to where we're up to today. But I'm going to hand over to the end of the table. Catherine, unless you want to say anything to start with.
Only just that this is obviously the second part of this scintillating part. I love this, so yeah, Philip,
right.
lead on.
And I'm happy to see the chocolates at the back. I'm just saying.
Chocolates never disappear. Right. So welcome back. Nice to be back. So let's just get straight into it. So basically, there's your so we're breaking. We haven't got a time for that. So what time do you want to break, team? And it can't be in the next. Oh, we said 3 hours, didn't we? So right. Yep. Right. So we've got 3 hours, 12. So what we've got today is let's just jump to is talking about our funding needs analysis. So this is the theoretical part of it. And the idea from the funding needs analysis, it's a legal requirement. And we'll just go through that shortly. But the idea is that we actually identify what are your, at this stage, your theoretical preferred tools that have some realism of being achieved to recover those costs. And basically at the moment, your funding needs analysis was probably done quite some time ago, and they used terminology such as private versus public good. Now, the Act doesn't require us to do that, and it's a lot easier when we're actually selecting our tools to saying is, are there individuals, i.e. can we charge someone for that, i.e. that's a fee and a charge, or it might be a targeted rate on a specific property, or are there groups of properties, or is it the whole community, or is it two different parts of the community that actually have received different benefits? So that's the idea of actually what we want to do today, and we want to race through that at high speed. Now, when we go through this, gut feel is probably the right response. We've got the opportunity next time and the time after to change that if you actually say, oh, I've thought about that a bit more, I don't like it, and this is my reason for it. And I think the important element here is your reasons. Why are you saying what you're saying? We document your rationale. So the idea today is that we've got a compliant funding needs analysis, and then we agree what we're going to do on 17th, thank you, 17th of September. That's when it's going to be what I refer to as the argy-bargy. It's saying is, well, what sort of rates are we going to have on these different communities? And at that stage, we'll probably talk about the impacts on the parts of the community, not individuals. Then once we've agreed that, then we go down to individuals, and we also do some more argy-bargy for the fun stuff. That's where the real fun stuff is, getting that balance right. So basically what we're going to do is recap on the process, talk about the legal requirements, briefly talk about what are the types of rates you've got available in your toolkit. And then we're going to obviously then go through the funding needs analysis and wrap up from there. Right. So that's basically the what I've just talked about in terms of, so we're basically today we're doing updated funding needs analysis, we're doing the modelling, and then we'll look at the impacts on specific and different groups to develop preferred options, model those preferred options, and my view is there should be 3 options. One is status quo, which I don't think is an option. 2 is then potentially 2 other options to compare with, or you might only have 1. But the idea is to say is this is what we are preferring, and then we go out for consultation, talk to our community, this is what we're doing, and this is what it actually means for you. And then as part of that consultation, you'll hear from your ratepayers. I'm going to put a sweepstake on it. You're probably going to hear from the majority of people who are negatively impacted, and the majority that rates will be going down or have no change. You're unlikely to hear from the majority of those people. You might hear from some of them from a principal perspective, but that's the experience that I have seen elsewhere around the country for a very long time.
That's a really, I mean, that's obviously very astute. The opinion and view, and I agree completely. Is there any forum that you've seen to get a different result from that?
It's really, really hard, and that comes down to the way you engage people. And it's probably you're talking to people and having those conversations is actually is where you actually get the feedback, not the formal hearings. It's that's why you've been elected, is for you to go and talk to and and explain the rationale. And if you can have a conversation about the rationale, I think that's the winner. And if you can actually have some people talking about the rationale rather than the outcome, that is also a winner. I've seen number of petitions saying our rates are going up too much, right? But the problem is they probably haven't been paying enough, right? And this is the trouble with rates, is rates is really unfair, right? And the fact that you've been paying out too much means that the system is broken and you're making it more unfair. It's a real balancing act to get that right. All I know is, and the only stats I've really seen on it is New Plymouth District Council a large number of years ago went out for consultation on moving from land to capital. 98% people who submitted against it, their rates were going up. Vicky, your question.
It's just a question around consultation and timing and the ability to change something at the back end. So I'm just wondering, we go out with this as a package with a whole, we're shifting this from the norm, right?
Yep.
When we get that feedback, if we get some serious feedback against it, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be adjusted. Is there a case for either bringing everything forward a step or doing some pre-engagement on this so we can get a sense of confidence so that we can build the rest of the LTP on it? Because otherwise, is the consultation meaningful at LTP time?
I mean, actually, from a rating perspective, all you're doing is mixing the cake differently. So where the bird falls different. So that can be done right to the last minute, but
it's more of a principle thing. As we're doing this is a significant change from where we've done it, but potentially, depending on where it lands, like how far we might go from where we normally have been. So I was just wondering, there's always that sense of, well, we're going to submit, but we can't really change anything. If we're going to do meaningful consultation, do we need to just sound out the community ahead of time about the principles, not an SCP, just.
We do have a comms plan going out alongside this.
Okay.
So there will be stuff that the comms team is currently working on, so the community can be taken along the whole journey, so that they have visibility pre-consultation.
Okay. So what were the time?
the page being set up on our website.
They're
ready. So
okay, great. Yeah, perfect.
And obviously we talked about having like a rate calculator. So that you'll be able to put your own address in and be able to have a look at it, so you can work with your community to see the impacts on them.
I hate to keep
bring it back to questions, but I really like your option about, giving 3 options,
Yeah.
one being status quo and the other comparison. Do you have the capability to present multiple options so people can choose between the 2 rather than going like yes or no?
Yep.
Cool.
That's the plan, yeah.
Great.
I think too is, look, we do actually have, I think, in the time frame even after the hearings, to bring back further options. Legally, right, the good news is you don't actually have to reconcile on that. There's been a number of cases over. It's not the RMA process. We've got to go out and notify everybody and then have further submissions. And to me, is hopefully we do a robust job now that it's actually, in my opinion, one of the things that we're trying to achieve, and let's move on, right, because it's been the current issues, if we can achieve some of those current issues, would hopefully make it simpler to make changes rather than this complicated method that we've currently got, which is, I think, has been a barrier to making changes.
Thank you.
So basically, we've got a whole lot of changes that are actually happening, and that's both good and bad, because we've got a whole lot of changes that actually enables a different, you can look at things differently, and I think the big one is obviously moving the waters out. Now, we've got to be really recognise that while the rates potentially total will be going down, your ratepayers will be still receiving a rate bill, right? Or a bill for waters. And we don't want to be seeing what's happening in Wellington, whereas people are getting this unexpected $6,000 rate, sorry, not rate bill, sorry, wash my mouth out, water fee, right, for their waters, and then they've got to pay their rates on top of that. So that's something that we are really, are recognising through this process. Also, future of local government. Someone, look into their crystal ball and tell me what's the decision going to be in September, but then that's only an interim decision because there's further work that's going to be required. So it's going to be really interesting to see where the Minister of Local Government lands on that one. Bearing in mind there's no legislation in place yet, and there won't be legislation in place until at the very earliest of March of next year. And then you've got in my opinion, a very compressed window to achieve it by 2028. That's what I'll say on the matter. I'm probably being a little bit too political, but I'm probably a realist as well, right? I mean, there's some ones that are actually a no-brainer, but I haven't seen too many no-brainers in terms of the proposals that are actually coming out.
Many are contested as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. All I can please to say is I'm not trying to make some decisions because you're not going to please everybody. I think that the real issue, as I talked about before, we've got some old terminology, so this basically allows us to simplify and correct some stuff. And again, the rates are based on services. So again, this is our opportunity to say is actually you're receiving a benefit, and I think hopefully that might take some of the language. The fact that often I don't use the library, I shouldn't actually pay for the library. But the library is there for the community benefit.
Is that a given though, particularly in the area where there has been quite a bit of conversation and effort in this council in the past for things like, and there is some existing anyway in the rating system, differential rating for, in particular, short-term visitor accommodation. And so not all of the rates are therefore based on services, they're based on a policy objective, which,
yes.
Yeah, so,
so to me, this makes, for example, it makes it simpler, right? That your community are receiving less benefit, therefore you should pay less, rather than a direct, because the problem I have with service, right, is how do you actually say how much the service is actually being received by everybody within that group to a precise number.
meaningfully, yeah. Cool, thank you. I'll come back to that later.
Oh, look, absolutely. And I'm not adverse to that.
Yep.
It's about, but it's actually saying is collectively this group receives less benefit.
Sure.
In fact, funnily enough, I'm dealing with that for another council. So I'm not adverse to it. I'm not saying everyone benefits equally. Obviously, at the moment, you've got a huge number of differentials. I'm not saying get rid of differentials, but get rid of the number of differentials and have them on a consistent basis. And again, we've got this large number of targeted rates, both fixed and based on capital. So if they're actually achieving the same outcome, why not we grouping them together from a simplistic perspective? So it makes it simpler. Obviously, growth and associated costs. I don't know where the future of development levies is landing. I think it's becoming more problematic. I think it's been pushed out now till 2029, which seems like years away. And the government have just done some made a policy statement on changing development contributions as well for the impacts of the fast track proposal. I haven't got my head around that yet, but that's a continuing moving feast. Hopefully it might settle down in September when the politicians are politicking.
Or October the 9th.
Sorry?
Or October the 9th. Or whenever the day after election day.
Oh, you mean
November.
November. Yeah, well, I think, November's going to be an interesting day because if we look at what happened 3 years ago, we're probably in for the same again with that degree of uncertainty.
Can I ask a quick question about levies? Are we assuming we're going with development contributions, given the uncertainty and timing signalled?
Yeah.
We're just going DCs.
We have
to.
Yeah.
Legislation says, yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, even, there was an option once upon a time to move development contributions under the RMA, but that's been kept for touch, so why would you even bother looking at it? So you've only got one tool, and that's called development contributions for the time being. So we don't have a choice. So basically, we've got public parking is transport costs. I saw the nice line of vehicles heading out of town this morning as I came in from Franklin today. That's the you've got significant transport costs. You've got the tourism, which I think we've talked about, some other work being done. What are we going to do with the airport dividend? And this comes back to your question before, is we've got impacts in different parts of your district. You've got Wanaka, you've got your rural, you've got your Glenorchy, etc. So you've got different parts of the district that are potentially receiving different benefits. We've got our good old chestnut accommodation loading, residential Airbnbs versus hotels. We've got problem of peak demand. So how do you actually manage the costs when you're building infrastructure for when you've got everything being used compared with it's not being used, and how do you charge for that? You've got vacant land, sitting there vacant. How long is it going to be vacant? What's the cost of that? You've got your absentee landowners, and you want less regressive, so less fixed charges, because the more fixed charges you have, that benefits the high value properties and the lower value properties. So we've got all these other things you've got, including housing affordability. And the question I have is, how much does the rating actually have on housing affordability? I think our big one too is the lack of understanding of what rates are for. And I think, the media play an important role in that. They need some education. And the problem is that a lot of the media is actually driven out of the big centres. Auckland, you've got you know, once upon a time you'd have your local radio station that would actually have local people here.
I understand now.
I know. That's perfect timing. Understanding of rating. So to me, that's where we're at.
Always amazes me when someone says we get nothing for our rates.
So yeah, yep,
Give me a bump for roading and pipes.
yep.
Libraries. Sports fields.
Yeah, but, you know, the contrary is how much you get for paying your taxes.
Oh, don't go there.
So, yeah. So basically what we're going to do today is we're going to look at what is known as our funding needs analysis, which is basically we've got to document who benefits. So that's basically saying is basically 2 to 5. And I think one of my pet concerns around the country is the lack of understanding of what exacerbators are. Who it's got to be, when you look at the legislation, it's individuals or groups of people who cause a cost for council by their action or inaction.
Only a cost to council, not a socialised cost to the community or economy?
No, really good question, right? But we do have, sorry, I can't throw, that's why I'm not a New Zealand cricket team. But you actually got a really good point. Those social costs are actually when we then do our second, our second step.
Thank you.
To say this is the pure theory.
Yep.
But hold on, by doing this is causing other impacts, and we should mitigate it.
Thank you.
And the classic one that I always refer to is the Wairau forestry fence. The forestry activity was causing a negative impact, both socially and economically, as well as environmentally on the community. Therefore, they should be paid. And you can do the same as well. This group is being negatively impacted because of our rates, therefore we can do a reduction. And that's a political decision. Interestingly, with the Wairau one, was that staff recommended, and the consultant, not me, recommended a differential on forestry of 3. The politician says, no, let's go for 3.6. Because we think that's fair. And the judges, more than one, agreed with their saying is that's not unreasonable, based on what you've said.
Do they need to be based on data?
No,
It's a gut,
no, it's a gut.
and that's defensible.
Absolutely, providing it's reasonable, providing you're saying this is our rationale for doing it.
Unlike the RMA.
So, unlike the RMA, yeah. I really like that. Yeah. Anyway, it gives you as elected members flexibility. And I won't argue with your, well, I'll argue with your rationale, well, not your number. Because that's the important bit, it's your rationale. Why have you done this? Right. So basically, here is the tools that you have got. So you've obviously got general rates, and you're using capital value, and you can use differentials, and you can also use the uniform annual charge. And then you've got targeted rates. Now, targeted rates give a whole lot of flexibility, but potentially complexity, because you've got to meet both Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 of the Rating Act. So that basically says is you've got to identify who pays as per Schedule 2, and then how much they pay as per Schedule 3. And that's the trouble everyone's having with the bed tax, because it's not a listed criteria in Schedule 2 or Schedule 3. I think you heard my story about bed tax wasn't, and that was removed. So obviously fees and charges. Now fees and charges, the beauty of fees and charges is you can set a fee, whatever you believe is appropriate, but it's got to be based on cost. So you can't charge a disincentive by way of a fee and a charge, which is a shame, because to me that was actually something that's missing from the local government. For example, I would love for councils to have the ability to charge network operators for closing your road, and the social costs that, not the direct costs, the social costs that actually incurs, so they actually get on and do a quicker job in doing it. But that's, sorry?
We have to charge ourselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all about transparency. But again, I have seen Lines company do the same. I'll just close the road. Right? Now and also now you've got some water CCO. Right? It, to me, it's actually making sure that they actually do the job efficiently and effectively.
It's very topical.
Sorry?
It's very topical. We've been talking about it for the last month.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I see it around the countryside all the time. Right?
Has anyone done that? And
Legally, you can't do it. That's the trouble.
so you're going to sit around and admire the problem.
You can navel gaze, and that's why we won't even go there. So I'm actually made a submission to the future of local government. Actually, that's something that we should actually have the power to do. But of course, that future of local government, the previous one led by Jim Palmer, never went anywhere. Obviously, you've got then your dividends from investments, which we just talked about. You've got your borrowings. Now, the issue with borrowings is what?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Debt headroom. That's one of them.
Yeah. You got to repay it.
I'm going to repay it,
Yeah, you got to repay it. It can't sit there forever. And, I'm really concerned about development levies and where the repayment of those development levies is actually going to sit.
Yeah.
From an affordability perspective for the community going forward.
Yeah. This idea that through the RAS and all that, they can defer them onto the landowners, I'm very concerned about.
Yeah.
It's insane to have to sit with the developers.
And that other infrastructure providers can set them themselves. Lot. Capable way.
Well, that's in the future development. So,
one of the things I think that people neglect when we talk about debt is that there's good debt and bad debt. And I think we need to be, when people talk about debt headroom and 280% of whatever, is we don't separate, good debt and bad debt, and the ones that have a very clear path, are investments and have a clear pathway to repayment are not bad debts, But if we're borrowing money to, settle claims, it's bad debt, And once again, that's the communication piece. But I strongly believe that DC piece, if we paint that picture correctly, there's almost, and we're covering it from the right people. It's not debt that's falling on the broader community. It's not debt that's it's just.
Yeah, I'll play devil's advocate here, right? No, I don't necessarily agree with myself, but that's my job. Is to say that developers, because of development contributions, it then falls on the purchaser of the property, right? Because they just didn't pay the price. They pass it on. But the cynic in me, right, now I'm playing the other side of the fence, right? The cynic in me, if we actually lower the cost of development, a developer is going to reduce the price of the section.
We demonstrated this a few years ago. I made this
Okay, Paul, when we did the inclusionary zoning plan change that was subsequently withdrawn, but when we did, the background work for that was really good, and we demonstrated that there was no correlation between the costs of development and the sale price. There's literally no correlation. And, you know, the margins, you know, we're everywhere from about 70% to, you know, 15% in the range of margins that developer would make on a section, because they will sell it for whatever the market sells will accept, and it has no correlation.
It might hold true somewhere else, but not necessarily here.
I haven't seen any evidence of it, right?
It's just market driven.
Totally, yep. No, I'm with you on that one, right? That's what I'm saying, the cynic in me, right? Right. So basically, let's talk about, so we could talk about that all day, right? And not get on. We need to move on, unfortunately, because I'd love to talk about it too. So basically, here we talk about targeted rates. So basically, we've got to basically say who pays and then how much, as when we're doing our targeted rates. Or we can say it's going to be a fixed charge over this group of properties. Quite simple. Basically, this is the issue that we've got currently with the current funding needs analysis. It's based on an economic assessment, and the economics of that went down in 2002, 2003, which led to that public versus private. I would also say is that's around semantics. The real issue here is that we've got some really tight allocation percentages, and my preference is to see some ranges, and what we will do is if you say it's 50 to 60%, we'll model 50. But the idea of having ranges, it gives flexibility when things aren't quite tightly aligned. I don't see much point in actually saying as our democracy should be 90 to 100. You know, it's the only source of funds is for democracy is rates, so just give on a call of 100. Right? Where it's really useful is particularly in transport, where you've got your good old far rate and what you can claim changes with government policy, so you need some flexibility there. Potentially in your building and your resource consents, where you get upswings and downswings in terms of the number of consents and how that drives your pricing, your surplus or deficit. That's public toilets. You're not going to get a lot of income from public toilets, so call it for what it is. Libraries, you might get a little bit of income, but not a lot, so call it for what it is. So that's, any comments on that?
And that range though only applies when you're putting the policy together, or would you then over the LTP suggest that as those things change, it gives you room to adjust the rates year by year?
Both.
Yeah.
Because you remember, I think last time,
Yeah.
that there's been enduring documents so that we don't have to keep changing it every year. So we're going to build some scope.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Also, we've got all these different targeted rates. Yeah, makes me nervous. There's precise science when it's only rough justice. Also, you've got some councils, and I've got a bit last week, where they had precise percentages down to 2 decimal points of this amount of this activity will be funded by the uniform annual general charge. That is cruising for a bruising, right?
Just on that targeted rates thing, I mean, when we pull away the scheme-based rating for the 3 waters, how many targeted rates are we left with? Because there's, we had a couple of downtown centre improvements and various things, but I can't think of a huge number. I mean, we ward-based rates for transport. Is that still a target rate, or is it is a target? Okay, so that's still deemed a target rate. Okay, so ward-based rating
It's targeted.
is probably the biggest sector, which and you touched on it earlier, is something we're going to have to have a big conversation about that. I mean, my personal view is that I think it still makes sense because we have such distinct communities for the two major wards. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know what other targeted rates are still there. I don't know, did we ever actually implement one for the town centre improvements?
Yeah.
We did, yeah.
But as you can see, I propose that we don't continue that.
Yeah.
Keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a debate, but you've got,
It's allocating, not that.
at the moment, you've got democracy targeted rates, you've got regulatory targeted rates, you've also got all sorts of other targeted rates.
Tourism targeted rate.
Yeah, I'm not too worried by that one per se, but you've got a number of, the one that, is a regulatory targeted rate, I can't remember the off the top of my head because there are so many. And you had both a fixed value and a capital value, basically the same. So the question I have is, well, wouldn't it be better to be using the general rate and the differential?
That's so interesting because when I think targeted rates, I think they're geo-located to by an area.
Yep.
But you're saying that a targeted rate is also those ones that are activity-based, like a visitor. If it's a commercial visitor activity, it's a targeted rate still.
Yeah.
Rather
We have an
than
aquatics rate.
Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah, I can't remember. It did in my head, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get a list of the rates and sit there and go, which ones make sense, or are you wanting us to give you?
That's what we're doing. That's
We're doing it.
Well, but not today.
Yeah.
Okay. We will, but not today. Right. I want to keep you pure if that's possible.
I guess I
Right.
just don't want to give this general, we want to get rid of them.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
roll on
Oh,
and then they
no.
disappear.
No. What we want you to do today
Yeah.
is what is the valid reason for having a target rate?
Yeah.
Okay. There are absolutely valid reasons, but you've got to make them valid, right? But also the UAGC, because I hate allocating activities to the UAGC because costs change. And Vanessa and I were having a little bit of a debate about this before, and I'm happy to share it. That you should actually decide, are you going to have specific percentages of an activity charged to the UAGC? And I'm saying, why do you want to do that? I'm not saying it's wrong, but the downside is, if you're saying is we're going to have 50% of this activity and 80% of that activity and 20% of the activity, as those activities change, your uniform annual general charge is subject, with all your other fixed rates, to a 30% cap. Something we talked about last time, which is regressive. So my strong recommendation for flexibility, because I think that's what you want in the future, is to say is that of our both UAGC and our fixed rates, which are subject to the 30% cap, should be within a range. And that gives you flexibility as you see valuation changes, as you see cost changes, to actually have some flexibility. So are you more towards the high end of the 30% cap, in the middle, or are you on the low side? That is a policy decision that you actually make.
Does that deliver uncertainty? I suspect not, because people don't probably really understand where it comes from either, but you get too much flexibility on one end and certainty on the other.
I like a relatively tight range, so like 20 to 25%.
Right.
That it's not saying from 10 to 25%. It's saying, quite a tight range, which talks about the philosophy of council. What are you trying to achieve by having these fixed targeted rates and a high UAGC? What's your objective? Because at the moment I struggle to see the objective.
Okay.
And the last bit is too, is there's no tools that you're required to talk about for funding capital expenditure. You do it at the holistic level, not at the activity level.
So you're saying we've got a 30% cap for those two particular rates.
Legally, you've got
Legally, and you're saying we need to decide what percentage range to set,
Correct.
to give direction in our policy.
Yeah.
And we just need to understand the implications of having it higher versus lower.
Correct, absolutely.
Could you give us an example? Just, I think when we get into it, it'll be apparent. But what would be a really good reason for using a fixed charge?
Well, basically what you're saying is that all properties benefit equally from this service.
What's the bin collection presumably?
Sorry?
The bin collection's the obvious one, isn't it?
Yeah, bin's a perfect one. Yep.
So what's our percentage at the moment? What have we set it at? Or have we not got?
You don't have one.
No, that's what I thought. So this is a new
We're right there
concept that we,
30.
Yeah.
And I think we showed last time that once water comes out, we're going to be over that 30.
Yep, that's
Right.
right. You're well over.
the lower it is, the more it benefits the lower income.
No,
No.
not lower value property.
Sorry, lower value. That is exactly what I
Right,
meant.
yes. Pardon?
Had a good discussion.
4 or 5 years before it comes out.
Yeah, so what happened? So what the legislation basically says you're absolutely 100. Richard, here you go. No, you were listening last week. Yeah, it was, absolutely. So the idea is that the legislation at the moment says all fixed rates, including the UAGC, you can't have that amount greater than 30% of your total income, including your 3 water income. But if your 3 water income now is being taken out of your total rates and being charged through the CCO, you've got 5 years in which that 30% doesn't apply. But the question I have is what happens after the 5 years, because it'll be here before you know it, and what's your policy decision on it?
When you say total income,
Sorry?
when you say total income, does that include fees and charges?
No, it's only total rates.
Right.
Total rates, yep.
We have to program it for 5 years anyway, don't everybody else to pay, so we have to decide.
Yeah, but the issue to me is you need a planned transition. Right? And that's why I like that over a period of time we'll move to this. Right? If you
I
want.
see what you're saying, so the policy would have a certain range for the first bit, then so it's staged. Yeah, okay.
If you want to do that, or you can go cold turkey.
That's just what I was going to say, we could.
You could go cold turkey, right?
Is it close to breaching that now?
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, it'll take water out.
It'll go way over.
Our fixed charges are UAGC, I'm trying to think what the other ones.
There's a myriad
Yeah,
at the moment.
But yeah,
So that's all fixed charges.
All fixed rates. Yes, correct. That's where people get confused. They think it only applies to the UAGC, but it applies to all your fixed rates, including your bins.
And remember, that is a really high, we do have a really high fixed rates.
You do have a very
in
high.
other councils.
Yeah, so mine, because I worked out how we did the rates for last year, was, I think 56% of it was fixed and 44 was on the capital value.
Wow. On individual properties, it can be very much so. Absolutely. Yep.
got the rec centre, governance,
Yep.
sports and halls,
Yep.
events,
Roading, stormwater.
Yep.
Governance,
sewage,
regulatory,
waste
sports. halls.
And then for some, we have fixed and variable, don't we?
Correct. Yeah.
So for like pools, everyone pays a fixed amount, and then there's a variable,
So
two
what have I
or
got?
three
3
variables.
Yeah.
Depending, okay.
for add-ons.
Complexity.
Yeah,
But if you had one of these $20 million houses on the hill, it would be somewhat different.
Correct. Yep.
So just like the sort of nuance of entropy, where it's like everything just gets more and more and more and more complicated until it's a big mess, and then you just go, wipe it all up and recreate it again.
I think you're at that point.
That's what I think you're at a clinch. To be honest, your current policy has been beyond redemption. No? Sounds good, eh? No? I mean, I'm being blunt, but that's right.
Exciting.
It gives you opportunity to be, I would say creative, but come in with with a robust approach.
Well, it allows us to own the approach.
Yeah.
Previously, we've just had to try and explain it, which, if you can sympathise, has been quite difficult. So,
You get that one, because exactly, that's exactly the objective, is for you around this table, bar Catherine, right, to own, and me, Vanessa. We don't own the approach, it's your approach. My job is to facilitate your approach. I don't want to own this, that's the last thing I want to do, right? Otherwise, as I walk out to the airport, I can feel the knives going into my back, right?
You're not a commissioner.
Sorry, I'm not a commissioner, I don't, well, let's not go there, right?
So just as a brief touch on history, how did it get so convoluted?
It got added on. No, let's not blame Stu, right? It got, to me, looking at it, it got added on and added on, right?
That's a iteration.
New project, oh,
Yeah.
we'll divide it up this way.
Yeah,
new
yeah.
rates.
Yeah,
Just in terms of, like, go back to first principles with theory at the beginning, which is that our rates were devised to provide around services
correct,
and not around benefits.
correct,
And
that's
even,
the first, that's the first.
yeah, and even in the propaganda that we send out to everybody, we say these are designed on services, connected and serviceable. So can you give me a very simplistic example of benefits versus service? I'm thinking of two houses. Both of them get charged for transport. Only one uses transport. Or that's not a good example, but how could we completely change, move the battleship so that we are targeting benefits, not services?
So the easy one, and that's where, transportation is a little.
Yeah, that's not a good example.
Not a good example.
No.
But the classic one is what I refer to broadly as your community facilities, your libraries, your parks. I have got my grandkids, right? So I use the parks extensively, the playgrounds, because I've got kids, right? But then I become, right, as the kids move out of town, I'm not using them. But the parks are still available for me to use because they are there, that it's actually a nice neighbourhood. Right?
Are you advocating going house by house and saying,
No,
they use the parks, they don't use the parks, they use
no,
the parks?
no, that's a service, it's a service.
Okay.
And I'm saying collectively, those parks are providing benefit for everybody, whether they choose to use them or not.
Yeah,
Well, the
the
classics
collective
public,
benefit.
It's a collective
classics public transport is
Sorry?
the classics public transport. People say, I don't use the buses. So it's like, but you benefit from other people using the buses.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's not only that, if you wanted to use it, it's there for you to use.
Yeah,
So there's obviously value and an opportunity cost.
Correct, yep.
That's
We
okay.
could argue that for anything, though.
Yeah,
If you get
absolutely.
ridiculous about,
Yep.
what, yes, it's there, but no one is,
Yeah.
people are never going to use it.
Yeah.
I
And that's why,
get user charges for some.
yeah, and that's, why the government with their waters, it's actually the Water Services Act. So you are receiving a service of the CCO or the council, if it's an in-house business unit, right, of providing water to you. They are providing a service by when you flush your toilet, when you go use the bathroom and use the shower and the hand basin and you do your cooking, we take all your waste away. That's a service. And the language is quite different for waters compared with what councils are doing. And that is why a number of councils and their new CCOs are struggling, because they used to charge their water on the capital value. And they've got 5 years to transition.
So when we talk about we're running our library services, we shouldn't necessarily be using that sort of language.
Well, it is a service to the community as a whole. And because you're a member of the community, you are receiving benefit by actually having that service being provided.
Is this a technical term? Because to me, benefit is subjective, and you benefit if you benefit. A service is a service, and it's provided to everyone. Whether you benefit if you use it, you don't benefit if you don't.
True.
But then you're talking about, but you do benefit because everyone benefits. So I'm just a little bit confused with some of the language.
So the issue here is the whole community benefits from actually having a library. Now, if the whole community wasn't, let's pick on libraries.
Yeah.
If the community wasn't benefiting from that service, would the council still be providing it?
Potentially, because certain groups need it.
So that's
And that's where you.
that's
But the whole community doesn't need a library. Not these days. Once upon a time, maybe, but these days, and I love the library, but I do. As an example, things change, and this is why we need to review our numbers because the context changes.
So that's a different discussion, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, what's the degree of service that we actually need to provide for the library? So what we're saying is we have decided we are providing who is benefiting from actually having that library.
Yeah.
And maybe libraries is too extreme, but parks, your parks, right? Who benefits by actually having the parks and transportation? Because that's where the majority of the costs are going to be is transportation these days, right?
But also, it's not just what benefit means, but it's also that some of these services that we're delivering are not what people, including probably us, think they are, because the library is not a place where people go to get books anymore. That's a very small part of what they do. So maybe we need to some extent, revisit what we're actually talking about here. What is that service that we're delivering in our communities, to our communities, and online as well? So libraries particularly, so it's actually quite different from the way it's currently articulated often. I wonder if it's an opportunity to reset that as well.
But I find it quite, my brain's been going a lot of different ways with all of this, and I think one of the nuances that I picked up last time is that rates being a wealth tax, because in general, the higher your property value is, the more you're paying towards it, in the same way that you can keep trying to make everything accurate, is what we tried to do in the last 30 years, and it just gets more and more complex.
Yeah.
And so there's always got to be an element of it that goes, this is, part of the subscription of living in this district.
Yep.
And we are collectively going to invest in this like a family in some regards. I mean, I pay a lot of money towards superannuation, a service that I'll never benefit from, and it's not for me, that kind of thing. But it's like, we're a big country.
Well, I don't like using the superannuation. I actually like using the health of education, right?
Wow.
Right? My kids are through school, right? They're actually, so why am I paying towards education as part of my taxes?
Yeah. Well, you
Because you
can
never pay it. You
Sorry?
never pay enough.
Went to school one day.
You never pay enough.
I did go to university.
That's why I bring up superannuation, because it's likely I won't receive superannuation when I'm home.
What?
Because the Kiwi saying they're compulsory now. And
That's
it'll still
it.
be at some
Yeah,
Right. Oh, you mean the national superannuation is paid out of tax? Oh, you okay.
Yeah.
that's a full subject. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we should go there.
Right. No. Right. I think we need to move on.
But I
Right?
think
Yeah.
just flagging up that the definition of a service.
Yeah.
That's in the activity plans, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually what is the purpose and what does that wrap around? So I think that is redefining what some of those are as part of the activity plans. This is obviously how we're going to charge for whatever the definition is.
Right. I think so. This is what is in your current policy. So as you can see, there's quite a focus on economic benefit assessment, and that came out of 30 years ago. And the issue, there's no problem, in my opinion, right, with the assessment in the top box, but it's more of the bottom box that we're only really concerned with public versus private versus exacerbator. And then when we come to our funding tools, we're actually saying, here is our public versus private split. If you look on the far right there, this is where your rate's going a little bit, starting to go down that complex route. They say you've got a governance rate where 80% is paid by way of capital value, but 20 is done by way of a fixed targeted rate. They call it a fixed charge, which is old terminology. So again, why are we doing, there's no rationale of why we said we wanted 20% to be paid by way of a fixed targeted rate on all properties. So that's the challenge we've got. There is no justification.
So what should that, like, what should we be doing? I mean, this
right. This is right.
The new version.
The new version. So what we've said is basically, look, the top bit is fine, and that's probably why you actually haven't really been challenged. The next bit is what's your assessment? Is it individuals? Is it groups? Is it the whole community? And do you have exacerbators? Then what's your rationale and what's your funding mechanism? So if we're talking about community leadership, i.e. this group here, let's use this as an example on board before we then go to the Word document. So how should the cost of democracy or the community leadership be paid for? Well, let's back the truck up. Here it's saying there's 100% the whole community benefit from it. We can't identify who uses it. It's basically the whole community benefits. Anyone disagree with that?
It's a pure equity thing, but democracy requires equity. It's
Yep. So everyone benefits, the whole community. So in theory, then, who should be paying for that? In theory, everybody. Everybody? By what mechanism?
By some sort of fixed rate, presumably.
Why are you saying fixed rate? No. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, why fixed rate?
Because they all benefit equally from. Okay.
Equity.
Right.
Equity. Well, that's what I'm saying.
But equity is not equal. Equity is those who can pay more should pay more.
Yeah, that comes down. Yeah. Look, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? But the issue is, but if we go back to our principle, right, that rates are a gross wealth tax.
Okay.
Right? If that's our principle, I think I haven't heard anyone say they're not, right? It's pretty hard to argue against that. Right? Right?
I was going to say, we've got to be careful that, like, if we look at the regional council rates, though, for instance, we have a real problem there, that our district pays a disproportional percentage of the regional council rates because we have the highest capital values, but miles ahead of Dunedin and Alclutha and stuff like that. We have, what was it, 46% of the region's rates come out of our district, even though, it's disproportional, and we're not the greater beneficiaries of those services as a result of that. So we need to be really careful that, look, I'm okay with waiting, and this is what we've done in the past, with waiting the people who can afford it and things like that. But I think we need to be careful that there has to be a level of equity, and for want of a better term. But in the case of the regional council rates, what they needed to do was actually equalise the different parts of the region by, with a median house value or something. So rather than just dumping it on Queenstown and Monaco.
And some regional councils do an equalisation process.
Yeah. So, and equally, at some stage, we're going to be turning around to the regional council and saying that's unfair on our residents. So we've got to be applying the same principles in reverse. So, yeah.
Just talk me through it, Nolan. So it's not a fixed day rate. So you've got a $10 million house versus $2 million house. One's got 2 people in it, one's got 6 people in it. Who's benefiting more from us sitting around this table, doing what we do on a daily basis? And how do we charge them for it?
Well, if we do improvements near the house and the $2 million house goes up by 10%, the 2 million goes up by 10%. One guy's made $1 million, the other guy's made 200,000. So you could arguably say that they've made more capital gains based on the improvements surrounding them. I was going to say, the exacerbator in this scenario, is that the person who just constantly sends us emails and shows up?
Absolutely. You. Absolutely. Absolutely is. To me, the issue here is the exacerbator, either fixatious and frivolous, serial litigant that always is. You've all got them in the community. You know them, right? I don't know who they are, but I know them in my community. They're always writing in, right? They send you a 400-page legoima and you can't charge them for it. They are the exacerbators. That's assuming that legoima requests are dealt with through this activity.
Well, you can to some extent charge them reasonable costs of production, collection, collation, and dissemination.
Yeah, but even the administration, right? It's time consuming. I can see Catherine nodding her head, and it's got worse with AI.
And the frustration and damage to
tests. How does the exacerbator impact? So say we put a percentage on, say it wasn't 100 and it was, 2080 or whatever, and you had I don't know what you can chuck in for the exacerbator, but how does that, I haven't even.
So I know where the question's going.
If we plug some numbers into it, how would the exacerbator affect the outcome?
So what you would do, this one's really hard, because you see, this is the danger of putting in a percentage here. You see, you'd be expecting to target getting income from fees and charges from doing legoimas, right? And you don't know what you can actually charge until you actually get the request. So what I have seen here, right, is saying in the rationale is, yes, there are exacerbators, and where possible, we will charge, but we're not holding up. It's not the majority of our costs or words to that.
Right. So you could put community, even though community fully benefits 90 to 100, and have an exacerbator which allows you to collect more from a fee or a charge.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right. So it just gives the staff some scope to other tools.
Yep. Absolutely. That's where you got the crunchy, because I knew that's where you were going.
Thanks.
Right?
But if you were being fair, it's going to say, well, the Arrowtown Borough ward's only got 3 councillors. These are the 2 wards that got 4 councillors, so should their ward be paying less of this community leadership?
But can I play devil's advocate? Trying to make simple. But in theory, if they've got less people, they should actually have less capital value. And that's not how it works. I know. And hey, did you notice what I said to begin with? In theory, right?
And some other reality, not Queenstown Lakes.
Yeah, I know.
Or Arrowtown.
Yeah, I know.
I can bring things Millbrook, then we might be
Okay. Happy to do that.
They've got that. They give us what a game.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that idea. You think we should be charging gated communities more? Because it just makes it fun.
Well, we kind of are. We kind of are directly in the way you go.
Right.
Golf courses, particularly.
Golf courses, okay. Private golf courses, not public.
They also soak up stormwater, so
Right,
we own a few golf.
Some of it.
right, okay. So basically what we're going to say, and I hear the issue of this is more about people rather than capital value. So my cunning solution is I would be saying is you would be funding this activity from the general rate, including the uniform annual general charge. Because you are.
That's probably what I meant.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Of course you. Yeah.
Well, from the general.
And I think that's the other thing too, is people get confused. They think the general rate is only the capital value portion. Legally, the general rate is made up of 2 components. It's the value and the UAGC.
Oh.
Yeah, well, if you go back here, you look at section 10, 103, right? The general rate is made up of your valuation, if you decide to do it by differential, and or the uniform annual general charge. So it's actually not technically by putting it as the uniform annual general charge, it's actually not technically a rate. It's the parent is the general rate.
So we have very little differential rating under general rates. It's like 700K.
Your general rate's next to nothing.
Yeah. And so it's UAGC that fills up our general rate.
Well, yeah. Currently.
Right.
And that's, I'm hearing the different communities, absolutely. And maybe that's when we look at potentially, when we come to step 2, we look at, is it appropriate that if we've got all this money now in the general rate, is it appropriate that some of communities might actually have a different general rate in the capital value because of they're receiving less benefit collectively. For example, you might decide that Wanaka, right, don't quote me on this please, might have a 0.8 differential and Glenorchy might have a 0.6 differential. I don't know. That is a tool that we can talk about later in the process,
Right.
but not now.
The rest would then have to,
Sorry?
the rest would go up to accommodate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no free lunch. So what we're saying is therefore the funding mechanism for operational is the general rate, including the UAGC. There is no capital with this activity, so it's nil. And your rationale is what, team? That all residents and ratepayers, because as a resident you can vote, and even if you're a ratepayer that is don't live in the district, you can actually apply to vote in the district, benefit from this activity. Happy with that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I think we'll just come back to that one. Now we just need to change to the Word document. Otherwise, it would be death by PowerPoint. Can we take it a bit bigger? And I've got it. Oh, that's no, for you.
So there's attachment B.
Attachment B.
Yeah.
No, we got the size that can stall.
Is that? Can everyone see that? Well, it's over here behind me as well. It's good. Yeah.
We've got it on screen anyway.
Got it on screen. You got hard copy. So what we've given you here, just for your reference, is the old version, so you're not regurgitating everything. And
It's well set out.
sorry?
It's well set out. It's good to have the comparison.
Thank you. Right, so the first one we've got here, I'm going to throw a curveball to Catherine here. What does community programs do, Catherine? No, sorry, let's put you on the spot.
Oh, we didn't have a little commentary. No.
Sorry?
If there was no existing commentary,
Yeah.
and if there was nothing on the activity plan that called it out, I didn't add it. So we'll have to add that.
The only tricky thing with the way we're proposing to do these is when you get to something where you can't collect fees necessarily, like the water sports maybe, or something else, that target thing that we had, because that's wiped out. I'm assuming that the benefit assessment is going to include a range, and that range is the target.
That's what you guys are going to decide.
But
Yeah,
but this is a benefit assessment. So what happens when you have a benefit but you can't collect in line with the benefit? What happens?
That's step 2.
Okay,
Okay, so this is your theoretical.
right.
Okay.
So community programs might be welcoming communities. for
Yeah.
example, or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. Well,
It's community partnerships. Yeah.
So basically here, the previous said it's 100% community. What we're saying is it's 100% community. So therefore, should it be paid for by way of the general rate?
I wonder, this is also useful for you. So this is your new structure activity plans. So I would note that community grants and community programs are actually community partnerships in our activity. So you could actually group them together and call it community partnerships and have it at a higher level to match the activity plan. So there's grants and wellbeing kind of.
Right. Yeah. So are you saying community partnerships on there is the equivalent? So do we need to change the name so that we know they match?
So the activity is community partnerships.
Yeah.
But what we have done in the past, have had different rating for the different policies underneath. So the categories underneath. So we've had different ways of collecting rates on community grants versus community programs. So we could bring it up a level and just call it community partnerships. And how do you want all these to be funded?
Just as a principle, I think it needs to be really easy to follow.
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever does that, because I'm slightly confused now as to what.
Yeah. So it's to a lower level of detail.
Can I ask just another random question? 'Cause I'm still.
Yeah.
This box at the end, operational and
Ah,
Can we just talk about that a bit?
yeah, absolutely, sure. Sorry. So basically, good question, Chocolate, at the break. So operational costs are your day-to-day operational costs. Your capital is how you're going to fund your capital expenditure. When all these activities are not likely to have anything, but for example, library books deemed capital, or are they operational? Yeah. Right. So how do you pay for your replacement of your library books? When we come to our transportation, how do we pay for our new roads versus our replacement of existing roads, etc.? How do we pay for?
So it might be, for example, transport, you'd have 51% FAR and you'll have borrowing for the balance as per capita.
Or for your renewals, hopefully you'd have rates or depreciation, I think, which side of the fence you sit on.
So is the suggestion by having both those boxes there that we might rate differently for operational than we might for capital?
Well, what you should be doing for capital is saying how you're going to initially fund your capital expenditure. So, for example, some councils says we're going to borrow to the nth degree, we're going to borrow for every new bit of kit, and their debt just goes to ching, right? But you therefore say we'll only borrow for this type of expenditure in the activity.
So the fund, because you've got capital, you've got operational, your interest from your capital is operational.
Correct.
So where are you?
So
I mean,
we don't specify where we fund capital from. That's what we're saying, is we do need to demonstrate how capital is funded.
So so the capital funding would be the interest.
No. Interest is operation. This is
yeah, it is.
I know.
But this is about how you're funding it, not financing it.
Yeah, but interest. Okay, this. I hate the legislation because the old, and this goes back to why I don't think the funding policy has been done in the last. Revenue financing policy, because the old funding policy never differentiated between capital and operational expenditure. So legally, we've got to describe how we're paying for our capital expenditure.
So what I'm trying to get at, what are you putting? Let's give us an example.
We will get to one where we talk capital because we don't think community.
Yeah, just don't have. When we get to one, we'll talk about it. But you should be talking about when you've got capital expenditure, just like Catherine said, you should be using for roading will be the FAR rate. Will be borrowing. It will also be some rates because you still got to, because to answer your question, loan repayments are actually capital.
Yeah, so paying the principal is capital, but the interest is operational.
Correct, but that's the holding cost. Because there is some debt, believe it or not, some councils, makes me nervous, have got interest only debt. They never, huh?
Okay. Be good to see an example of
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
how that.
Yep.
So can I just ask one more before we get into this? So you mentioned the difference between land and capital for the rating base. Is it? Can you just explain the difference of those to me?
So land, you currently have capital. So land is basically, it's the bare land.
So can you just sort of just talk me through how that would work in practice compared to what we're on now?
So basically what would happen, oh my goodness, you would,
150 words.
sorry?
150 words.
Well, the problem, you would actually then would have to have more differentials. Because you see, a bare piece of land here with a 6-story apartment on it with 24 units would have the same value as the property next door that's got a large house. So they would, the large house compared with the apartment building would be paying the same amount in rates.
And the third property, which is bare, also say pay the same rates or not?
Correct, yes. Absolutely. So what the bare land is, it's basically saying is, what is a bare land? What's the market value of a bare piece of land across your whole district?
And notionally, from what QVs tells us, is that it's really hard for them to estimate and value their land because there's not enough sales to get really good data.
I just apply notional fast track development to it.
I don't think we could go there, but if you put yourself, what would be the philosophical justification for charging on land value? Because it might be that's something we want to bring back into some sort of differential or target rate or whatever. But what would be the why for using land value?
The why would be where you have an activity that solely benefits the land, not the intensification of the land.
Farming.
Yeah, but that's not an activity of council, right? It's the activity going on the land. I'm trying to think of a really good one. I mean, I have seen. Oh, let's go. Pest control. Yeah, thank you. Right, it's a regional council function, right? You know, the size or actually size would be better, but you know, the land value would be better reflected of the work that's required for pest control, which is a regional council function, right? Because it doesn't matter whether you've got a large development or a small development, pest control would be relatively the same, particularly you said in more of the urban area, not the CBD area. I'm really, to be honest, right, I'm really struggling with land value now as being an appropriate mechanism other than being historical.
That encourage land bankers to develop that?
No, because whether I develop it or not, I'm still paying the same rates.
If your rate's extortionately high for bare land.
So we currently have a differential for big taking that land,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I mean the issue is this is an argument that's been had in Wellington at the moment because they're saying is that bare land, if you're paying the same amount of land versus capital, it is encouraging people to actually land bank. The evidence I have seen in New Zealand, land rates are not a factor in deciding whether a property is land banked.
The gross you say, instead of saying that rates are a wealth tax, the difference in wealth between those three examples, bare land, apartment, and a big house, it's quite a big difference.
It's a big difference. Also the councils that do have still on land value have differentials to reflect that. And for example, I'm working with Timaru. They have resolved to change from land to capital, but currently they have got 7 broad differentials to reflect the different values of land. So for example, residential pays 1, that's a standard, but they give farming, because farming's very land intensive, a 0.6 or 0.7 differential. But they give a property with multi-dwellings on it a 1.9 differential because it's more intensively developed. So that's the challenge with land value.
Just ask a question about the value of the house that we get is from CB, or like, sorry, not CB,
Improvement value, QV, yeah.
yeah, and so the point about the nuance that it's difficult to calculate the land when there's already a house on there, because then it's like how much is the actual house value going up and how much is the land. That sort of makes sense to me because you know, I find that you only pay for the house, the actual parts of the house when you build it, and then after that it's whatever anyone thinks it's worth. But I guess is that I don't know, man. Sorry, I can't think of my brain just got blank. Just wondering in terms of the mechanics of it.
So I think I know where you're going. I think the question you're asking is, if I build a house,
Yeah.
how does the improvement value assess? Because it's not what it's actually cost to build.
Yeah. Well, it's potentially like I would love for them to get better at evaluating land, because then people can see that the house itself is degrading, it's eroding its materials, and all of the cost of improvement is going to be this, yada yada yada, and then it's the land that is going up in value. But I understand that it's a bit primitive in terms of the mechanism.
So, but in terms of the assessment that you get when they do a revaluation, it's always broken down into the land value, the improvement value, and the capital value, which is total. And what you will see is, as a house or building gets older, they actually QV do actually reduce the value, because their formula, I've seen their formula, it's based on the age of the house. Right? I'll give you a really good example. We rebuilt a house at Waikiki Beach, but on their records it was still built in 1950. So they took the replacement value of their build and depreciated it by 50 years. I'm going, hello, you made a mistake here, right? Right? Because it was actually a complete rebuild, it wasn't reno, right? So again, right? That's how they establish it. And also what they do is, when a new build is done, they take the plans and they look at what would that property built be of the market value when we did the last revaluation, which might have been 2 or 3 years ago. So it's really quite, the valuation process is not transparent. It's really hard to understand, right? Yeah. And it's only a proxy for the market.
Yeah, because you'd think in principle then it'd be easier to value just land, because the nuance of building you get such more detail. Not to, just learning.
Yeah.
I just wonder, because there's heaps of these to go through.
I know, yeah, I'm really conscious of that.
Yeah.
Wind the walk up, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't worry, we will. No, I'm quite comfortable getting the principles now here, because hopefully we can actually race through at high speed. But I want to sort of get the nuances out to begin with, rather than stop once we've got a head of steam up.
Okay, just to summarise, what I've heard, we've got a lot of variable rates, target rates, lots of stuff in a fixed charge. We're better potentially to put these into the general rate, and then if we need to nuance that, we do that through differentials.
So yeah, but what I'm also saying, right, is totally agree. There are a lot of activities that we can bring into the general rates. What we should be clearly articulating, if there's an activity that you specifically want in a targeted rate for a valid reason, now would be the time to signal that as well. But only if it's a really valid reason. All right. Do we want to take a 5 minute?
Should we take a 5 minute break and then we'll rattle?
Race into it.
Don't be outside.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right.
So can we be clear? We're calling this community partnerships,
Yes.
and we're not having community programs and community grants broken out. We're talking about community partnership activity. That's one.
But
Right, so you've got two things, but actually we don't need to say.
We don't need to close it down.
Right,
If I suggest a logo, it's two hands, one of them being QLDC, one of them being the community. Okay, just,
I mean, we'll still see breakdown in the
Annual plan, LTP,
yeah.
costings, but in terms of rating, it's one bucket.
Correct, one bucket, yep.
Cool.
So where are we?
Rather than a jam jar, lots of jam jars, a bucket.
Bucket, a big jam jar.
jam jars are good, sometimes a bucket's okay.
The lolly scramble's better.
We like to be able to see the detail, right?
A lolly scramble, a helicopter.
Right.
One thing.
So what's your rationale for community partnerships? That basically that everybody has this benefit, the activity benefits the whole community?
Yeah.
Hmm?
As long as the way we distribute it in our policy distributes it to lots of different types of activities,
Yep.
then everybody benefits.
That's when you divvy up pie.
But
Right.
that matters for this decision as to who benefits or not. Some of that later stuff is not just set.
Well, that's your job is when you allocate community, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, for some of these things, it's not just merely a principle. You can look at a topic line and go, everyone benefits, or a group's benefit. How you allocate some of the money or what you do with it impacts who benefits. It's not like this is a discrete silo thing that you can ideologically say, you know, this is individual versus community. It depends on what we do with the money.
yeah, but
And look, we know what we do with the money, so we can make it. No, I'm just, what I'm saying is this isn't just a pure ideological exercise. There is some understanding of what we do with the.
well, yeah, and I think the other side of this is that you go, right, we're doing 100% for the whole community, so then when it comes to how we decide to deliver to the community, we have a responsibility to deliver for all of it
Yeah.
based on the funding.
That's it, right.
Chicken and egg.
Yep. Right, so basically what we're going to say here, everyone has the opportunity to benefit, right? Therefore, we use the general rate. Now, is there any opportunity for charges to be specific charges for specific activities of a nominal nature within this activity? None? None, okay, all right, we move on, done. Simple,
Keep it simple. One down, 58 to go.
all right? Sorry?
So the next one is sport, rec, community facilities. So again, we've got that broken down into aquatics and community facilities. We don't need to have it broken down to that level. We can keep it at that higher sport, rec and community facilities.
And that's not the halls, they're on the property activity, they all.
Yeah. So again, both of those subcategories have both got 70% individual and 30% community. So does that feel?
So just remind me how that plays, give me an example, because obviously that we charge some fees there, but what are we talking about? Because it's not all entry, but community facilities. You say it's not halls, or it is halls?
That's right.
It's not halls, so what is
But
it?
it's activities in the halls. Isn't it?
Individual number is that user names.
Give me an example, what falls under this category.
Can I just, it's not the user pays. So this is basically saying is when someone actually goes and in your sport, recreation and your facilities, they are receiving a benefit as an individual. That you are enjoying it, getting fit, whatever. That's the first step of the process. The second step is for you to say is then because they're receiving that degree of benefit, what mechanism should we then use to pay? Now, this is where your judgment comes in, because if you say is, we're going to charge people 70% of costing the activity, no one's going to use it.
So
So this includes the sports centres and the playing fields and stuff. And we recover a certain amount through the user charges.
Yes,
And by renting the courts to the netball club and the whatever. And the remainder is borne by the community.
correct.
At a level, okay.
Yep.
So,
But you just said that at 70%, the fees would be too high for anyone to use them.
Yeah, so what you're saying is we're not going to charge the full 70% to.
we subsidise it.
We subsidise. So you make a conscious decision now that we're going to subsidise this
but
activity.
is it-
What about what about if we just kick 10% over the community?
Sorry?
That's it, that community is effectively UAGC, correct?
No, the community is the general rate.
All right, general rate.
Yep.
So we've got a 70-30 split, and what if we go 60-40 or 50-50?
So I think
Yeah.
this.
You can do that.
70-30. And I think the question, well, how's that funded, I suppose?
Well,
Does that mean,
So-
so the rates fund 30?
But in the past-
The rate 70. Sorry, you were asking a question. Yeah, so I guess the 70-30 something like, I think the question is, how's that flowing into the rating?
so currently, I would say is that the majority of that is being paid for by way of rates with some amount of fees and charges.
Yep.
So what the council, this is the bit that's missing from your current policy, is how did you go from the individual benefit of 70 to majority being paid by way of rates?
Well, there was in the funding targets,
Yes.
40-60, but we've removed funding targets from this discussion. I'm not understanding if that's a second step. Why can't we just do it all at once as we did before? Why have we eliminated? Because if you go to the one above, it's private 40%, public 60%. Why in the new system are we not having a target? You have for the toilets, you've got a target section, but we don't for these.
So what you can do, right, I'm trying to make it simple, right? The funding targets, the funding targets don't describe the tools that are actually going to be used. See here, this,
But that's where the funding mechanism comes in. The old system had benefit assessment, funding targets, funding mechanism, and I got it. I'm just struggling.
so what I'm just if I can just
Yeah.
unpack that. Were you recovering 40% of this activity on the old scheme from fee and charges?
Yeah.
You
That
were?
was the target. Yeah.
That was the
Yeah.
target?
Yeah.
Were you actually doing it?
Close to it on that one, I think. Yeah.
Pretty close on.
Okay,
So, I mean, I don't understand why we're switching the methodology, because when it goes into the LTP, it's useful to have, here's the benefits, but here's the targets. If we take them off of the
so,
table,
so can I help? So what you can do here in the operational funding mechanism, you can say fees and charges 40% and rates, right, being the public, general rates being 60%. There's nothing wrong with you saying that. And you just,
Rationale.
as long as you explain in the rationale why you have moved from 70 private, even if we, right, why you're moving from 70 to 40. Because that's in the old policy. The old policy doesn't explain why you moved from 70% private benefit to 40%
I
private
just
benefit.
feel like we're making it potentially more complicated, because your funding targets are one thing, then how you split your operational and your capital funding mechanisms is a separate thing. If you bundle them together, you lose a bit of
No,
clarity.
we're not bundling that. We're saying is we're keeping the assessment benefit the same, but then we haven't put in there the we could go quite easily, made this really shortcut. We could have actually gone and take those existing splits and we could have put them in for you. We could have done that. We didn't do that.
I don't know, I'm just in favour of leaving funding targets in there. I just don't understand why we would remove them. But if there's a good reason to remove them, that's fine.
Can I suggest we are putting them in there, but we're describing under the operational costs, we're putting the funding targets as the general rate. We're putting a target of how we're going to fund it
We're just trying to get into funding targets and mechanisms.
Can I just
I
ask?
I just,
So the benefit assessment is just purely looking at it from who's benefiting without thinking about how it's going to be paid for.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes,
How it's paid for,
yes,
instead of the old way of using the funding targets, public-private. We're
correct,
going to the rationale and we're deciding that.
correct,
And how
yes,
it's split,
yes,
how much is paid by rates and how much is paid by.
correct, yes.
so the
Yes.
rationale is for the benefit assessment or is the rationale for the target funding?
The target funding.
I think that needs to be clear because rationale for what? So
Okay,
just
maybe-
maybe change the heading.
Maybe we, maybe
Rationale
in the
for-
formatting, maybe we should have actually had the funding mechanism before the rationale.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
It's
maybe,
nice to
yeah.
skip ahead. What's the rationale?
Okay, no, I understand.
Yeah.
It's a 70% benefit, but we're only charging 40. What's the rationale for us absorbing 30%?
Correct.
Affordability.
That's the rationale, right? It's about affordability. It's about affordability. That's it,
That's a well-being.
right? Don't use well-being. You're not going to use well-being. Community use overall benefit to the community, right? Well-being, which is right, which is well-being, but well-being is. I'm being semantics here because the systems improvement bill gets rid of well-being.
So, I mean, the rationale, it's a core service.
Yeah,
I mean, what I think is expected to be provided.
Yeah,
But what's the core
So is the
service
benefit
changes over time?
assessment right?
No?
So,
Is the
What we
benefit
need to
assessment
be done.
correct? Is it more community benefit than an individual benefit?
Yeah.
And what's the risk between group and community in the benefits analysis?
sorry.
What's the difference between groups and community? So it's like
So-
facilities. benefit.
So groups, right, might be that you might actually have this type of property, this type of group, rather than the community is the whole community.
So you can target it if you want to.
Correct.
So like the swimming pool group.
You say, well, you could actually say, no, you might actually have an activity that's only providing services for the people of Wanaka. So that would be a group of your rate pays.
Oh, right.
So when,
and I think public transport would be, if we were doing public transport, that would be an example. If we had public transport in this area.
Yes, yes.
If we were doing it, which we're not. but-
Yep, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And I know, you know, working for a regional council, they actually identified the people, a group of people, other people within this geographical area, are the only people who can actually benefit from that. There was some debate about that, I remember that very well, but that's all right, that's where the council
so we
led.
need to get on to, do we need to get on to looking at what's our funding mechanism? Because if the rationale is not about the benefit, the rationale is about the mechanism.
About the
So
mechanism.
we need to sit here and talk through each of these things and go, how do we want to fund it?
Correct, yes, yes,
It's going to take a while.
yeah, we need,
I think we need to stay focused on,
yeah,
we're going to
Yeah.
leave it. All right,
So could
community
we
development,
say general rates and user charges?
just, yes,
Maybe a range from like 40 to
Yeah.
50,
correct, yep,
or 30 to 40
Or
so
charges.
we always need to type it out on the screen so we can think what, yeah,
We
what was okay, we need to be, I just think we need to be, because we're giving direction here, quite clear on
Yeah.
what
You're
you're doing.
recording it after and we'll send it out afterwards. Yeah.
So what are you putting in the operational box and what are you putting in the capital box?
I propose fees and charges 30 to 40%,
yes,
and then general rates for the
Is that under operational or capital?
under operational.
yep,
In capital?
And then capital, because some of it's facilities, you know, you've got a borrowing element.
Yep.
So anything, so you're borrowing for any assets that are being built.
So is it the same? And then how does that work when you look at different types of property? And I suppose that's the next,
that's the next,
Yeah.
step. That's the next step, yep,
I'm just trying to think of the, yeah, but that's the next step, so it doesn't matter.
Remember, a lot of the new facilities are growth driven, so we've got to.
yep, so you, yep. So you actually, if it's growth driven, you'd also be having borrowings, domestic contributions as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that while it's capital, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that sits behind it.
Yep.
What's the drivers?
So how,
we don't, for capital, as good news is, we don't need a percentage. We just need to say what are the tools that we're going to give us.
Oh, so it's a description. It's not a
Description is,
And this came up the other day again, didn't it? About what about in future when we are going to potentially provide land, perhaps be involved in constructions, but the funding comes from the community for a facility. How are we going to trick this out? Although it's our land, isn't it? But we pay rates too, don't we? Yeah. So how are we going to treat ourselves in the context? Because that's, or is it too small to worry about?
too small to worry about. Yep.
Good. Move on.
The thing I just want to talk about groups, we previously never done board-based sports stuff, but we have separated the Wanaka, the aquatics centre and the Queenstown one. Is this just putting them together and then making it simple? Is that
Aquatics is a separate category, I think, isn't it?
But
no,
we need
the
to
aquatic
get up.
facility?
But what we can do is
Oh,
step,
sorry, it does.
step two, we can have a differential for Wanaka versus,
Right.
Yep.
that would be my recommendation.
So to get from 70 individual and 30 to community, that proportion, roughly a 5, I'm guessing, to 40 to 50% user charges.
Yep.
That feels like, okay, who's benefiting? And then, oh, well, that doesn't really matter because that's what we can technically charge anyway.
Well, our rationale is that we want to make it affordable.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah,
Because we want to encourage use,
Correct.
not
Yeah.
just to make it affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's, yeah, so let's get the rationale right on from 70%.
What are the numbers that we've got? No, we've got nothing in front of us that says if you charged 70/30 as per benefit, what would the user charges be?
Step 2.
So, yeah, but no, but it's not because.
No, it is. It is step 2. Yes,
these
So
are-
we need to change it, is what you're saying.
absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Alright.
because what you're required to do at step 2 is you're
Yeah.
required to say is, look at the cumulative impact. We're now putting our fees up by 300%. That's not achievable, right? Well, our rates, are doing this. We now need to go back and reflect.
Rejig it.
Rejig it.
Okay, so this is a first pass.
It's a theoretical.
Okay.
It's theoretical,
Okay, I didn't get that. Perfect.
right?
Cool.
Cool. Right, it's affordability, but I think the word too was about you want to encourage use.
Yeah, want to encourage use.
I think that's absolutely right. Encourage use, yep.
So sorry, what was your public number? It was 50 to
Well, it's just the
40
reversal.
to 50.
Yep.
30 to 40 for user charges, then that gives us a range.
I don't want to go down. I mean, it was 40, we were achieving it.
40 to 50.
40 to 50.
I would go 40 to 50.
Okay,
I don't think rates.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Thank you.
thank you.
And just bear in mind,
I
it
just
has got
recall
community.
I just recall last LTP, we had some very disgruntled clubs, swimming clubs specifically, that were not happy at the increase we did last
It was 100% increase in
Yeah, but people do need to pay for the services. They need to recognise how much it costs because other people are doing other things. Like, not everyone has that sport provided for them.
fees up by cost of inflation. Yeah. Every year we suddenly jump up 1 year, that might be
Yeah.
a bit too much.
Well, we need to do the tolerance to
The
specific revenue tax.
Well, the encouraged use part is the youth learning how to swim.
That's the one bit that I would say, yeah, I agree. That could be subsidised more, but if you wanted to separate it out.
Fleece the kids, fleece.
Can't get down.
Okay, right.
Can't get down to-
Moving on. Capital, we've just got, we should put development contributions and borrowings. Because they are the additional
And grants, because we.
grants, thank you, the grants, yes,
Because we do in that space get significant
Yeah.
CLT
thank
grants.
you.
That's the sort of stuff.
Yep, that's the sort of stuff, yep. Because, and that's going to change depending on the project, so that's when you can't get a percentage.
Yep.
You won't be borrowing for every year, hopefully.
Yep.
DCs for community facilities.
Sorry?
Sorry, do we get DCs for community facilities?
Yep,
But not enough for some of them.
Do we pay?
Premier.
Sorry.
Do we pay that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say, we did talk about,
It's just
through the annual plan, about having visitors pay a differential
Different
pricing on
fees, yeah.
user fees and charges. So once we
That's one area we might have to increase
talk
the
about that further. later.
recovery, yeah.
keep my brother's right. Okay, that's
So
all right.
libraries matches the next.
Libraries, yep.
Is there an exacerbator effect? No, there's not.
We're saying libraries is low for exacerbators.
There's
Well-
65, 35, correct?
I mean,
It's those recidivist readers.
well, I mean, when you think about it, we've been told there's not enough space. People are using it, but there is an exacerbator effect with tourists or people who are here for a short time coming and using it as a community space. We do often, you know, if we're going to have to build new buildings because there is not enough space, despite the fact that a lot of people are reading online, that service is, you know, it's not building based anymore, as John said.
So tourists would be exacerbated.
Are they exacerbated? I'm going to play devil's advocate
Yes.
here. Are they an exacerbator or are they just a user? Are they an individual?
Well, they're an exacerbated for not recovering the cost.
Yeah,
That doesn't make them exacerbated. Are their actions or inactions creating an additional cost for council? What are their actions or inactions that are creating
Well,
an
then
additional?
demand for space. I mean, they take up all the desks or whatever down there.
So that might not be just not just tourists. It's actually people who hold the space. They could be your residents holding the
Yeah,
space.
well, and it will be to a percentage, but
Yeah.
the question is.
I mean, it's mostly in my experience is that it's filled in Monica with people who are trying to get free Wi-Fi and need it
Yes.
for 2 hours.
Ah.
It's an internet cafe.
in which case we
Which-
charge for the internet.
Once we have
Which we
McDonald's,
don't
it'll be
currently
fine.
Okay.
Oh, it's because you don't have McDonald's.
That's
and
right.
Monica's. I understand. All right.
Oh, they've got other issues.
Who want it? So you've got a valid point, right? But I'm saying is it's not just visitors who are the exacerbators.
But the second thing is they don't have rates.
Well, doesn't matter.
It's
This
never
is
gonna
not about who pays. It's about individuals creating additional cost. Who are those people?
I suppose what we're asking is, I suppose what they're asking is there a way to target those people through some sort of differential or, you know, if there's a sector that are creating demand that we're having to pay for. So do you then load that onto the
Visitor accommodation.
accommodation
Yeah,
activity or something like that?
Or the car parks where they park their car, they're sleeping up.
but we need to
Freedom.
put them as an
That's-
exacerbator to do that, or because
No.
that would then,
That's potentially step two as well. You could say the cumulative impact of these. Again, it's a cumulative impact.
So would it be worth therefore noting though, somewhere in the rationale, that the library facilities and services, they're not just provided for residents, possibly more so than most parts of New Zealand.
Yep.
Now, I've said it's exactly the same thing happens to the bar lines. They sit outside and do all this, but in fact, after hours, so it is worth noting now how we capture that and consider it
Would we
price.
would we put a note in the funding mechanism? VA differential question mark?
Oh, no, I would put in the rationale.
Okay.
But what's the change in variable costs to us to have a few more visitors coming to our
the space
Not-
that's required to build
Yeah,
additional buildings.
Well, and the
library? Extending our libraries to accommodate
Discussion at the moment.
thousands of tourists.
this one, because it's too
If you
small.
look at the swimming pools, you know, we get a lot of people just go in there for the shower, basically,
They pay $9 for that.
and we lose money on every one of those. And we charge that back through the rate, but the current rate payers pay for the loss due to visitors.
But they must have to pay visitors, they must have to pay a fee to go.
But they do.
Yeah, but it's not full profit coverage.
Yeah.
Oh,
So every time you tell your friends to go to the pool, then we'll pay for that.
I'm just wondering how we make these decisions that are driven by good data rather than our anecdotal. Because I'm hearing a lot of visitors are doing this, visitors are doing that, but I've never seen any data that associates with
But we
that.
don't collect it, you won't have the data. if you don't
So
collect it.
we're making these decisions based on no data.
So can I just help you out here?
Yeah.
So the Act lets you off the hook. The Act says in your view,
Right, okay.
okay? So there is actually legally no requirement to actually get data to do it.
I think
It's your consideration, right? and providing it's a reasonable consideration, right? An unreasonable would that visitors are basically causing all the additional costs in the library, which we know it's not. It's accumulation, right? That's all you need to say. Now, let's go back in time. The 96 legislation was very prescriptive. It said that council could make a decision that they had had enough adequate information to make an informed decision, which was bizarre because everyone says, no, we think we've got enough and move on, right? So, but that's the issue. It's your view.
So, I mean, the one thing that's just almost in my mouth, we haven't got to it yet, is talking about the cost of visitors as a second piece of work. If we are trying to put a case together that says this is what visitors cost, in terms of getting a bed tax, visitor levy, whatever, over and above the money that we're able to recover, we should be identifying that somewhere. So how do we put it in here, even if you say we can't recover it?
So can I just use the Wairau forestry case? They didn't identify forestry as an exacerbator on the majority of its activities, but they brought it in as part of the overall impacts on the community, and I see that as where
we target that. And I think
we target
this is the bit that I think we're trying to get our heads around, because I think there's a reasonable sentiment that we want to shift some of the load onto the visitors from our residents, and how we do that. I agree with the point that we've got to do that at a high level and sort of have some data to support it. But yeah,
my sentiment would be like, the reason you have a coupon code at New World, instead of them just lowering the prices, is because you see what the costs are, then you see the savings that you've got, and then you feel like, oh, there's $25 I didn't have to pay. In the same way with a locals card, having a differential pricing between whether you're a ratepayer or not gives you that sense that you are valued. It acknowledges that, and there is a higher value, maybe not necessarily in the cost, but to me that seems like the opportunity around all of these facilities to create differential pricing, to create that value, to acknowledge that sentiment from the community. And then, so strategically, we could go, let's do more user fees, but have a differential pricing for locals, in which case we would then end up capturing more of the data and value from.
Well, that's the value of those loyalty cards. It's not the discount you get as a member, it's the intelligence that someone is talking about. So for someone who's not resident now who wants to use some library services, including the internet, they have to go and get a temporary membership. It doesn't cost them anything, but there's a bit of a hassle, not much. So there's already the ability, there's already a point of contact with the visitors at which something could be instituted. And although, I have been to parts of the world where that is one of the, some of the communities don't have as much to offer as Queenstown Lakes. One of the things that they say, well, come and stay in our community and you get free library services. So it depends what you're trying to achieve with the.
My worry is the cost of administration.
Yeah.
It's going to go right through the roof. So rather than doing that, doing what John said, which is have a visitor levy bucket, we start chucking stuff in there.
Yeah.
Stuff that is clearly used by visitors.
Yeah.
Internet cafe downstairs, free showers out at the at the rec center, what have you. Even use of parks. Just start throwing stuff into that bucket to make the case for why we need a visitor levy and a bed tax, and then to use our judgment, as you said, we use our judgment to determine what that visitor levy is. But the cost of administration, people cheat. I've cheated in the past. I'm a local in Whistler, and I get to use the pool. That kind of stuff. That's the road we're going down.
Yeah.
To try to over-administer this.
Can I suggest, look, don't disagree with the discussion, but I think it's a step to overall impact.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, we just noted that there is an impact on visitors because of this activity without actually trying to quantify it.
Okay.
Right? Otherwise, we're going to be here trying to analyse each activity to the nth degree, right? So libraries, what we note, it's actually a note below the rationale, right? There is an impact on visitors do cause an impact on the cost of this activity, and it's legal at that.
And they benefit from it as well.
Sorry?
And they benefit.
Oh, absolutely. You tollgate. Why are you coming to Queenstown? How long are you here for? Here's a $50 fee. Yeah, you're coming for work. Okay, you're in for nothing, right?
Many true things have been said and just.
Sorry?
Many true things have.
I'm in serious. If you wanted to have true cost recovery, that would be the way to do it.
So currently we've got a funding target of 2% of user charges. So
Yep.
that's the bags and the photocopying and the.
Yep.
So you want that similar target from a user fee
Sounds
perspective?
like from a strategic point of view, so menial, but I mean, when I go and print something, I mean, I'm paying for printing at the library, so I do 90% of the time. So having 100% doesn't give space for any of that stuff, right? So I'd say it makes sense.
Should there be a range?
I'd go up.
So like 80-20.
I'd do 10.
Well, it's interesting because as someone said before, the role of the libraries is changing. And the new one in Christchurch apparently is amazing because it's got 3D printers
And they literally have cafes.
and all sorts of other add-ons, which presumably you have to pay for to some degree. So, I suppose given that it's hard to define the number. 2% seems completely arbitrary, but we want to leave space for.
I'd go 5 to 10.
It might be a library, any library has a community room that you can book.
Yep.
Yeah, for example. So,
Yeah. I know.
In which case you push it up a bit more. I mean, if you really want scope for additional facilities.
Can I just hold fire? You haven't got that facility yet. When you've got that facility, then will be the time to look at it.
But we're doing a 10-year plan and the range is designed to give flexibility for things. So if the library services did decide to bring on a whole fleet of, stuff that people could borrow.
But is that in your LTP?
I don't know yet. We're not there yet, but these things.
Yeah, we have to circle back.
Well, the whole point was flexibility in the policy. So if we've got a range, why not push it a little bit higher to give you that flexibility?
Okay. Yeah, but well, therefore maybe what is it? 5 to 15. 5 to 15. Okay.
You've got a message from Melissa on the chat as well. Obviously, we're going to keep the lower end of the range of 2% to give the flexibility.
2 to 15.
Keep in mind if we fall outside of this range, we go to prison.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
You're up for
New
challenge.
chief executive.
You're up for challenge.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Okay. You'll see this again.
Jesus, just wait till we get onto the contentious ones.
Okay.
It's going to be
Coming up, yeah.
Right.
the previous one. Borrowing.
Yeah, general rate.
Yeah.
Next one, Catherine, is
Next one's park and reserves. So we've actually got 3 subcategories at the moment. So I propose that we have it up at parks and reserves level.
Parks, right.
So it's-
Toilets and.
and cemeteries. Oh, okay. Yep.
Death and taxes.
Fewer people die in Queenstown Lakes than any local authority in the country.
I thought, no. Is it?
Yeah, because most people die when they're old and they don't age, and then they go somewhere else and die somewhere else.
Is that actually a
Yeah.
fact? Is it fact?
It's true.
Well, I
Largely.
I thought one.
Okay. Anyway, sorry.
They moved to the company coast and died.
It's true.
Focus.
Right? No, it's actually it's a really important factor, right?
Got quite a lot of variation between these subcategories. So parks and reserve as a whole, where do you think the percentage should be for individuals and community?
I would say 100% community. The parks and reserves.
Oh, that's, what about cemeteries, including cemeteries, you asked?
Includes all.
Including cemeteries?
I want to cut cemeteries out because some of
No, we're amalgamating it together.
Oh,
quite frankly, I think they're such a waste of space.
Probably still identify these individuals.
so why are we amalgamating?
All right, Catherine, why are we amalgamating
Why,
cemeteries?
and toilets, why would we lump them all together? We've got them separate on the page.
Remember, you've got your activity plans.
See, these things, sort of different. I mean, I don't know, I think sometimes there's use in spelling things out rather than lumping it. Part of the problem we've had with
Just
lack of
makes it more
visibility.
complex. Remember, each one of these lines creates complexity in our rating.
Yeah, but also complexity versus transparency. It's
There are 21 of them on the sheet.
Already.
so where are you lumping them into? Parks and
Parks and
reserves.
reserves.
Yep.
Mostly it's fine,
I'm-
find cemeteries being that one thing we need to find a different way to deal with.
But we still have the ability, don't we, when we
Yeah.
fees and charges.
Charges, we can
We
write
have
it
different fees and charges for these things to get the same end result for the.
Yeah,
for the owner.
And interesting, I was at one council and they were going to introduce an out of district burial fee. So if you came from out of the district to be buried, the problem is.
I don't think there's much death tourism here.
No, the issue is I mean, again, right here, but so that's in the details. So you actually, so as part of your rationale is what's your percentage of the cemetery activity, sub-activity which you want to recover?
All of it.
100%.
Yeah, I can't see why there's any greater good for cemeteries other than the people that are buried there.
Good question. Can I say last time I came to Queenstown with my family, we actually spent 3 hours just walking around the cemetery, seeing who died 100 years ago and what they died of.
Yeah, yeah. 1989.
It's a tourism activity.
Tourism activity.
So we should be recovering.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But there's members of the community with families buried in the cemetery.
It's a historical, right? It's the same, right? It's the same as a museum.
Yeah.
It's an open air museum.
But also, if you're creating space and you want to be buried rather than cremated, you know, and I put my hand up, you know, you pay for the cost of the space, don't you?
You do.
Or you should.
That's expensive.
You shouldn't have the ratepayer subsidising your choice.
No.
So, I mean,
But then there's
But you
the
do
cost of the next burial plot, and then there's the overall cemetery.
Yeah.
It's more a part.
Yeah.
Well,
We
but
look at that cost.
But why is the rest of us subsidising us mowing the lawn on someone's death plot?
Well, as I said, I mean, I've been to cemeteries in places for tree to look around,
Yeah, some might, but it doesn't.
around the world.
So it comes back to the like, swimming pool example, being about affordable, but we want to have people buried somewhere.
We've got no mandate to make sure there's plots in the ground for people to get buried. We have absolutely no mandate for that.
There aren't any more.
no, I mean, it is environmentally
Yeah.
much better, you know, and we can set up different systems, and so, you know, it can be cheaper. And then I suppose, how would you cost it? Because you don't know whether you're doing a bury on top of or
Oh,
Yeah.
so in the pricing structure.
Yeah.
Of
Next year.
the next step.
But I think we are getting too far down with each of these. These are overall activities.
Correct.
We need to have a high level view of what
Yeah.
we want that activity.
Yep.
What the benefit analysis is and what we want to.
But is
achieve.
it the same for public toilets, cemeteries and parks and recreation facilities? I mean, these are very different activities.
They are,
You're
but that's
looking,
where we need to be high.
but why are we
We
lumping
need
them,
overall.
but why are we lumping them together? I just don't
You
understand.
can use the rationale to split out from
Correct. Yep.
finances. But, yeah, it's just a level of detail we don't need to go into.
False level of precision.
We go into that detail when we set fees and charges. We don't have to do it for this one. It's got an overall chart, you know, return.
100% community, move on.
Well, I think there are appropriate fees and charges.
Yeah, because we do.
For
Right.
Well, and for other parks and reserves as well, because if a park is used for a wedding, for instance, we charge a
Yes.
fee. If a park is used for a commercial activity or something, we charge a fee. So we have to leave room for some recovery.
Well, we've been recovering 20 for parks and rec facilities. What have we been recovering for the others? Nothing for toilets.
Can I just say, so, yeah, because if we have 100% community, then that's all on rates.
And we-
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
we've been
if we want
recovering.
to charge fees, we need to have some, that's not
Right,
right.
so
Yeah.
20% prime.
0
80.
0 to 20.
30 to
Yeah.
50.
No, I think you need to start at a reasonable level because you use cemeteries.
Yeah, 30 to
Yeah.
50.
30.
I'm just looking at what we let's not go too far from what we've already
We're
been
quite a
doing.
bit behind on this.
Oh.
I mean, we've been recovering 60 from cemeteries, we've been recovering 20 from parks and recreation facilities, so we shouldn't be, we've got to still recover that at least. I mean, I don't know what proportion parks and rec facilities against.
We've already, the facilities were dealt further up, weren't they? We've already done facilities, so this community facilities,
this
like
is
the
parks.
sports centres and stuff were already dealt with.
Yeah, but this is parks and rec facilities, so playgrounds, trails.
Parks and reserve, this is the green spaces.
Yeah, but the policy, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, parks and reserves.
And so we can't
Sports
rely on
fields.
those other,
But this is sports fields,
yeah,
so we need to be recovering.
well, okay, is a sports field a reserve or a park and reserve or a facility?
It's got no buildings on it.
And are we trying to encourage use in activity, participation?
But so what's the answer? Is a sports field, rugby ground, is it a facility or a green space?
It's in the field and we include parks and rec.
It's in the detail on here.
Yeah, so I guess the question that I picked up on is, if we say it's 100% community, does that mean we
It's all good in the
we can't have any fees or charges? Because we do get income from our green spaces. Every time there's a commercial operation built, filming on the waterfront at Glenmore Keys, or the Highlanders come to want to use, one of our pitches, there's a commercial activity.
So if we go back to the community facilities, for the sports and recs one, we said that was 100% community, and then we use fees and charges. So you can do the same.
Right, what do we currently recover from? That's it.
It's all
From which one? Which one?
attachment B page.
As an example, if we had 100% community with fees and charges, there's the incentive then to prioritize, like it's not a target. For example, in contrast, we had 80-20, and we had 20% we had to cost cover, then we might set a direction to go, we actually want you to sell those services up to 20% so that we can subsidize other functions. So the incentives for one is different from the incentives for the other. So.
This is the problem. We've got very different activities. I'm interested in what the Act says about, because I'm interested in what the Act says about how much detail we need to go into and how high level we have to go. Because
you make the call.
To justify a benefit assessment for cemeteries, public toilets and sports fields as all being the same doesn't make sense to me. What we've got in front of us is a reasonable differences between public toilet benefit, cemetery benefit, sports field benefit. You're trying to get us to do one benefit assessment for the whole lot. And I don't understand.
But in doing so, we are considering each of those. So we have, contrary to what Quentin said, we have a statutory responsibility to provide cemeteries under the Cemeteries Whatever Act. We are required to. If there's nothing else, council has to. So,
My point though. The point
you finished.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm saying basically, if we have to do a benefit assessment and it has to stand up, it has to be justifiable, it can be gut feel, absolutely, but we have to have a reason. How can the reason be the same for toilets, cemeteries and sports fields?
No, because what Catherine says in the rationale you can say is that we're trying to recover 50% of, or so 60% of cemeteries. We're trying to recover people who use our parks for private and commercial purposes. Yes, you could do it, but then
We've got it.
can I just finish, please? The issue is we're going to have the same debate when we come to resource consents and building consents, because the same principle applies with those. You could actually go for building consents. You could actually have an activity called PINs, right? Public inquiries, inspections, processing, enforcement, right? In the building consent area. So how low do you want to go? The issue is, in your view, right, public toilets and reserves are generally on the same facilities. Cemeteries do provide a form of passive recreation as well. So the question is, where do you, how low do you go for every activity?
I think cemeteries are very different to sports fields. And
Okay, can I just, right, well, we,
very
debate,
different way
what do
of
you think?
restriction.
What do we, yeah, what do you,
Well, I think the tension I'm hearing is that we probably feel parks and reserves 100% community, cemeteries less so, public toilets. So if we lump them together, do we end up with a broader range? Which, you know, that actually, instead of it being 100% community, it might be 80-20, and then we address that in the rationale as to how. I mean, I appreciate, I mean, the purpose of this is to have fewer lines on the rating bill, and so a lot of these are common, and it makes sense to do that. And how we charge for them will be down the track. So, because some of it it's not all going to be.
Are you saying that if you've got separate ones, you can't charge for them the same? Are you saying you have to? Because at the moment we don't have a separate charge on a rating bill for all of these. There's no need for that. But when you do the assessment, you're going through and you know in the background how you've allocated to these different activities, so that the users of cemeteries know that they're not actually covering some of the costs of toilets or in their charges. Do you see what I mean? It's about transparency. You can still have one charge.
I think we're going around in circles. Gavin, yeah.
So that's where the fees and charges come in. We've got tables and tables of fees and charges for all those smaller activities. All we're looking for is an overall recovery for this activity. And it might be we might do a weighted average to work out, if it's only 60-40 for cemeteries, whatever it was, or it's 100%, that might only be a small part of what we're trying to recover for that activity anyway. We have to look at the bigger picture and balance it out across the activity, not the individual.
Yeah, I just feel like we're losing something in the background. It's just background documentation.
Simple.
Simple.
So we can cover your point in the rationale, because public toilets, we don't currently receive any funding for those.
Yeah, I'm just confused because we had pre-reading and a whole bunch of tables that were new, and you've decided, on the day to kind of lump them all together, and I don't get why. Anyway.
Okay.
I feel like we're losing something.
So what percentage do we agree on?
So for parks and reserve facilities, currently it's a 20% user pays. Public toilets are 0 and cemeteries are 60. So you could have 20 to 25 for parks and reserve facilities, and you could have 60 to 65 for cemeteries.
80, 90.
And your rationale.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there will be, agree that at high level, but, there will be some principles we need to maintain here is that most people can access most reserves freely and all that sort of stuff, and that the commercial pays and, we recover some other costs through cemeteries and stuff. So
then we have to look forward too as well, rather than just looking backwards. So yes, there's mixed uses of all of these facilities. I mean, even for a cemetery, when someone pays for a plot and to be interned, they're not paying for 100 years rental for that site. They're just paying for that service. We pay, or that everyone pays, for providing the facility. So that's but haven't we just been given $1.3 million from the IVL lolly scramble for pay to use toilets? So therefore our policy has to reflect that.
Is it to pay, or is it operational, or is it operational? Oh, okay.
How to use the loan.
So that's going forward rather than what we do now, which is free.
We should retrofit all
It just
and charge all the visitors to use their reserves. Foreign visitors.
Foreign visitors. Okay.
Well, Ron, speak.
You can't fund it to collect.
So just to go back to something that was surprised by is that some of this, I think we need to give ourselves a bit of scope with these procedures, because we still, at some point in the future, have to have that fees and charges conversation. And we don't want to box ourselves into a corner where we have to suddenly whack up the fees and charges way above inflation. We want to try and keep those increases to a reasonable amount. But if we'll stay within our.
Sure. Oh, that's right. But if we get to that point, can we revisit this and go, oh, heck, we got that wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. This, as I said, this is the first cut.
It's not set in stone.
No, half and set.
I just think
Not jelly, but it's,
As a principle, I think we should be very, very careful about mixing things that are currently high private charges with things that are currently fully community funded, because I feel like those people deserve some real clarity around what they're paying.
So we can cover that in the rationale.
no, yeah.
Like what is it?
Well, at the moment, you know that if you've got a plot, you can look at it, it's in our policy, you can go, we're paying this percentage of it, and this was the cost, and therefore everything's fine, we're not being overcharged. The minute you bundle everything, you start to lose that clarity. And I think fine for things that are 100% community, bundle away, but don't bundle high private charges with high public charges, because you're gonna a lack of clarity for when people are paying, high amounts.
Yeah, that's true.
Cemeteries will still be, I'm sure, aligned in the.
Can we just leave
plan.
cemeteries out? It's just, they're not a recreational facility.
They're good for
I'd wait to see how this comes out the table at the end. Not today, but so we can, because I think we're struggling to see how it's going to present.
Okay.
Okay.
So we use the rationale to explain those current
Yeah, there's distinctions already.
funding already, and we're still saying with 100% community.
No.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, out of those three, at the moment, it ranges from 20 to 40. 20 to
60. That's what I'm trying to say. They're not
This, I
similar.
mean, this is our first look at this, yes. We want to sort of keep that range that we had before. Chance to think about it for
60-40.
That's
Let's
a way
see what
to
it does for the.
Or just pull cemeteries out and keep that, and the other one that is much more similar. We don't want big ranges. If we have ranges, we want a narrow range, because it's a policy. We have to keep staff.
We don't have. So I guess what I suggested was, do we go 20 to 60 for the private and 40 to 80?
Oh,
Yep.
this is-
Is our ranges to start with. And then we can narrow it down in the future.
Yeah, like,
Okay.
Noting my opposition.
Okay.
oh, it is really.
Cool. One out of 12.
Yeah.
You don't get to own it.
Okay.
No, no,
Okay.
I'm saying-
Right, next one is fun one. Environmental management.
Which is really just planning.
Yep.
Well, plans are misnomer these days. Just do
That's
it.
All of Wellington was doing this for us.
Exactly. Well, not even then.
Huh?
So are we suggesting that we put all the planning function into one bucket?
Well, that's how it's been done in the past.
So we've got district plan, we've got.
Remember, these are
These are very different. Resource consent administration building, the high private district plan is,
sorry,
so why would we just
put
put
those
lump them together?
district growth and spatial planning and district planning. Been previously in one activity.
So they make sense
Consent
together.
separate.
Consenting it should be separate. Building consent.
Building consent and resource consent are more similar than district plan. District plan is very different.
It's got its own activity.
Yeah, that's strategic
Like
stuff. I mean, and we've got a lot of other strategic stuff too, so it's sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna get through these in 60 minutes.
This is why I was early on saying.
So
So we'll do strategic growth and spatial plan and district plan together, or do you want to have separate?
Yep. Yes.
Well, I think the principle is that the strategic stuff, the district plan development and stuff is for everybody. So it should be a broad base. But when you're applying for a resource consent or a building consent or something, it should be predominantly user pays.
I'd say 100%, not
Yeah.
45.
So
There's always nice that I agree completely. I think we should just go with that.
So I think we should separate on that basis, and I mean, I think we have traditionally allocated a small amount of the processing to the greater good. But I think we can do 100% cost recovery and just make it clean. And it's a simple story to tell. We recover costs.
Yeah, but true, but at the same time, we should provide a range because it's usually impossible.
Yeah.
To connect to that.
And the consent process involves public input, which you are not recovering the cost of from the people who are submitting. So if you want to say that you need to pay to submit, then that's 100%, user pays. But I don't think that's where we're going. No, but those costs get borne by
No, they're borne by the person who,
Proportion.
Costs of processing submissions and stuff like that is more like the applicant for a resource consent.
What about public inquiries? If I come and say, do I need a consent? What sort of consent do I need for that?
Yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff.
Because I know one council, so I'll say and it caused a whole lot of administrative, I won't name the council. So which property are you referring to? Oh, you're referring to this property ABC. So they will actually go and log. We spent 2 hours public inquiry for this resource consent. And 3 years later, when another person who actually then picks up the consent is lumped within public inquiries for that person making the public inquiry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the only way to get 100%.
Yeah.
And they've got into trouble.
You can't do it.
No, you can't do it. So public inquiries.
yeah.
Although, again, looking forward, if the so-called planning bill goes through, there will be significantly fewer consent applications.
Already. If it goes through, when it goes through.
But we do have duty planners and building consent officers.
There'll be more of that work
there. So it's not what do I need, but does my neighbour need a consent for that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that's probably quite important to our community to have access to that knowledge.
It's also, does this include enforcement?
No.
Okay. The enforcement is spiral.
So how do you otherwise the cost gets socialized? I mean, let's say I want to develop land or subdivide. I call QLDC, and the first thing I get is a recording that says the cost of this phone call will be a minimum of. But that's the only way to allocate the cost. And every time that I pick up the phone to someone who's getting paid, what if they're getting paid $50 an hour, I should theoretically get charged. So how do you actually how do you recover 100%?
You can't.
Well, I think we've established.
We need a range.
If you charge those who you can charge 150% of the cost.
Well, I was actually, no, but I was going to go to that, which is, what if we just make a policy?
What are we doing?
Hang on. We're talking about the planning policy. I think that's easier for us to land a number on than the resource consenting.
Yeah.
So planning policy isn't your general inquiries or duty planning, it's strategic. And that's probably going to be 100%.
So, quick question: the 5% probably historically came from private plan changes. You could actually charge for a private plan change. I'm not sure. Right, whether you can do that under the new regime.
Yep.
So that's probably where it came from.
And in fact, it probably should be more than that.
Well,
Yeah.
and I agree with what you put in front of us on the board, and to be honest, I think we just start to learn why it's there the more that we ask it.
So
Again, though, I'd put a range, I'd say 5 to 15. And 85 to 95, something like that. So there's room for that.
Depending on the year.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
4.5 to 9.5. I think it's the 100% thing is part of a nuance that any other business would have profit, and then they would just go, well, it's just like I was saying, that hey, you charge for a phone call if it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago. No, but you just sort of build it into the overall cost of what your business is, and then you make the money somewhere else. But because we're a cost recovery mechanism, we don't make profit, which means we have no margins to be able to capture the things that's not created, which is why it goes into rates. So yeah,
so the rationale is private plan changes, question mark.
Yeah.
Yep. Because the cost recovery for that work will include an overhead, right? The hourly rate that we charge, the rate we pay. So there's an overhead in that cost recovery. We certainly don't pay most of our
staff $220 an hour.
Also, that's where it's built in.
It's actual costs, fees charges.
That's where those phone calls, and those like that other non-chargeable stuff gets covered.
Staff nodding at the back. I said that.
Can I confirm?
Yeah. Is that what we charge out for a senior planner or something? Yeah.
Can I confirm that? So we're leaving those percentages, well, putting a range of those percentages. And the funding mechanism is user pays, what percentage? 85 to 100?
Yeah.
90.
So if we do run out of time, which I think everyone's anticipating we're going to, you get the course of travel here, don't you? That'll do, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're giving it back.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, councillors, if I may, just with regard to district plan, there are a plethora of different costs that aren't going to be chargeable to individual people. So everything to do with Legoima's customer queries, public inquiries, development of the actual function, business development, information management, training, overheads, all of those different things. So there are things that we can't recover.
No, that's right.
Thank you for reminding me of that date.
To go into resource consents.
Resource consent, that's right.
Everyone loves
No, that's a plan. Resource consent is right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll scroll down a bit further to resource consents.
Okay.
It's an 80-20.
90-10.
And I think that sort of 20% is probably sort of the bit that David was just talking about there.
Yeah. Like I say, I don't think it's worth undermining the operational understanding of how this all actually plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working with these rough things for years and it's kind of worked out, but yeah.
And I think if there was an anomaly, staff would have presented it in a way that goes, here's some opportunities that we can recover, because I just think in general we've got the same incentives.
So we said that vibe is just, we'll just keep doing it. Actually, let's not change it.
So user pays.
We get to this list. Yep, if it ain't.
I can understand, yeah.
And then general rates would be the balance.
Yep.
Transport. On resilience with climate action.
We didn't have anything for rationale.
Where's that? We're up to infrastructure, aren't we?
I think Dave just said that there's some things we can't charge, which is liquid. An activity, new activity, resilience and climate change, climate action. So we haven't got a table for that.
Sorry.
Okay. It's on the list of activity.
It's right here.
Okay, sorry. I'm just wondering where on the catchment B we're at.
Yeah, I think.
And we have a new statutory, although the Local Government Act is somewhat watering that down, we still have a new statutory requirement to deliver on that, don't we?
Yeah. Resilience.
Yeah, climate change. Yeah. Oh, both, yes.
That has to be 100% surely though.
Community.
Yeah.
Is this a classic for a UAGC?
Potentially.
No, because it's protecting property fundamentally. So shouldn't it be based on the value of property that we collectively protected? So it should be a capital value.
Capital value.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been thinking about this one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this to go.
That's a good justification.
There are. It's awful. Yeah.
I mean, what's the, how long have we got left?
Yes.
We've got till 2 PM on this item. There's an assumption you want a half-hour lunch break within that.
Is there a user charge for that?
I just wonder if there's a strategic way of going through this. Some of them are highlighted, some of them are new. I don't know, there's some that you'd rather get our.
No, we have on every single one. So with this one, because we have to do every single box. We can't just do rationale. So we actually have to do distribution benefits.
Sorry, is this on here because you've given?
No, this one, because it was missing, we've added it in just now.
All right, okay, yeah.
Cool.
So we've just got to go box by box with the new
Yeah.
ones.
So this is resilient.
This is resilience. Climate action. We're going in order.
Civil defence. Oh,
Emergency management,
emergency management. Oh,
Is it?
which is a new statutory, that's a different one though, isn't it? Oh, there wasn't that under governance? It was, yes.
Emergency management is under local government.
Yeah,
Democracy and emergency
Yeah.
management.
so we've already covered that, haven't we?
well, we haven't done it.
Oh, we haven't got it yet. Oh, this is my reading. So this is actually planning for and enabling,
Climate mitigation.
climate mitigation. Which is both,
Be medium, wouldn't it?
You don't have sea level rise here.
no, but we
Like-
have both,
I know.
in both wards, there's significant wildfire risk, which is
Well, huge. Look at Europe at the moment.
growing in many ways.
Intergenerationally. High.
Generally, intergenerationally, it's about the spend. We're not actually spending any capital here. It's actually preparation, isn't it? So we're not actually building.
Well, we are because we're building resilience, and all of that comes under infrastructure generally, but it should be an element of infrastructure spend that is building in resilience.
But it's also planning and
It's
building
planning.
in the right places.
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, we haven't got a blurb about what is
So,
covered.
so intergenerational equity normally refers to as does the benefit of that expenditure, last more than one generation, i.e., if we're building a new road, building a new road is going to be there for the next 50 years. Yes, spending money on planning, you're going to see the benefit there for a longer period, but every year you're still going to need to spend more money on planning.
That comes into our roading. So some of these, we are already spending on district planning, which covers resilience. We're already spending on infrastructure and roading. All of that is built in resilience. So what is this activity? What is unique about this activity?
Actually, is that not classified as the action plan spend?
Yeah.
It's which
Right.
is largely OPEX, so it's not like we're building stock banks.
No.
No,
So it's all of that. The
Yeah,
planning.
it's relatively low cost.
Yes, because we never have any money to implement any of it. So,
Yeah.
so,
But it's-
but it is intergenerational.
It is
I'd like to say
intergenerational.
climate action is intergenerational. Interesting.
Build in the right places and they'll be feeding into the planning and they'll be feeding into the roading ideally and.
There's a brief.
Be medium.
Yeah.
But with that in mind, John, though, this is another unfunded mandate that central government has said local government have to take responsibility for this. They expect us to spend money in the future. Now, probably more relevant in coastal areas than here, but there are elements where we will need to do something. But
on a rates cap too.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, political.
well, that's another unnatural hazard. Exacerbators.
There's project talking under this.
Because this is resilient planning, you don't actually probably have exacerbators until you've actually developed the plan. But then once you develop the plan, so people don't comply with the plan, will be the exacerbators.
There's no exacerbation.
So it's live,
space.
low. Right? Low.
It's community, it's like a community.
It's got to be, at this stage, it's got to be,
Yeah. The exacerbators, could we put fast track in?
Yeah, fast track.
Oh, unfortunately, fast
I'm
track.
just kidding and wasting time.
I know, yes, you are, yes. Right? So it's speeders.
So
It's
general.
general rate.
Yeah.
General rate, 100%.
Cool.
Right, now an easy one. Transport.
Oh, it's easy, that's easy, isn't it? Oh.
I'm calling the meeting stuff.
Transport again is the same type of problem. We have it split in roading and parking facilities.
Well, it's hard to distinguish between the two at times.
I mean, roading provide the physical structure and parking provide the enforcement.
Okay, so it's how you do it, not how fast you're moving, that's the difference.
Yeah.
So rental car doesn't pay for any roads local government delivers. Because they pay through road user charges that goes to the central government, but that kind of comes back in subsidised rates.
Do we need to think along those lines? If the government is giving it, and if a regional deal might suggest that there will be other funding mechanisms like time of use charging, others, should we factor that in here as well?
No, I think, look, I would love to have time of use charging, right? But the legislation is given next year.
Oh,
We can't.
okay.
Okay, if time of use charging was in the house, it's absolutely, but it's not even in the house yet, right? So it's at least 3 years away. Unless they fast track it.
Catherine, could you speak to how you've got to these assumptions? Because I think it'd be helpful rather than trying to reverse engineer it.
So these assumptions we last on.
Okay.
I'll just carry it on. Yeah.
We just came with it for your discussion.
So the exacerbator, where does that, what's the value of having that there?
Really good question. The exacerbators would be your heavy trucks and your buses and your commercial, right? They create
Right.
the issue. I would also say, I'm going to be really brave here, visitors are also an exacerbator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that number high enough? Probably, maybe not. I mean,
Yeah,
how many
so-
visitors on any one day on a peak day?
Yeah, what was the fact that it's
It's
2/3?
50%.
I can't remember the
But
fact.
is 30 feels too low, maybe?
Yeah, I agree.
I'd
Yeah.
say-
For you, absolutely. For
So-
our average council.
Sorry, I'm just time of use charging. So from November 2026, that bill's in force. So I'm just looking, so the bill enables local authorities to propose time of use charging, that. So from November 2026.
It's not
when
law
that-
yet.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's slowly, but some, it's on this.
So that's the time, land transport management brackets time of use charging brackets amendment bill. November 26, because Arab are doing that work at Auckland Council at the moment. And the hook is for the first 3 years only the council can initiate the process.
So what's that?
So councils can initiate the process in the first 3 years. Before NZTA couldn't do it now, but we can for this comes in. So
So the question of if NZTA can't do it, you can't do it. Where's your congestion? Is it on state highways?
now we can initiate it.
Even though it's on the highways.
Yep.
Do we get the money or do they get the money?
Well, that's a good question.
Yes.
Well, should we put a question mark? Somewhere? And then
Yeah.
rather than go down that.
Yeah,
But I would suggest we need to maybe up that exacerbator.
I agree.
Yep.
Your exacerbators. And that actually then enables you to put a differential on your exacerbators.
Lack of clarity from central government. So
And it will allow for the
No. Yeah.
time of use charging.
Should we go to 50?
Yeah.
60. Because it's the peak, isn't it? It's who uses it at
Yeah.
peak as part of that as well.
Yeah, the issue is though, that the congestion actually doesn't cause a direct cost to council unless you're building wider and bigger roads.
But it's the ancillary
That's the
infrastructure for control, traffic control and public transport, which we have a slice of.
But if you take water, for instance, you design to peak demand. And the same for roads, is we have to at least to an extent, design bigger, better roads in order to cope with peak demand that's exacerbated by visitors.
Yeah, we do, but there is also a limit of how much.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you'd be
But then
building
if we-
6-lane highways out to ski fields, so people going up the ski fields can get up there at high speed. Right?
Apparently there's other technology for that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not
gonna say
I will hold my breath, right?
Mhm.
I'm not saying I don't believe it, but I'll believe it when I see it. Right? So yeah, absolutely. I think I wouldn't go overboard on the exacerbator here, but I think it should be increased.
Well, one of the interesting things, so if when we go to when local authorities are able to go to time of use charging more so than they currently do, that when you look at funding, if we have another, say there's a crisis in Southeast Asia, so China takes it on Taiwan, that would then have no visitors for 2 years.
Correct.
That funding stream's gone. How does that affect this? Or is that extreme measures anyway?
Well, that's
You just adjust when you're in.
that's a problem. But two is in theory, if you've got the exacerbated component right, then they disappear. The costs disappear as well.
Right.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's not purely exacerbated.
No. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
And it's not just building new roads or it's all maintenance of them and everything else. So
That all goes. Thank you.
Can I propose in the rationale we keep parking at 100% user paid?
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
And then roading, we potentially up that percentage of user pays in the range, so go from 45 to 50
455.
to make sure that we can get NZTA subsidy and time of use
Yep.
included.
when we say parking 100%, would that be paying for parking buildings? Because obviously, in the
On the street, off street.
okay, so if the council were to build a parking building, the cost of that would be
100%
covered
user
through.
pays.
That's what Napier have done very well. If they've got too much money, oops, I say that. Look at their public
They
records.
want to go some, is it a parking building?
They've got funds to do that.
Yeah, I want to go high there too.
The only thing I would say, if we were going to do something, but we're not going to do, just if we were going to do things like, then from Glenorchy, you park your car and then you get on a bus, and then there's some benefit to everybody getting on a bus, but that's not in the LTP, so we don't usually think about it, right?
Correct.
At least as I for visitors to pay more than 100% of the vote.
Sorry?
I'm just passing a message from Melissa. He said, can
Well,
visitors pay more than 100%?
I guess by grouping parking in with transport, we could, in effect, get roading paid for.
Well, that is coming through in the
Yeah.
parking policy as well, that residents will get preference.
Yeah.
So, that's actually theoretically, let's make it real.
And then what happens with, if we do have offline public transport and we do start to have more, park and ride kind of stuff, we don't want people to be paying a lot for that because there's a benefit in them getting on the PT or whatever it is. So that can't be 100% for those types of parking, can it? If we want people to
Well, I
use.
think the way you do that is through ticketing. You have a ticket that is for your parking and the MRT. That's sort of.
I just think we need to be really careful because
Do we need a bit of
We
room to
need some
move that,
wiggle
another 90-10 one?
and can we explain that in the rationale? If it is a park and ride, then there's a capacity to not recover 100%.
Well, I think the park and ride facility would potentially be on roading.
So it's not a parking
So
facility.
it wouldn't be.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right, okay.
So we would exclude-
Depending on where you draw the line.
So we can write that in, that park and ride.
Well,
They're joined together in
Yeah.
one activity.
Yeah.
Cover it.
Okay.
That one.
Although in Albany, I think they do pay for it, don't you?
Only if you're actually in the confines,
You got to park on someone else's property, you don't, yeah. Okay.
then you pay through a ticket occasion.
Yeah, right.
We have to
I think it's free, but it
address.
should be.
There will be capital, so to
Oh, yeah.
put down capital. Borrowing and
Borrowing, NZTA
NZTA
and DCs.
waste.
People who go exacerbate very much, we're doing all the stuff in yellow we didn't answer, we're combining the two and they're actually different.
Oh, right.
So if you look up here, this was the parking was high, down here it's low,
Oh.
so it can't stay as low,
Why are we combining parking and roading?
because it's all under
One extra.
transport.
Yeah, but they're so different. The unit fractures that doesn't deliver any certainty, doesn't deliver any.
That's when you get to the next level.
Demand management comes part of roading.
We must have loved everything.
Can we?
We finished by 2.
So what's the point of going to keep-
One
Transport and its
one rate.
priority, who beat up it?
What about 2,000?
transport in its entirety, who benefits? Is it a low user pay? Probably is.
No, it's got to be medium.
Medium, yeah.
Medium. International's got to be high. Yep, high. High.
Yeah.
And then how you divvy the pie. Which is.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So basically, this is where you use separate tools to actually fund the activity. So you'd actually, this is where some councils have a roading targeted rate and a targeted parking rate. I kid you not. And they've just got a parking targeted rate of all properties in CBD.
Yeah.
Right? I would say this would be low, right? You don't want a targeted rate for roading, do you? Nor for parking.
Well,
Targeted rate.
Well, why
You
not?
have a fees and charge, right? I thought one of the principles would be trying to reduce the number of targeted rates that you actually had.
But this runs to that broader question is, do we separate the two catch, the Wanaka and Queenstown side? I think that there is still a case that rightly or wrongly, the size of the transport problem in Queenstown is way, way bigger than the size of the transport problem in Wanaka. So at this point in time. So
But in the lifetime of this LPP, Wanaka's catching up fast.
No, but it's just hasn't got the same constraints.
It's not constrained. Yeah.
or the funding, the size of the program. Anyway, I just think that we need to decide whether those
100%.
at that level,
That's where the differential.
That's the next step.
Yeah.
although it's a target of, it's a target rate. But anyway, we'll have that discussion about that because I think there's a case that, how we look at aquatics, even how we look at community facilities, we might be able to have a ward-based approach. Anyway.
Or an differential councillor.
Yeah.
Sorry, voice from the back. I was just wondering, parking and transport together, does that give us the ability to recover more than 100% on parking because it's lumped together as part of the broader?
That's what
That's what
Nathan
it
was
said.
alluding to.
Yeah.
Recover more in one sector
We
and
do
less
that,
in another.
You see, the interesting thing with parking, the roadside parking meters, technically, if you're going only for 100%, you're only cost of recovering of the enforcement of the parking meters and the installation of the car. But if you're amalgamating it, that car is now using that bit of the road for parking. You can actually charge a cost of that parking through the fee that you charge. Right.
Rather than the off-site.
No, off-site. No?
Do on,
So on-site, on road, you can recover. You can't recover. You can recover the parking costs through the parking activity if they've actually amalgamated together. Because
That's the use of the space, not like a rental of the.
Yeah. Yeah.
joined together as an activity, we can recover that cost of that road.
That road.
They're giving us options and then we're going to do it. That will then come back to us. Using some charges.
Right, is now a good time for
Or we just do the benefits.
benefits? Oh, sorry. I thought we'd finished. My bad.
No, we didn't do the percentage. We were talking about the exacerbator, but we didn't settle on a percentage and then have the others split.
I thought it was up to 50, I heard.
Yeah.
50.
Does that mean the other two would be adjusted?
Yeah.
Which means we bring down the community.
Come down.
We wouldn't want an individual to come down, would we?
You have to, otherwise it's.
Well, and individuals are an interesting one
Yeah.
because the NZTA subsidy technically is individual as well, because the way NZTA get their money is through road user charges and fuel tax, which is actually technically a private benefit. An individual BSA, they're right from a government perspective because they're charging a fee. Right? Therefore, the individuals are making that contribution directly through their fuel and through their road.
There's some of roads.
Sorry?
Just some roads.
Some roads, yeah.
Not most of our ones.
Yeah, that's right. It's only if funding.
So it doesn't go, it only goes to the NZTA you know.
Correct. Yeah, but our share that we get from NCGA, what's your share, 51?
51%, okay.
But
So
in
it's-
in an event, we do get an extra 20.
Yeah.
Is there any exceptions to that portion? And the front range used to be like 90% or something, right?
It was an event, we could only do 20%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
But an extra 20.
But it's obviously things that are funded on the GTS as well, so they wouldn't pay for active transport.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's 30. Okay.
It's regular road.
Can I propose we just briefly start on waste management so that you can ponder it over lunch, because it's actually a tricky one.
Okay.
So right now it's split landfill and refuse, which we would combine into one.
And as you know, there's a lot of conversation about facilities in this space, waste management. And what we've found through the business case is that the current split of 75% private and 25% public funding is actually around the wrong way. We're charging too high a fee at the gate for the transfer stations, for the landfill. We're the highest in this, pretty much in New Zealand.
Is that a problem though?
Well,
I feel it when I go.
so
Yeah, but are you seeing the consequences of?
Well, this is my point, is what's the,
A consequence of that is that one operators walk away from our transfer stations because it's cheaper than to do their own and take it to another landfill.
Is that a problem?
But that's not bad, is that a problem? Well, I'm sure, but I mean, that
it makes our
it's,
feel less long.
it's 5 million at the gate that we won't get yet. That's what it comes to. So it's operating transfer station. It's not viable to operate anymore because then the customer's not using it. Yeah, it is a problem. So it's 5 million that's just walk away.
There has to be a connection between the cost and the demand. So, I mean, is it?
Because the alternative is subsidizing.
Should it just be a sliding scale anyway? If you dump less there, it costs you less to run the thing. Anyway, I'm just trying to get my head around. I'm just, yeah, we need to have pretty serious discussion about lumping it onto the community. You know, when it is intentionally user pays, or at least what's the call? What we're doing with water. Anyway, you know,
I mean, if it's not a drive.
there's got to be some incentive
Yeah.
to use to recover more materials and recycle, and we've intentionally done that. We know we've got a different resource. We don't want to, in terms of our landfill.
It's good if it's cheaper for them to take it to these private operators who are recycling it. We've got so many building materials. If it's high, it totally incentivizes something different and makes it viable for them to, and we're not filling up our landfill, so it'll last for longer. So we don't need to do resource consents. We don't need to truck out.
There's a tipping point though, isn't there, where people don't bother to take it to the transfer station.
And
They just
lighter.
jump it.
Yeah, there is.
Question.
I don't think we're there yet for most. I mean,
We've got
it happens.
I mean, apart from, there's a few hot spots, but it's not, fly tipping's not rife. You know, it's.
I think for me, you're looking, I'm not sure how we get there, but it's when you're at the transfer station, you see all the stuff going in there that we know the commercial businesses are separating out. You know, and so how do we actually have somebody that goes, well, 20% of that could be somewhere else, therefore you're going to pay more.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that's what we want is the stuff going into that hole in the ground that cannot go anywhere else.
Exactly.
But we're not.
You want it to be expensive to get rid of it because getting rid of it is not recycling it. So it's counterintuitive to subsidize waste disposal because objectively we're wanting to try and reduce overall wastage in general. So if it's expensive, there's an incentive to maximize the use of the product before it's disposed of. And if it's creating other facilities, that's going to benefit you know, like resilience and other things. I mean, I do see the 90-10 thing makes sense.
The only thing I'd say as well is that costs of these services is rapidly increasing. We've got
Is that EPS?
massive, because of that, but also new facilities that we're building. So the fees and charges in this space will be even higher than what they currently are. Will have
Even
to
though
be
the fees
significant-
right now are too high.
Yes, they'll have to be significantly higher.
If the fees right now are too high, but the fees gonna go higher.
But then we've got to, once again, we've got to understand what are the drivers. You take the new waste transfer facility in Wanaka, and what component of that should we be assigning to growth?
Yeah.
Because, well,
DC's prohibited.
Yeah.
That's
DC's prohibit waste facilities and things.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
I know, bizarre, eh?
Scratching one is the best.
And that's why we made a submission as part of
Which is-
the hours.
which is where user pays has to be the driver behind demand management.
Yeah. Does this sorry.
Yeah, so I think it's tricky because and equally, you know, we've got to debt fund those assets. So how long does the transfer station last, and what's the the borrowing or the depreciation component?
And because of that, it's literally the community subsidising growth because you can't do the DC.
Unless we recover it
Unless we recover it
through user pays.
Yeah.
Because the more users you get, the more they pay, which is the growth component.
So we can use that in the rationale. We can explain that we can't use DCs and
Yeah.
So we can use that.
But I am reluctant. Well, you know, there's a cost to doing business. The cost of getting rid of our rubbish is so and so, and the people that generate more rubbish should pay more. So it's pretty simple.
And it's already, we can't do that through the normal curbside. Everyone pays, even if they're minimising their waste and chucking out 2 rubbish bins a year. I know Pierre does that, you know. I mean, he's still paying the same amount as everybody else. So we're still subsidising it anyway.
Anyway, it's a nice break for lunch. You can have a wee think about it. Come back.
That wasn't complicated.
Can I just in terms of the rubbish bin, right? So what Western staff actually hate.
Yeah.
So they basically, you are provided a bin, but every time you use the bin, you can need to go and buy a tag, and that tag costs $4.70.
Well, we used to have blue bags.
No, this is not. So you get the bin.
Yeah.
And then to put the bin out, you need a tag.
So you have a cheaper rate for the bin.
Correct.
And then
Yeah.
that's a great idea.
But
can you do that on operation?
Sorry?
It sucks operationally.
It does.
Go buy and
So what but then recycling is included in that. It's incentivized, and if you live in town, you get a compost bin which no one uses.
Although the chances of people putting their stuff just using the yellow bin, and then we end up with contamination.
Yeah, but so what Whakatane do is they 3 strikes and you're out.
And then what?
You don't get. They take your recycling bin off you.
You do use a generic ID tag in the bin itself.
Yeah, that's another way of doing it.
And they weigh it,
Yeah.
what some do,
And
weigh it
then
on the way out.
you don't have to do it differential by week. You could just do like, you know, you're either A or B. You either use over 500 kgs a year or under. There's lots of
There's technology.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's, the cost of driving the truck around the district and actually driving past everyone's house is half the problem.
Correct.
And then you also, I genuinely think, why would we want to give holiday owners a break on this? We want them to be subsidising the permanent residents.
That's fair.
So you don't want the people, in fact, that's one of the incentives of doing the service we did it, because the low users actually help pay the residents.
You got equally the Airbnb users, that they produce more waste than the average person.
Correct, absolutely.
So it's like you start.
But up to if they're beyond the 90 days or something, they don't get bills. They have to pay for commercial service.
Yeah, true.
So, or whatever that cover is.
Depends if they actually abide by it.
So we're sorted on waste.
We're going to have some lunch and create some waste.
Nice. Good segue. What's the plan for the
Right. Oh, we're going to just carry on going through these.
Just, Vanessa and I had a quick conversation. Do we want to do the hard ones?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So, I thought they're all hard. So we thought waste.
Was there on Friday?
Okay. How do you good help? The regulatories. Emergency management, property, it's proper, what do you reckon about property? Easy, hard?
Well, maybe once we get through this one.
Yeah.
There's some that are new in there. that
Yeah,
we'll
okay.
have to touch on.
Right, okay. Waste, so when did you end up to over lunch?
Oh, we completely forgot to talk about it.
Oh.
I think we were kind of there.
Yeah.
What you can,
I mean, is the exacerbated right on that one? I'm looking at landfill provision and management at 10%. I mean, heavy users, construction, does it matter? Will a higher exacerbator help us? Do you think?
well, in landfill, the only potential exacerbator would be people who are putting in contaminants that actually then make the landfill or the transfer station difficult to operate. Because you're charging by volume.
Yeah.
It's more the social costs, which is step 2. So the direct cost of exacerbators would be relatively low.
Is an exacerbator that we fill up the hole sooner than we need to?
Well,
because we're not managing what goes in the hole?
Well, in theory, you could be charging based on volume and weight. So therefore, the more you charge, right, you should actually have funds to fill up the hole.
But that doesn't talk about the recycling, and it's not the, the fact that maybe we don't even have anywhere to put a new hole. Sometimes there are constraints. Like the theory is, that makes sense if you don't have limits. But
And is an exacerbator encouraging more illegal dumping?
But is that a cost on this activity or is that a cost elsewhere? Where's the illegal cost? Is this in this activity? If it is in this activity, absolutely.
Well, that means that the council has to clean that up.
Yep.
So there's cost involved in that. And enforcement as well. But
should we be charging that through? Then that is the question.
I don't know. I just threw it out there.
Do we do clean up recovery in those hotspots out of this activity, or is it funded somewhere else? Because we can add that to the description.
Yeah, we could. If it's in this activity, absolutely. If it's not,
it makes sense because
it should be in this activity.
So I think, given when we're trying to develop a policy position, it helps me with a story. And so far, the story for me is like, waste should be a cost recovery mechanism for the most part. So I just wanted to get some insights on what the other, community components or other social components that I'm not thinking of are there to consider.
All the bins on this high street, right? Who's paying?
Depends on which streets.
Well, everywhere. All public
bins.
All public bins. I mean, it's not like coming from a building site. It's not coming from your house. So all the rest of it.
Okay.
Is that just for the greater good that everyone should pay a share of? I don't know.
Well, I think so. Let's straight into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of on a sinking lid in some respect on those bins because a lot of people reference Japan or other countries where they don't have public bins, but I don't think it's a strategy for us to have
good sticks to them.
We're here in Singapore.
One down, Singapore is chewing gum in, but
Focus.
Okay.
With this one, it is the groups though. Construction, can that be one of the groups? Like,
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
because it's not. They're our biggest waste producer.
who else, sorry?
Construction. Or that might not be the right word to use, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's identified.
How would that then flow into charges?
That's my question. Yeah. The fact we've identified them, that we've first
Would there be, I mean, we've always talked about construction and demolition waste as a focus. I don't know if we created a different facility that was more targeted to deal with construction and demolition waste, but then you could more easily separate it.
Yeah.
Currently, we don't have to, I mean, it's in the thinking of the wish list of the master plan for the new.
But then it still comes down to the fact that the only lever we've got is volume and weight charging, and it's demand driven. It's purely user pays and demand driven. So isn't that the right tool?
And the only disincentive is the
Yeah.
charge.
You could use fees and charges for the type of waste.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Is that the incentive of doing that encourages recycling, reuse, recovery of materials.
Charge more for construction waste, in which case it would probably drive them elsewhere, but that would be okay. It would extend it for landfill.
Is Tucker Beach part of this? Is it figuring here, the cleanup? Or closed landfills?
Closed landfills.
Pardon me?
Closed ones, disused landfills, so to speak. Yeah.
So the cost of Tucker Beach. I mean, ultimately, sooner probably rather than later, we may have to clean up a landfill in Victoria Flat, just like nobody could imagine we'd have to clean up Tucker Beach. So just as part of our thinking, this is a problem that continues to magnify with our growth rate.
Yeah, but Victoria Flat's designed to be closed and encompassed and then move on to somewhere else, Tucker Beach.
I mean, I'm not saying never, but they're very different to the one sitting on the stop banks of the Fox River or something like that. These are modern, professionally run landfills in reasonably appropriate locations. You know, they're not down by the river, there's rock and there's, anyway, it's just, the point is that it's not gonna, the river's not gonna move there in the next 200 years and start eroding it out. It's just not gonna happen.
Is an opportunity with waste. So if we know there's private services that are doing trade construction waste and they're doing a pretty good job on separating it and sorting it, if ours is more expensive than just the general unmixed waste, that we might actually drive some business into the companies that are doing a better separation than what would happen at the transfer station. But I'm not sure if we could use rates.
Can't use rates, you only could use fees and charges.
Is it worth putting in the rationale like a strong user fees sentiment?
Because we may not have the technology to sort and separate, but other people do. So,
but if we're doing that,
yeah,
because when we set the rates and we make an estimation of those user fees that we're going to collect, but if we are setting them to a level that is driving them elsewhere, then that means that we're going to have it in the wrap up, we're going to have a higher cost sitting with the community. But that's probably okay. We just have to acknowledge that might be an outcome. Because I think you're right, and the ultimate benefit is that the landfill doesn't fill up, and we recycle.
Do you want us to try and these kind of get a heads around? Yeah, so is the distribution been a bit high?
Seems
too high.
It's got to be high.
Yeah.
Medium.
Yeah.
Very much a generational benefit. I'd say it's medium, isn't it? I mean,
Medium.
If we get it right,
medium, yeah.
Extend to the next. I think it's high. I mean, the ultimate cost is we run out of landfill and have to go new one, isn't it?
I'm just trying to think though, in terms of it being high, it's the impact of individuals that are creating an additional cost, not the users. So you can't double dip, right?
Yeah.
So if someone's using the facility and they're using more, you charge them, not exacerbate that.
And everybody's using the facility.
So I'd say it's potentially only medium. And that would be low, but the costs and benefits would be low. So the individual.
Can we look at the group thing first? Is there a benefit to doing as Mel said?
The group being the construction.
You could benefit of having a rationale that we can't charge for DCs, which is
The only way you could do that is if it was the intention of charging separated waste. If that was, clearly that group was receiving a greater benefit than being an individual.
They're taking up more of the capacity of the.
It's proportional to the amount they pay, right? So it's.
Yeah, no, they're an individual. Yeah, no, I can't see how.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's got to be an
So
individual.
in that case, that's right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
90-10.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, it's like Porto, you get character volumetric charging, it's like that. The more you use, the more you pay, or whatever. This is, we've just got to treat it as like the more rubbish you create, the more.
Okay.
Good luck working that out.
Capital will be borrowing and
Borrowing. Grants.
Why have we got 10 of the groups? No, I think we abandoned
that one.
Yeah.
So what percentage of user fees do we want for waste activities? That was for just the refuge, but then the actual landfill was 75% full. Would you want to go range between 70
and 80?
And 80 or
yeah. So we should 90?
90.
Or well, you're saying it's too high already, but I don't know how the community can keep subsidising the growth. If that's what we're doing.
You're saying at the moment it's about 35.
The landfill is at 75% private at the moment, these charges.
But did you say that in actual fact it's the other way around?
That would what staff would recommend.
Oh, right.
Which
recommending we change it to.
Yeah, just because the costs of those facilities are going up. We're building so much.
So the recommendation is to subsidise more from rates.
what would that do to rates? Like what are we talking about per property? If you flipped it.
We'd have to model.
Have to model it.
I just don't think we can subsidise the construction sector. Like we're paying 100 users on refuse. Why on earth would we not do the same for construction? That's.
I think the transfer stations and TIP should have their own P&L, shouldn't they? Should be pretty clear what the costs of that are, and if we're going to recover 80% of that from the users of the transfer stations and 10% or whatever goes on to the community, this should be quite straightforward to work through.
Yeah.
But I think if you say, well, this is what the cost is, this is what the cost of the service, this is what the cost of that is, this is what the disposal fees, this is what the ETS fee is, we should just be able to present that as a P&L, and there'll be some standing costs, which are there all the year, depreciation on the gear and the employees, and then there'll be a variable cost. I guess we just need to look at what's the, how do we portion that fixed cost onto the variable. That's, every ton that you throw through the transfer station, how much that is a bit represents a slice of the fixed cost. Because that would be a sort of easier one.
I think my suggestion is let's leave it where it is.
Yeah.
And let's do some modelling on it and come back. Otherwise, we're going to be debating.
Yeah. Okay.
It's tough now.
Yep.
But the only thing I'm saying is that the refuge 100%, it's not private, 100%, and then it's via a waste management charge, which is a rate. It's not actually our user fees.
Yeah.
It's a targeted rate. Yeah.
Targeted rate.
It's a targeted rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can actually have an individual benefit being used by way of targeted rate. It's targeted to a specific property. Right.
This is one where we have to combine them again.
So what are we combining?
Community assets and waterway facilities.
Oh. So this is,
Well, waterways facilities being physical stuff, it's not services. It's not it's wharves, ramps, jetties,
Structures.
those things, rather than the actual services. So in that respect, they are community assets.
What was it before? We targeted recovering 10% in fees and we recovered 3 or something, or 6 or something. It was not very much. But it's notwithstanding.
they do that together, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, it's a fairly easy user group to box out, and only people with boats use boat ramps.
Of the occasional car.
Okay.
I mean, as I said before, my argument is that we dump it all on the boat users and provide the same. The point is that we need to recover more money so we can do more, provide better facilities. And
doesn't this also fit within the transport task force context and the transport crisis context going forward? What do we want to achieve? We want to make sure that the lake and rivers, where appropriate, can be used more effectively for transport as well. So that's another driver that's not captured.
Yeah, that's true.
So therefore, it's not just about getting revenue to do things better. It's about enabling probably private sector solutions to meet the community demand. And all we can do is enable it, probably better than we've been doing.
But even if you were to, I mean, we build bus stops for buses, you build jetties, ferries. The question is, how do you pay for them?
So at the moment, we have a waterways concession, which is paying for that.
Well,
it's not usage.
So a very small amount of user pays,
Right.
Yeah, but that's predominantly the harbour master services, not the jetties and
Well, that's only what we have done. We could do.
I mean, it's not really, I mean, you think about it, that concession money could be used for something else and everybody else paid their way. Why should the shot over concession subsidise everybody else's use, you know?
Well, I suppose because the argument, like with dog control or with whatever, or the police or whatever, is the harbour master performs a service for the greater good because it protects swimmers, it protects boat users, it protects pollution, you know, whatever. So that there is a greater good which we've acknowledged through the reason we, you know, fund the harbour master service. But I think that's different to facilities like ramps and jetties and stuff because they have a more stronger connection to user purpose.
Looking at the physical infrastructure, I would say, you know, with that more view to water transport, then it's going to be more like 20 or 30% community to individual benefit.
If we include services, or include,
or just where it is actually looking at who's benefit from having the town here.
It's a case of the proportions of the costs of the different activities because you've got the holiday park, you've got, you know, the waterways facilities cost a lot, or the wharfs, but if they're only a small portion, if you bring that percentage of community funding up, then we could be subsidising wider effectively campgrounds and so on.
If we're lumping all in the same box.
Yeah, they're all in the same box. So we just got to, that's the thing, if we're pulling out waterways facilities, totally get it, but we're not. So what proportion of the cost is waterways facilities?
Well, we're subsidising freedom camping sites 100%.
That's not that around.
You're not winning the case there.
Apparently not. Yeah. For boat ramps and jetties, in terms of a fee, you don't charge a.
No, but we should, and particularly for well, not for jetties, like in general, but we should. The problem is we don't recover hardly anything out of that whole sector, and there is an opportunity through commercial permits for council-owned jetties and structures. So commercial users should be paying a few $1,000s a year or something like that to contribute towards the facilities.
Yep.
And they are. No, they're not. Not in Wanaka, they are. That's it.
Or you go change to Perkins or anyone
Well,
else.
they lease them. They lease them.
Yeah, but so that it's paying towards.
But they're not council owned, they're facilities that are leased to, for an
But the
exclusive
question is
use.
how
So-
much would we recover from them when there is a resilience benefit, the shit hits the fan, they clear off, we're still.
Well, that's the
using it.
balance that you've got to find.
So
But
this is where lumping waterways facilities, which with a higher community benefit with some of the other assets, which you would want to recover 100% of your costs from, might be tricky.
No, it's not being paid for, they're paying for this little G fee in there.
the commercial operators in Wanaka and most of the normal public jetties do not pay a cent towards using commercial operation of those. So dual image, single image, water taxis, all that in Wanaka don't pay a cent.
So the last time I checked, I know nighttime tourism pay gram fees equal to all people fee that they pay council.
Well, and the
Commercial operators.
yeah, but it's only they only pay $50 or something, don't they? It's just a season pass like everybody else.
No, I think it's more than that.
Okay.
Gavin.
So these existing are, 0 and 100 and 90 and 10. So can we just go 0 to 10 and 90 to 100?
Yep.
You done with it now?
Yes.
Sorry.
The question is, the fees that, just going down the detail, the fees that you charge, what are they? Just help me.
We $5 a boat ramp and $60 a season or something, season pass, and
Oh,
it's about the only fees that we charge currently. I mean, and it's really poorly enforced.
In terms of capital, is my understanding that Contact Energy built the highway wiring? Is there
Yeah.
opportunity for other funding to come in to help subsidise capital? That's worth acknowledging in the facilities piece.
Oh, I would, don't disagree, but I would put that in terms of your capital spend, sponsorship and subsidy for capital, because generally those organisations will want to give for a specific project.
Yeah.
Right, rather than pay for operational.
That's what I'm kind of thinking, creating mechanisms that we can raise revenue through that, well, raise capital through it.
I don't know, I can't think of another recreation sector where we subsidise it. A specific, well, yeah, but I think look at those other things, we're trying to recover more from playing fields and sports centres than we do from programs.
Yeah. So should we reduce, I mean, you've got 20 to 30%, I'm almost go.
If I run 30 seconds here, you can easily just launch off the beach, then it destroys the beach, which we don't own, and then become problematic as well, so.
But we can just launch off the beach in Monaco apart from the outlet.
Out at North Lake, past the, sorry,
Put the numbers.
yeah.
Where would you put the numbers on the?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the point is that we need to recover more. And so that's, I mean, I don't think, I
So
think
you
we've
don't
got more
want,
job of it.
so you don't want the community number at 20 to 30, you want it lower? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's the benefit, remember, not the.
Yeah,
fund.
but-
I'm talking about
but-
funding.
Yeah,
I'm talking
but they're
about funding.
related.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying, the current funding is, for waterways is 90-10. So can we just make it 0 to 10 and 90 to 100, somewhere in those ranges to get 90 to 100%.
I think 20 to 30 for community is a bit high.
I think the balance needs to be somewhere towards the middle, not at one end, but anyway, he's saying he wanted more out of it. You've got to recover more back. Yeah.
It's already sitting at 90.
Yeah, but we don't recover that.
No, we
No,
don't.
that's just the benefit, remember, that's not the funding.
No, the funding targets currently.
Yeah.
90%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
90,
Yeah.
completely subsidised, yeah.
Yeah. But it is because they concession.
Well, it's not really, but yeah, it's because we don't attempt to recover any costs out of it.
So
Um,
we could,
Anyway,
can we park that to the user fees and
yeah,
charges
yeah.
conversation?
Yeah.
Do we think that given the totality of the activities in there, that the community benefit is 20 to 30% up from 10?
Oh, I was thinking just about the Jackson's, I was thinking about it.
Or we're lumping them together. So if we're lumping them together, we need to have a think about, well,
I like that 80-20 rule because it's a credit principle.
so will we go 10 to 20 in the community benefit?
I'm
And
fine with the benefit. I think it's the funding that's the issue, because the people go and stand on jetties and do feed the fish and whatever. I mean, there is a broader benefit.
we're not just talking about the jetties, we're talking about
I know.
Town Holiday Park, leased campgrounds, Wanaka Airport, forests, rental housing, elderly person housing, road closing.
We don't have any elderly person housing anymore.
Okay, anyway,
But,
so
yeah.
given the totality of those assets,
That's
because
good.
that was 100% private benefit, we're now leaping to 20 to 30. I'm just, if you're going to group them, you've got to think about the whole lot, not
Gonna group them, then that's probably
a bit.
that 20 to 30 is
A bit high.
too high for the community benefit.
Yeah. So let's bring it down to 10 to 20. Or leave it at 10.
10 to 20 is fine by me.
10 to 20 is fine by me. It covers the resilience.
Move on. Okay.
10 to 20?
10 to 20.
Oh.
Ah.
Yeah,
Okay.
But we'll still have to cover the ones in yellow, the period of benefit and the cost benefit of separate funding, because they're different between the two activities.
Period of
Do you need to
distribution.
charge it?
Distribution of
I don't know how
benefit.
this is charged. This,
It's probably
Yeah.
it's pretty thin.
Yeah, must
Must
have
have
a
been.
charge. I think.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Is it got a
Donald, no.
Sort of, yeah.
So,
So is the
we haven't had
distribution,
enough.
is the distribution of benefit high?
Both of them have high.
Yes, mate. Like I need it, anyway.
No, it's
We're
here.
going to say 90% of it's going to be.
But that's not distributed. Oh, you use pays as high.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just counterintuitive, isn't it? Distribution of benefit.
Intergenerational equity.
Yeah. Intergenerational equity.
Yeah. High or medium.
Medium, not high.
These are teachers.
Why is exacerbated pays low?
No.
Because we haven't got any exacerbator over
Just
the
work on the next one.
Yeah, it's both. Yeah, plus benefits. Okay, moving on.
We're just waiting on
We're just waiting on the keyboard.
So the operational.
What one do you want to do next, Kathy?
Yes, so we're up to economic development. Do we want to skip that or go to regulatory functions?
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yep.
Yeah. So we've got regulatory and enforcement own activity. Which currently at the moment has every type of animal control, environmental health. Just they're all split out separately, but they've got very similar funding splits.
Just on the economic diversification, I know in theory it sounds like everybody benefits, but actually because we're targeting specific sectors are benefiting. You know, film's benefiting, tech's benefiting. So I'm just not sure that.
We're going to come back to them if we're running
Yeah.
Come back to
time.
Okay.
But the issue is we don't have the ability to target specific types of businesses.
So that was the groups thing, right?
Yeah, but we don't have the ability. So for example,
In terms of funding.
yeah, you're saying is we don't have the ability to target, you're concentrating on tech. We don't have the ability to target tech businesses in terms of rating.
No, but we have but we do have user fees, which we could up for film and so on. I don't know, but they're separate activities, but they're also linked.
It's got to be cost recovery.
Yeah.
Okay, we're live now?
We're live now. So the period of benefit, could we land on that one?
And I think we said low.
Low for this
Yep.
Separate funding.
and then low for this, or medium still?
Lows. There'll be also leases. Some of those community assets will have leases. And there'll be capital. For waterway facilities, bridge, wharf replacement. So again, we're borrowing. For those.
Was this the one we were just working on?
Just working on that.
Yeah.
Well, just to get it done. So regulatory, we're okay with grouping them all together instead of all this sub-categorization. A lot of them are.
Regulatory.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're jumping way down and
Yep.
we're skipping all these others?
Yep. Yes,
But they're new.
I know, we're gonna come you with,
Okay.
We'll come
back to it, don't panic.
hopefully these ones are easy.
So you want to lump environmental health and with parking and environmental enforcement and liquor licensing.
Yeah,
And
liquor
control.
licensing, control, environmental health, parking admin with bylaw and general enforcement.
Tricky because there's a lot of diversity in there.
Yeah,
Sorry?
there's a lot
There's
of-
an enormous amount of diversity.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I just back, I'm not, I hear you, and we actually haven't had a decent discussion about this, but in fact, what we're talking about here is actually enforcement, right? As a whole, as a group, and the issue is, what's the difference between animal control enforcement and health enforcement, right?
Well, the easiest way, I mean, when you pay income tax to central government for the police, you don't go like, well, a certain amount for a certain enforcement that you use. You pay for it whether you use it or not, and it's just a function that's provided.
Food permits, whatever, you know, if you run a restaurant, you pay to get an inspection. So the service, the benefit is to the community because it's making sure the food is good quality and not going to make you sick, but it's paid for by the operator. Now, liquor licensing should be the same, is that if someone applies for a liquor license, the cost of that should be borne by the, even though we're the ones who drink the beer. But, I mean, there's general enforcement and, parking enforcement is paid for by parking tickets. And other enforcement, I'm just trying to think.
Dogs.
Dog control is paid for by dog permits.
Yep.
So I'm not sure there's any aspect of this that is actually funded by general rates.
Currently, the targets are 70-30 for
I know there was
animal control.
and there was for animal control.
and liquor.
Yep.
So
It's even liquor and stuff there.
70-30.
The problem with both liquor and health, the fees do not generally, that we can legally set, do not legally recover the cost.
And some of the central government,
Yeah.
So then,
I know that the hearing out of Talia recently cost way more than
we can't jump.
we could ever recover out of the application fee, for instance, because it was an unusually complex.
There's a lot of submitters.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to go.
Could be. and the same too, as if you've got to do an investigation into a dog attack, there's only, you get this amount and the cost is this amount, right? So I'm just trying to, yes, they are different users, but the principle I'm saying is almost identical. The principle is almost identical. And so I think we've got to think about is this principle.
So
that you're saying
the benefit that it's largely borne by the fees, but there's a component of public good. And which is how big is that?
And there's a component that everyone benefits by all this regulatory, whether it's animal or health or whatever, but there's also an element that we can't recover.
I just want to make a comment on this because I initially thought they were quite different, but I'm leaning towards that they are being quite the same, and this is where it comes down to that funding mechanisms. And the reality is we've always talked about the 70-30 split, and I'll just give food as the example because it's what I know the most. But the reality is the food businesses we do recover from them 100% of what it costs to audit those businesses. What that doesn't cover is the what's the right word? The the work that doesn't get paid for, which is the checking up if someone's made a complaint and things like that. And that's really the public good part of it. So, and I think it's probably not that different from any of the other ones. So in some ways, and I don't know the numbers or whatever, but being able to put into the operational that in terms of full recovery of the costs of the audits, which is already done now anyway, and then that public good, or whatever we're calling it in our community, is the what's the word that I'm looking for? The checking up of people when complaints are made, or if a dog does something to get stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 70-30, right?
But just
Investigations, isn't it?
we spent a lot of time getting to these numbers in the background over the years, where staff have gone, oh, well, this is what it actually costs, and these are the overheads, and these are this, and these are where it works. And now we're planning to pull them all together.
For me, it's who pays 30%, right? That's discussion. Now, nobody's making anyone around here open a pub. No one's making anyone open a restaurant. So you're part of that ecosystem if you're in that business, and you're socialising the cost of your business, right?
Yep.
Because that's, if you look at it like that. So I would say if we're not recovering 30% of the cost of activity, we should be looking at differentials between residential and commercial to where we allocate that. And that's how it would go, because it's unreasonable for me to run a liquor license and expect everybody in the community to pay towards the fact that council can't cover the costs of me running a liquor license.
That's right, because in the first instance, they make a profit, aren't they?
But as a business, who's the better community? Probably the business community. Who's going to benefit from good enforcement of parking? Who's going to benefit from good enforcement of food hygiene and liquor licensing? It is, but it's not just the community.
So where are we looking at with numbers?
I think the 70-30 is still right, but it's what we do with the 30.
So 30 community,
No.
30 private.
Well,
I said so. I heard, right? And we're talking the funding mechanisms. I heard 70 fees, right?
Yeah.
Now I heard from the mayor that, I'm going to be bold here, 30% differentiated general rate.
Or commercial.
Well, you see, we've also got animal control, right? Why I'm saying differential, that opens the door to have a commercial differential.
For part of that bucket.
Yeah, well, it opens the door. Then we can, when we get to step 2, we can actually see how far we want to open it.
Does including the dog thing cause a problem there? Like, would it make sense to lump the commercial ones together so that you can go down that road and pull the dogs out?
Well, we just need a range again.
Because
but I think it's still there. So I think going back, like the community good bit though is all the work that's done in that regulatory space where you don't get to find something. Right? It's when the police stop every driver, not all of them drinking, but the police there, and it's deterring people from doing it. It's the dog people out looking at people whose dogs they are picking up and things like that. That's going to be funded somehow.
What's the percentage? Because this is what we're going to get to, is the numbers on the board, not we're all talking, but what we need is numbers, guys.
I heard 70% fees, 30% from
the rates.
And then the question is, if we're trying to do one rate for all of these, we're bigger, aren't we? We're going bigger than that.
We're going bigger than that.
I think we're all in agreement to that and happy to move on.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Right.
Just a case of did lumping the dog thing in, which is not commercial, change anything about down the track. I don't know if it
there are fines in the dog.
No, in terms of if we wanted to rate and put a higher commercial differential, does it cause a problem? Because dogs aren't commercial, so that's what I'm saying. It's something the right.
I wouldn't worry about that, right? Because I'll explain when we get there rather than now.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as we can deal with it.
What I'm saying is this opens the door. When we come step 2, then you describe how far we let that door swing wide open.
You said parking in there 100% enforcement.
Yeah.
Easy change.
When we get a commercial dogs registration discount, goes the other way.
So working dogs, right, anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's keep
It's on
going.
farms, right.
Yes, yeah.
We have.
Were we happy with all this?
Yeah, yep. Right, next, Catherine,
Building consent,
building consent.
services, sorry.
Oh, building,
Recently had a presentation work page done by Building Services, and that 80-20 thing came up again, and they said quite explicitly that that was the right balance. So we're happy to for the consents, because in the same way there was always going to be a component that had a advice, student planner, kind of things that they weren't able to recover.
Yep. Sounds good.
I don't want to overcomplicate this one.
Sounds good. Next.
Yeah.
So what are we on?
building services, and also just on that enforcement.
And a general rate for the rest, the 20%.
Yep. I mean, you could be, this is I'm not saying you'd want to do this, but there was one council further south in here that originally had a targeted rate for this activity based on improvement. Not
No,
right.
no.
So rather than the capital gain, just the improvement, so if you build something, you pay the rate. Well, that's going down the too complicated stuff, right? We're just, yeah. And also I think that's right, because I don't know if you read down this far, but there was a family that had a whole lot of illegal buildings in my neck of the woods. It cost the council a small fortune to take enforcement action, and they got a substantial fine. Right? But didn't pay anywhere near the cost of that enforcement.
We've got 15 minutes.
Yep.
Emergency management. But we can go back to economic development.
Well, emergency management, can I be brutal here? Isn't this public totally right? Community good, because all you're doing is preparing for whatever is thrown at you.
There's no emergency, there's no benefit. So,
well, it's the preparation of it, and until the emergency happens, you don't know who's going to benefit.
That's not a tricky one.
That's fine.
Moving on.
No, I didn't think it was. So that's got to go to general rate.
Yeah, it should go to general rate, but again, because the benefit, most of the benefit is to property, but also to community, and there's a distinction in the Act. There's both CDM Act or Emergency Management Bill protecting life and property. There is a commercial benefit, but if it goes to general rate and it's capital value, then that's covered, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, stick with that.
If you're on land value, it might be different.
Nice and short, it's property.
Thank you.
It's 148.
We did cover democracy.
We have covered democracy.
Right, back to economic development.
Back to economic development. And that's it, is it, Catherine? Not one that- What are we missing?
Well, the enablers as well.
Sorry? Is that all?
The enablers don't have.
The neighbours don't have an activity.
Yeah, economic development.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I think it should follow the democracy.
Yeah, that's, yep.
So,
Economic development.
tourism and promotion.
So if we go to economic,
It's really tricky, this one. I feel like the levy needs to be separated out.
this one's 100% mixed, there isn't just a different one.
Yeah.
So you can ignore everything that's.
But just the tourism promotion one, oh, that's destination management, so that's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Sorry.
So we want to start with that one. So,
Yeah.
Tourism promotion or destination management, I was going to call it.
So where are we starting? So I've got this one on the screen. We've got economic development up there.
Just below that.
Just below
Yeah,
that.
that means economic development.
Come back to it in a
Come
minute.
back to it, okay. Towards the motion.
Which is destination management going forward. Are we comfortable with a 95 by?
This is the levy, right? This is what we're
So,
coming
yeah,
to.
but 5% at the moment is a uniform annual general charge, so we want to continue.
So we're not talking about the question of whether we have a levy or not, we're just talking about if we do have one.
Yeah.
I vote 100% private, no community,
Yeah.
5%.
That's interesting because commercial operators may not want to care about destination management at all.
Yeah.
Whereas the
So we
public
are
does.
getting, yeah, exactly, so
The
that's
general
5%.
No, but is it just like?
We are going to get the organisations to come in and present to you about what they do and how they're structured and how the.
Are they changing what they're doing though, is the point? Because at the moment, there's still a mandate for tourism marketing. It's not destination management unless they've changed it out to the members.
I think you'll find they probably lean more to destination management than destination, definitely more than a 95%.
Their
Yeah,
members.
members.
Yes, yeah.
They have a constitution, so as far as I knew, they were still largely tourism promotion, unless something's changed.
Destination management, they're a big part of it.
The numbers, in the detail of the numbers, Matt would know because you're.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of work in DMP,
Yeah,
even though
in
it
terms
wasn't
of-
funded by government.
In terms of the amount of marketing and where it goes, what is that, you know?
Oh, we know the exact dollar figure.
So we need to, yeah.
They'll come and speak.
But that's for later, but I
But there are
don't.
we would have two different figures if it was destination promotion versus destination management. Because for destination management, you would argue that the community good benefit is much higher than if it was just tourism promotion.
Like destination management is like.
Well, I think we've got a whole plan on it that we will bring, so, or that not me, but the previous
If they're
council.
just implementing that, it's a different thing to if they're marketing, you know.
But
so-
the most effective marketing in tourism is a positive experience for those who come here and then they tell 20 friends. So, and it shouldn't need to focus on marketing per se, because the government has diverted the international visitor levy into doing the marketing for us. So there's no need. So I think if anything, yes, there needs to be that conversation, but it should be more about DMP.
You would argue that, you achieve the objectives of the DMP by carefully marketing.
Sure,
So,
and remarking the right way.
You attract what you want rather than.
It's still numbers, it's still people, it's still the growth, it's still, you know.
Not necessarily.
So where do we
But
think
it
the?
So, yeah. So my question here is like someone went through this with the DBA and they went to their members and said, what are you happy to pay? And they said, we're happy to pay this. And then it became a cluster at this table because of that 5% on the general charge. So do they have the ability to charge their own members for what their members want to pay for it or not? I guess is a discussion we have here today. If we still want to be involved in that.
Well, it's a pass through. It was always, we've resisted them increasing their rates over the last few years because of the impact on the average rates overall, even though it's a pass through for their members. So we need a policy on this as to whether we effectively do what they want as well, what their members instruct us to do, or whether we continue to make other decisions based on the.
So that's not the place that they have that.
No, but is there an opportunity for us to put something like that in there so that enables us to say, right, this 5% is tagged to something else. If the members want to increase their fees, that's fine, but it won't increase our five. Because when it's a percentage, it's not an actual number, but if we had it tied to a number that was tied to something, I don't know how you tie it to something else, but so that if they wanted to increase it, we would be like, that's fine, but now that will change the ratio to 97 to 3 or something.
At the end of the day, but they're all funded through rates, which is going to be included in our rate caps.
So
just.
So I mean, and we're probably the only council in the country that does this.
Yeah.
I mean, the APBA is different because they are a chamber as well as an RTO, but not really an RTO under the definition of an RTO, and they would fall under the marketing that DQ does, for which they get commercially rated. So it is very messy at the moment.
So if
the original agreement for us to collect this rate was for, I think it is for the purposes of tourism promotion. So we're not allowed technically to collect the rate as it is for destination management, and that's the discussion we need to have. So really, that discussion probably precedes the numbers that we put in these boxes. Would be my.
So we put a hold on this until we've had the discussion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've wondered if in that whole context, though, that the 5% is problematic, and it's about communication in the future, that if we focus on, because everyone, when there's discussion about rates increases on the average home. So if we reduce that or remove the 5% and then shift it entirely to the tourism operators and then have that conversation and perhaps transition out of this arrangement into something that they collect their own levies, then meanwhile, we actually allow significantly more room to do other things. First 5% and then later the whole lot. Yeah. So it gives us more. So I think that needs to be noted that this is a changing context.
It's in the context of a debt cap.
Yes. So it's not just tourism, but it's all commercial.
Yeah, that's right. And that itself is problematic.
Yeah, so is the kid that handle his farm, benefiting from the tourism promotion? Yeah, I find so to be arguing not. But my business, conflict declared, benefits tremendously from that. So I'm happy to pay. I'm not asked whether I'd like to pay, like the Arrowtown businesses were all asked, and they all said they would. We've never had that discussion.
Is there the ability to do some sort of grouping where we recognise tourism businesses, draw some sort of a line, and it could get rehashed in the background as in the membership, and then come back as and I'm not talking about necessarily this LTP, it might be the one after, but we've gotten to a certain size where not all commercial users benefit from the tourism promotion. We need to change the group that pays somehow.
I guess it comes into differential that you could identify visitor kind of.
We don't have that category, but it could be quite useful to have them. Yeah.
Do we get
is it a commercial
industrial classifications information that we can link to rateable units? I don't know. Because there are standard industrial classifications.
When you register your company, doesn't it have to have an ISA code?
The issue
administration
is administratively, but also it's the identification process. Right?
Yeah.
It's not naturally captured by our good friends QV.
No.
Therefore, if it's not captured by them, Vanessa and her merry team would have to go out and collect that information. So
there's one organisation that will capture that is ACC. They will have that down.
Yeah, we don't have access. It's the same as the Robert, we don't have access to their data, right?
All right.
The issue is it's got to be the other track for young players. It's got to be as of 1 July. So you've got to be that sort of business as of 1 July.
So that's why I think essentially that's it now. But the intention to transition to something else.
I don't disagree with that.
And this is the problem, is every time we have an LTP discussion, it gets too late to have the discussion and transition. If we're not starting this early with them and sitting them down and going, actually we've got a debt cap now, rates cap, we have to different model, or we potentially have to.
So one of the things we want to bring back is a control that you would like more of, or is it, or do you want them to? Yes, we want to have that conversation with you. So we're just trying to find a time. That, I don't know if they've got the date yet.
There's a renewal in between.
It's not leave it too late.
See it in that last thing. It's in September.
Cool.
Because this is the third LTP at least we've been talking about.
Just conscious we've got 2 activities left.
Cool.
Yep. And then so we need to fill the boxes in. So economic diversification. Do those principles seem right?
Probably not, this is literally.
Oh, there was nothing. Okay. Start again.
You could have actually blanked it out.
It's economic diversification. Who's benefiting?
So what do you think activities would be in this?
Well, I was just saying, I went to the Startup Queensland Lakes board meeting recently, and they've got new members who are taking it in a new direction, and their focus is on creating, a wide service for the whole community, where people have ideas and help accelerating into them. Because there was this conversation of going, the other approach, which they have done previously, is tag themselves onto startup businesses who could have succeeded anyway, and they just take credit for them, in which case they're not providing a benefit to the whole community. Given how they're funded, they want to be as like wide as possible for those new startups. So for me, that and the way that they're doing that, I think, is really in service to that purpose. So that's why I can be comfortable now to go, 100% on community, because it's a service that's provided to the whole district. It's still, this whole budget is less than at 5% on the tourism promotion funds that we put in as well.
The other reason, like economic diversification, was driven out of COVID response, and that we had an over-reliance on tourism. So there was a community saying we have an over-reliance on tourism. So if COVID hits again, we want other industries. So benefits to them.
Yeah, I was identified in the emergency management plan in 2012.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Because earlier, it's all that stuff with Gigatown and the Cube and the startup Queenstown Lake started before COVID.
Yeah, that's true.
So question, how much, yes, it's community, but it's also business, commercial benefit.
Well, that's what it's shifted. So I think previously it could have been more professional and more on the scale-ups rather than the startups, but now the motive is turned more into the people with ideas, helping them accelerate to what was going to happen anyway, and having a wider, more social benefit in terms of like culture rather than picking an Olympian.
Yeah, picking winners. So as far as groups are concerned, should this therefore either exclude tourism or piggyback on tourism because it's already successful?
Well, I think the sentiment that Tech Queenstown are trying to do is that tourism tech are trying to be ancillary to the tourism train, and they're separately funded through, I mean, there might be a small grant from us and the team, but they've also got funding from Target Polytech and a lot of businesses and other things. So they're carrying that train. And then I think the rest of what's left is around that wider benefit.
Or the role of QLDC perhaps in providing facilitation and intelligence?
Yeah, it's mainly a network. So the best cost for it is connecting people who have ideas so that they can actually get somewhere with them and connecting them with mentors. Just connecting them is basically all we do.
So the pretty frugal question is this and it probably has been in that greater good thing that the whole region benefits from economic development, or is there some way to target?
Yeah, that's the question.
There isn't really a function to specify unless we try and create some sort of royalties out of some capital raise or something like that. To go, first table, like,
as you said, it doesn't exclude, we don't want to exclude third party funding, so we would identify that as being an opportunity. But I mean, rightly or wrongly, and I've been critical of startup, but if it's a thing, then it has a broad benefit. I mean, so I think we just have to put in that box.
How do we know or whatever that we are not the only funder? And I think that expectation of this activity is co-funded. And I hear the message that some of these people have done really well, are happy to go and talk to the new people, but where's the money coming back in? You've been through this process, you're very successful. Where's your contribution? We shouldn't be, but by saying community 100%, there shouldn't be an expectation that we are funding 100% of all of this activity.
And they
in that ecosystem.
They have now recently got MD funding as well.
So that's great. So
the startups pay something when they go into UC services. Do they contribute anything? I know this isn't just startup.
Sort of if a startup by nature is not going to have any money.
But value something that you have to contribute.
Yeah, no.
I get that. It's one of those, like, you sort of get an hour help with finances and then connected with a mentor who's usually giving it pro bono. So it's not and again, I had a look at the budgets last week. They've underspent in every category. So they have a culture of not spending it if it doesn't need to be there. So that's what I'm saying, is that I've been given reassurance, having looking closer at it, this is 100% community benefit. That's the thing we're talking about.
Well, but this is more than just this.
This is more than just startup.
Yeah, true.
This is the economic
Yeah,
diversification.
But it's still.
It's the implementation of the plan.
I think it's at least 50% commercial, at least 50% commercial benefit, not just community. Because if that's,
But this is about our costs and
Yeah.
how we pay for our stuff.
Yeah.
Not what the startups are paying for.
yeah, I'm talking
Yeah.
about the bigger picture,
Yeah.
it's these guys. So,
So for our,
But then,
our
but then say, what would be the private costs to economic diversification? How would you genuinely charge another business
I'm not saying,
to subsidize? I'm not just saying.
Subsidise the
practically.
development of other businesses.
I'm just saying they should be rated for it.
Well, you can't rank because they don't exist yet.
No, the broader,
No, he's talking about rating existing
broader
businesses.
Well, they,
They won't be.
I don't think other businesses are going to want to support other competition, like this is a community
Yeah.
developing more economic diversification, which is good for the whole. It's
Yeah.
not, I don't think you can load this to
And we
business.
just have to make sure the numbers are right and then what we're doing does contribute to everybody. That's
So-
the,
So can I interrupt on this one?
yeah.
Because what you can do is note that the business community as a whole benefit, right, as part of your rationale, and we consider that as part of, do we actually have a commercial differential for all commercial properties? And we weigh that up amongst all our other activities. So it's not actually a targeted differential rate, but it's part of the general rate.
because all businesses benefit from a more resilient and diverse economy.
Correct. Yep.
I don't like the
are we happy with the, we should cross those out here.
Yep.
Is it anything more than a low on any of those?
No, it's a very ideological.
farming people's quite low.
Yeah, exactly.
If we were at the other end of the economic spectrum and struggling and trying to grow a failed economy, it'd be a different story. But we're not. We are in an enviable position.
I think there is an individual benefit though. I think that needs to be noted. We may not be able to charge it, but there is an individual benefit for some of this stuff, isn't there? I mean, the businesses that are using startup, very small part of it, but there is some, whether it's 5% or 10%, I don't know, but I think we need to acknowledge that some people are getting more benefit out of this than others.
Don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Just in terms of that individual, I would put potentially.
Zero to 10.
No, I'd actually go, I mean, just, you can actually go around the 10, right? It doesn't mean that 10% of this activity is going to be funded by individuals.
No, it just says we're the benefit.
We're acknowledging that they benefit. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
And in terms of groups, is the commercial sector, if you're talking about that, is that something that is a group that you? I'm just saying how to apply what this is.
Potentially, you could actually say that the remaining benefit could be, where are we, 10, 45 and 45, right?
Yeah.
As high as that, because yes, the commercial as a whole benefit, right? But so does the whole community.
Because they get more jobs or?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Or their costs are reduced because there's more tech being used, so they're more efficient and productive.
Yep.
Cool.
Still waiting.
Last one.
Yeah.
Last one,
Tell your
films and
story,
events. Or events, let's call it.
Oh, that's got to be 100% commercial, isn't it?
Yeah. It's roading though, under the activity, it's got roading, so what does that mean?
It's a copy.
It was a copy of
There's a
this.
copy, ignore that.
Oh, we can get rid of road, okay, excellent. Perfect.
Obviously, events have a community benefit. Film is more targeted. So,
How much community?
yeah.
So this is interesting because it's the economic development, but we're not lumping them together, are we?
They're separate activities.
Yeah.
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 Oh, there's
Oh, yeah, they're in it, yeah.
film, south,
So this is
and events. Yeah.
There's a little bit of community benefit there. Like it certainly offers employment.
Yep.
Opportunities. There's a Lord of the Rings, for example.
I suppose it depends on what you call it, because clearly one of the reasons they like film was that it promotes the region, which people argue benefits all of us. You know, as you say, you've got employment, you've got GDP, just pure economic amount they spend in the shops and the stuff twice a year.
So there's always that element. Sorry, there's always that element like with warbirds ago. If we didn't contribute to the grant of waste, if it's still finding money else, like they're fully funded commercial events that we can have a hand to play in, but don't need to be too onerous over, given the demand is really high and the availability is limited.
Yeah, that's a good question. Some of those things, like some of the startup funding, where it's going to happen anyway. It might be better to require those events to do the things that we're funding them to do, or encourage them to do that.
Separate discussion.
That's just. I think it's more weighted on the user pays in terms of like high proportion, small proportion. I don't think it's 100%.
Do you think? Yeah, I don't think it's 100% groups. There's some community benefit in this, isn't there? Yeah.
I think if you
It's
think about
100%, this is just a.
cultural events, I assume is lumped into this as well, which is probably not a commercial event at all. So there's a lot of events that are for the community.
Some of that came into
Year will be New Year's Eve.
some of that came into community partnerships though. Some of that's come from events.
Is it 80-20? Going back to the.
My favorite mix.
80% community and 20%.
Just throw
No, no, not 80% community,
Film is
other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
80% group.
20%.
And I'd say it depends on how you do it, because it's like, if you looked at a commercial event and you said, okay, 20% of it's going to be funded by the council, like you look at the whole quantum, I don't know, it depends on how you calculate it, right? Like, oh, no,
It's
sorry.
our activity, our contribution to it.
Sorry.
I think the challenge there is in the film bit, how much is that of the pot, and the events, how much is that of the pot, because they do have innately different benefits. So I think we can capture that and note it. Then I think that.
It needs to be sensitive against what the outputs will be, and if there is something really weird when you calculate it,
and for events, most of the benefits and the exacerbators, like when the marathon's on, the whole basin comes to a halt, and similar things happen in Wanaka for events too, when there's particularly 3 big events on the same day. So there's exacerbators that maybe, but otherwise for the film sector, most of the benefit goes straight out of the district. Some of it stays here and there's a multiplier, but most of the financial benefit leaves.
Oh, there was a prestige rating, but the fact that you've had Lord of the Rings here, it's got the well-being of the community.
Could we add a note that we expect film to pay 100% for its sound? Is that?
So fees and charges will be how the film. Stuff is
So just
paid.
checking the film office does cover its costs for film permits.
It should do.
Yeah.
They get other funding there as well, don't they? Get MB funding and things like that.
Events will potentially have third-party funding, but general rates for the rest.
Differential general rate.
Unlike local authorities, where movies get their GST back.
And the grant. And the tax. All
Very
right.
good. Thank you very much for that. That was.
Thank you.
Yes. Please sense check it all.
No. We'll send it back to you and you can.
So the first tab off the rank in our next workshop will be actually just critiquing this for
Oh, cool.
a short period of time. All right. We're on from 1 o'clock, I think. And I'll have
To go, Penny, up to you.
Sorry.
We're running late, so.
Hopefully you have lots of energy left.
Yeah.
So we're just warming up.
No, we're not. We're really together.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just hand to Campbell. So what Campbell's going to do is just talk about the work that has been done on the visitor economy, because we had indicated that we would be able to address this in the work, and you've just been talking a bit to Philip about that. It's a bit more complicated than we thought, of course. So Campbell's going to run through the work that has been done, and we've got rationale, and at the moment doing some further work to be able to provide more information into the next discussion we have around Philip's work, and then the Philip's work and the rating model and
how it could be incorporated. So Campbell just explained some of the complications. Rationale's doing it because they did all the original work in relation to the visitor levy. So one of the things is when you're looking at this from a visitor levy perspective versus what tools have we got available perspective, actually you put a different lens on some of the expenditure and the methodology. So we're actually refreshing the methodology so it can be kind of used for both purposes. So Campbell's going to talk about that, and we'll go from there.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Benny. Kia ora koutou. So yeah, basically summed it up. I can get cracking if you like. So just kind of reiterating what Penny said from the beginning. The purpose of this is to better understand visitor apportionment across activity areas. I guess just like Penny just mentioned, the original apportionment did rely on a lot of assumptions made at a high level for advocacy purposes, essentially for QLDC. Applying that same data to an LTP level is quite a different exercise, as we've discovered, because there are like a variety of assumptions you make about I guess visitor numbers, differences between visitors versus international and domestic, as I mentioned earlier, and apportioning revenue and expenditure on both sides as well. So it's essentially a more complicated picture than taking all of our visitor levy data and applying them towards that activity areas. So this is why we've got rationale on board for the second part to inform that work. So just kind of highlighting.
So just to highlight, one of the things that we did, the work that's been done today, which supported the visitor levy discussion, was about expenditure. What we're bringing into it now is what revenue we already gather that comes from the visitor economy. So we didn't have that other side of the picture in the previous conversation. So that is part of the work that's happening as well. So sorry, Shane, back to you.
That's no worries. Just a refresher, this is where the levy has come from as a inception. 2018 was the original business case done by Martin Jenkins. Then you had the rationale quantification, which was 2018-19, and we did an update to that in 2024. There's been some developments in the space as well, all basically pointing towards this levy, so just kind of why we're here, basically. I'm sure you all know this very well. And then I guess just reiterating what we'll show you this time. So essentially, we're just going to present some findings about the visitor levy and then identify where the next steps will be in this. And so this is just the knowledge that was used in terms of the assumptions that were used for the visitor levy. I guess something to highlight over here is that growth was assumed to be funded by DCs within the apportionment, which is, I guess, as we know, slightly problematic. So I guess we will try and reconcile this moving forward, but it's just another maybe example of how taking this visitor levy data and applying it in this context is not necessarily as easy of a fit as we could. So that's just another example there. So this is just kind of the high-level findings from this. Nothing particularly groundbreaking in terms of what you may or may not know about the visitor levy, but a key kind of takeaway is that 67% of all of our visitor-related apportionment is water, because most of our expenditure is water, as you know, and water is used peak demand. So it's basically peak days when you're being built. So when you were to apportion the visitor expenditure, you would use a peak day ratio, which is basically 1.25 visitors per resident, as opposed to an average day ratio, which is what we use for a lot of other CapEx projects like transport. I guess was something that was raised earlier, but in reality, that may not look like average day, like we talked about, because there is a degree of obviously traffic and levels of service that you need to have in those conversations. So just as a high level, these are the main findings, that growth is taken into account in the methodology, but this can be problematic in terms of that we're not fully funding DCs, and then once again you use the peak day versus average day ratio. So with the update, we'll probably look to kind of re-examine some of these assumptions made to see if we still get the right balance in terms of visitor versus resident split. But at the moment, 14% is basically the headline that we've been using for the advocacy measures. This is roughly CapEx, 45 million versus OpEx 31. So it's mainly CapEx, it's mainly water. Any questions?
I'm just wondering if you might be covering this, or you might have, if we had collected the right amount of DCs in the past, and if we were rating appropriately, so I'm looking at peak day using your resident ratio, I still understand, because we are rating VA, we have a tool to do that. We put our dwelling equivalents in and we go, oh, 0.3 for every BA unit into the system. If we had been doing that differently, if we had been going, you know, we had been using those tools catering for peak demand, what would have popped out the other end if we'd done that exercise?
So
the question overall is, do we need a levy if we use our tools right?
So that's what this piece of work is investigating. Can we better use our tools so we don't need a levy?
Might be awkward given everything you said for the last 5 years.
Yeah, but I think that is the case.
You know,
But when you
but
look
I
at
mean, let's be honest.
it's
I
the
mean,
case.
Given we haven't got it yet.
I know we haven't got it. We've just spent an awful lot of political capital arguing for it. Anyway, that's the point.
I would also say that.
So that's why we're doing this work, because that was what was requested in the early workshop, was could we make better use of the existing tools we've got to get better recovery. So the growth part of it, this doesn't take into account that we don't fully recover DCs. What this assumes that we do, because this is why we're re-looking at the methodology, right? So because the way that they looked at it for the analysis that supported the visitor levy was ensuring we didn't double dip. So if developers are paying a development contribution for accommodation that is for visitors, they are essentially paying already for the visitor component of that. So then we shouldn't charge a visitor levy for those costs.
Yeah.
And so we didn't. So when we're looking at the cost apportionment, we excluded growth infrastructure costs. So that will probably still carry through the new methodology, but we're just checking it.
But we excluded growth infrastructure costs, but when we did the cost driver stuff and we apportioned things to growth, we were getting that wrong as well. So what assumptions did we make around that in terms of what should have charged?
We just used the same, whatever the assumptions were in the LTP about the proportion of the investment that was growth, it was excluded.
But if that was wrong, then we come out.
Yeah, but I mean, but
so there's nothing we can do about that.
That's covered off in the slide.
Yeah, I know.
Recognises there are some latent debt costs that we haven't recovered, so that is addressed in this.
Yeah, and so that the peak day, average day, isn't about how we calculate the cost of the actual projects. It's about how you apportion the assumptions that were made by the modelers in terms of how you determine how much of the cost that's shown in here was visitor related versus resident related. So you go, we mean water costs. The visitor component is based on the number of visitors versus the number of residents ratio at a peak day visitor. But if we're looking at transport costs, the visitor cost apportionment was calculated based on splitting it. The resident to visitor ratio was based on the average day. And that's why we're looking at it again, because that was an assumption that was used at the time. And when I say used at the time, it was just used at the time to estimate what proportion of our costs are attributable to visitors versus residents. This isn't about sizing any of the costs themselves, costing the projects, anything like that. This is just the methodology that we use to estimate if we're spending $1 billion, what proportion of that relates to supporting visitors and not our residents.
And to that,
in order to determine whether we have revenue tools available to us to recover that. The reason we did it in the first place was to then advocate to government to say you should pay us the levy to pay for this. Seeing as that hasn't been forthcoming alongside the continuing advocacy to get the levy, in order to be able to use an alternative tool like rating, differential rating, in a different way than we're using it now, we need much more granularity and robustness in the methodology about how you say the proportion that relates to visitors. So that's the work that we're doing now. We're also looking at the revenue tool side and saying what tools have we already got where visitors are actually already paying something.
so to that, and this is going to take 2 seconds to answer, and I asked Catherine, but I just want to make sure because it's so jaw-dropping. It's a great soundbite. A few pages earlier, you said 48 visitor nights per resident. Resident means ratepayer or human? Because the difference is 70%.
I can check that.
Is it 56,000 people or 32,000 people?
It's residents, it's not ratepayer.
Resident should be people.
So it's 2.7 million bed nights, and they're all international. right?
No, they're not on list.
It says here they're international. Page 21.
I could double check that. That was just taken from our previous kind of methodology. I guess it's a question of data as well. They probably use this because international bid had more robust data than you would have domestic. Because I guess part of this assumption is that you would assume that domestic tourists come here, but they have maybe a bash with friends.
Yeah.
Freedom campers also come. So this is why the data is hard to apportion from the first place, because even getting a register of Airbnbs in the district is quite hard as well.
Yeah.
And so
to Penny's point, the more granularity we get on that box, the better.
So that box isn't used in the methodology. That was just used as a soundbite.
Yeah, it was just
because there's actually multiple different ways of measuring how many visitors we have in the district, and that international bid night is one of them, and it's the highest one. It's not the same thing as how many people are here on any given day. There's lots of different methodologies for that. So part of what this process is working through is making sure that it's revisiting the way that we counted it for the purposes of the original analysis, making sure it lines up with our demand projections, etc., which I think it does. But that's a different measure than the 47 nights, international bid night.
Useful to have that number. And
absolutely.
When DQ, I asked them a question a week ago, what is the best estimate of our total guest nights per year? It's 5.8 million. That's where the figure they're up to.
Yeah.
In terms of total guest nights, visitor guest nights in this district. So it's significant.
Yeah.
And I think part of that reality check is, yes, we can try and work out what the costs are, we can identify where the funds are, but we still need to do that reality check. Does that sound reasonable given the numbers that are visiting?
Yeah, so that's part of what will come back, because there is quite a difference in the way that you calculate a bed night versus the number of people actually in the district, which we've navigated a number of times supporting the demand projection calculations, and we've worked with DQ on. So DQ is aware of and we agree the different measures with them, as so that we're all using the same numbers. But the detail of that will come back in the next page.
Just a quick point before we're talking about differential pricing in terms of parking, pools, recreation, free camping, toilets, congestion charging, all that other stuff. Obviously, there's a way of adding value to residents to feel like coupon card of stuff, but the other benefit is that it can create data around who's using these facilities, who live here versus who isn't. Has there ever been thought of a way to solve a problem first, whilst also collecting the data and information to then solve another problem later?
Yes, but it's not part of this work. So, sorry, I'm just going to have to make sure we can stick to this, because we've got another item after this that we need to get through as well. Like, yes, if we had the ability to do that, we would have better data.
Yeah.
But it's all part of a bit of a circular conversation about needing for and paying for the infrastructure you need so that you can collect that data and so that you can have that differential pricing, because there's a cost to it. And you'll be talking about that tomorrow, because it's in Tony, actually Tony's not here, it's in the transport investment program that Cameron will be talking to tomorrow. That's the kind of base investment, is putting in place all of the technology so we actually can use these tools. But anyway, that's a separate thing.
So the total number of visitors, as John was alluding to, is almost double that. So something like 46% domestic. Is that factored into the considerations in that those people have already paid back, so therefore they need to be treated differently? No. Okay. No.
So that the rework we already did on this took out the differential between domestic and international, which the original analysis did, and I think we'll be doing the same with this, because for Queenstown it doesn't matter to ratepayers who are paying for this infrastructure whether the person has come from Auckland or the person's come from Sydney.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, the portion is the ratio between visitors and residents, not the number of performers illustrated. Thanks. So if water was taken out just as an example to show, and maybe this is just useful to know, that another assumption over here is that back inserts is served both water and not at the moment. So portioning those out would be a more complicated exercise, I think, is going on. So another highlight is, I guess, when you take out water, the picture does change a bit. And then just
highlighting what we talked about earlier, so more analysis will be done on this. We'll be looking at it as an LTP decision-making tool as opposed to the levy advocacy tool, which is a different purpose. And then we'll be looking at the methodology choices as well, refreshing those. And yeah, so I guess ultimately, if this work is useful from a visitor levy advocacy point of view, it still shows that a visitor levy is very much needed for the district in terms of being a proportional way to advocate for spending that is related to the number of visitors that we are supporting as a district. So I guess even when you do take water out, the case for a visitor levy is still there. It's the main headline, yes. And we need to think about things like debt as well in the future. When you're taking on debt that is related to visitation, and then there's a long-term interest for that debt. So that's what we'll be doing in the next step as well.
Yeah. And I'd just like to add, following on, building on a comment that Quentin, I think you made last time we talked about this, about taking out water's not relevant because, we have enough costs of our own. One of the things to consider from a levy perspective is if we get down the path of a levy, it would be likely we would have to work with the water service entity in terms of sharing it, like what does it actually get spent on, because there is a significantly more visitor-related costs that the water entity will incur than us.
But I think
mostly because the visitors mostly use our transport networks and our water network. And the transport network part that the visitors use is not funded by us. And so this becomes a complicated future scenario for a levy. However, we are looking at using this information to feed what tools we can use as a council to recover our costs. And they are two different things.
As we're coming back to this, really want to get on to the growth.
I'm sure we can go a couple of action lists because there are some burning questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on, transport, if there's a congestion charge in the future, and with water, if there's volumetric charging, what does that then do to the visitor levy? Because those are the two big costs that are incurred by the visitor economy.
So from a water perspective, that was originally why we just took water out altogether, because volumetric charging is kind of the direction. However, even if the water entity makes a decision to put in place volumetric charging, that's not likely to happen for some time. So if, we were to be given a visitor levy starting in a year's time, for example, there might still be 4 years where the water entity is not got volumetric charging. In terms of congestion charging, in any of the pre-work that's been done on that, the majority of the routes for that are actually NZTA roads, not council roads.
We wouldn't get the funding on those.
I'm not saying that, but it's then a complicated scenario to then say where are all the revenue sources from visitors, who's paying the costs for the infrastructure, so where does the revenue go?
The gondola on the motorway, that's something NZTA.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said last time, we really need to change the narrative on this because we don't want it to be overly constrained, and I get that they're going to want to define, but transport's a massive one where we've got an infinite amount of work that we can do, both us and NZTA. We've got a whole bunch of crazy ideas about that need operational costs like gondolas and things like that we could support. But, someone mentioned jetties before. If we wanted a ferry service to support the things, we could use the visitor levy to build the jetties to help support the visitor economy, to help support the transport network, But as I've said before, between public toilets, the extra, services, the bins and the car parking, or the technology we need around the transport network, lookouts and all the pretty stuff that we want to do, museums, whatever, there's going to be absolutely no problem in getting to $30 or $40 million a year on visitor-related things that can be absolutely and well and truly justified to the visitor economy.
Oh, so there's no question of that, but I think it's probably worth making clear this work isn't about what new things for visitors we could deliver for visitors. This work is about what are the core things we're delivering now, that what proportion of those are used by visitors, and therefore the costs of delivering them should be recovered from visitors. What the government might want us to do if that we go down a visitor levy path is exactly that. Actually, this should be invested in new things for visitors. That's not what this work is about.
But the whole point of the visitor levy was it was new revenue, not replacing old revenue. And if we go down the
But it's new revenue to cut so that we can reduce revenue needs from somewhere else. That
not
was
necessarily, no, it was so we could do more, so we could deliver more. It was, this was all, this is, the problem is rates is a fixed revenue pot. We can't milk it for any more. So we needed new revenue. This had to be revenue on top. There's absolutely no way it was,
we can look at another way, identify all of these costs, and we could chuck them on as rates for whoever we think is benefiting from it.
Yes.
We could do that, couldn't we?
Yes.
And then we get rate caps, and then we have to take it all out. I mean, I think for me personally, having this pot fully quantified, everything we can think of, from the rural road ends, the freedom camping, to the waste bin, whatever, it has to appear in our, as line items, or be granular somewhere in our rating plan, so we can show this is how we're currently covering it. But if we took it out, this is what it goes to our rate. I think we can't have two different measures, can we? And that's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
We
So
had a different measure.
well, it's not that it was a different measure. It's just that the methodology was done using high level assumptions at a high level to support an advocacy position. We were always going to have to do more detailed work to support an actual visitor levy as well. So this serves both ends. It enables us to support use of tools in the LGP. It allows us to confidently put the detail into the kind of public domain. It also enables us to have detailed information available to government to say, here's the evidence of what our residents are paying for the visitors are using.
Yeah, I just wrong question. I think it has to be new revenue. It's got to be.
Okay,
so,
take one for John and then.
Yeah.
So, in that context, there are plenty of secondary roads that are very expensive to maintain, and we're not currently maintaining them adequately. So it's about a level of service that adds value to the local economy and reduces the need for investment from ratepayers as well. And then there's our part of public transport as well, which should significantly serve the business. So there's a couple of things there that's transport related. Question though, does the Water Services Act 2025 allow for a transfer of something like a visitor levy from us to, or is it just a shared, how does the Act treat that?
It doesn't.
It doesn't prohibit it?
It doesn't prohibit it, but it doesn't explicitly allow for it either. Neither does the LGA.
No. Okay. Thanks.
So just to your point though, any revenue from this can be put into new things or existing things, like decisions on that are for the future.
Will you be calculating the whole?
What does that mean?
As in looking at our existing policy, going where it actually doesn't, our rating policy and our DC policy, and looking at the gap where we failed to collect from VA and DCs from VA.
So all the work on the visitor levy has been done, assuming that we are not. That's why we need a visitor levy, because if we were adequately recovering the costs of visitors from VA, we wouldn't need a visitor levy.
But there's a difference between the need because our policy isn't appropriate and the need because our policy can't collect what we need. There's a difference, and I guess for years I've looked at these policies and gone, we've not done it right unless we acknowledge that we haven't done it right. To me, there's a case for doing it right in the future and actually using the tools we have to collect, but saying to the government, we have under collected from the sector this much over this period of time.
I think what I'm hearing is we are working on what it costs, then we'll be working on what we're actually recovering, and that gap is going to be what we need to focus on.
Unless we understand what we did wrong, we won't.
Well, I'm sure looking at what we're collecting will involve daylighting some of that.
It'll be coming to them in 20.
Yes.
So I know we're really going to cover the next topic.
Yeah.
And the punchline of this one is we're coming back with the revised information to feed into the exam.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. What do you think?
And there'll be more time, so we won't have to rush through it then.
Yeah.
I hope.
That's fine, we'll make time. We need to, it's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Town, so we need to make time, yeah. Okay, cool. Well done. So last but not least, growth covering its costs. Saving the best till the last.
You know, can we get more from visitors? Can we get more from growth?
Yeah.
I can consider this one bit.
There we go.
Written by AI. Was this written by AI?
No.
AI.
Is the name of the company that
Hero is also an AI platform.
Is it? Didn't know that. So I think Natalie has been here before talking to you, so I'll just hand over to Natalie rather than introducing her there. But she works for a company called Ira.
We'll put it on QLDC sites next time. Good to know. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. It's nice to see you all again. And thank you for having us here. I just wanted to introduce my colleague Nathan as well, who's been doing a lot of this work with the team. He brings a wealth of knowledge from having done a lot of DC and related work for other councils as well. So it was useful to have Nathan here to the extent you want to go into some technical detail, if at all, today. I'm very mindful we gave you a pack of reading and there may be some questions around that. The real purpose of today is to go through with you around some choices so that your teams are able to get some direction from you around the sort of key policy trade-offs and ideas around growth and how you want that to be funded going forward. And then we come back next time with the framework, which is currently in draft and is being worked through with your teams, but it's very much subject to the discussion today, which wants to focus on the principles and the trade-offs and the direction that you would like to see taken with this framework to enable growth, to fund growth going forward. I'll pause there. Is everyone happy with that as an approach for today? Amazing. Before we go into the framework principles and the choices, were there any particular questions around the fairly lengthy pre-reading pack that we gave you? Is there anything anyone wanted to cover before we jump into the principles and trade-offs?
I'm just really intrigued about what's gone on in the background over a period of time. And the thing that stood out for me that I hadn't realised was that the LGFA doesn't count development contributions as revenue, which would then influence our debt headroom and our covenants and so on. So that if we wanted to embark on a huge capital program, it would be better if we needed the headroom to apportion more costs to level of service than to growth. And my concern is that that may have been deliberate in the past in order to progress a massive capital program since around 2018, and that the community has suffered as a result. And I don't know where to find, I don't know, it just doesn't feel accidental.
So I can assure you that there is no deliberate misallocation between level of service and growth in order to get the outcome you're talking about. What it does mean, though, the point you've picked up in terms of the LGFA covenant is that we have to have rates at a certain level in order to access the borrowing for growth. Now, those rates don't pay back the growth because the growth debt gets paid back by development contributions, but whether you classify it as level of service or growth, rates are the lever that enable you to borrow the debt.
Yes, so that if you're apportioning too much to growth and not level of service, you will potentially not be able to achieve the same level of debt headroom.
It is the same, by the way.
No.
Because you have to, sorry, I'll let you answer it, because you still have to set the rates to access the debt, to access the debt. The rates aren't used to repay the debt. You have to set the rates at a level to access the debt.
But if you've got a high level of service, you're getting a higher level of rates. If you're setting, if you're setting a lower level of service and a higher level for growth, you've got more revenue coming via DCs than you have through rates, which will impact your.
But you can't count that with the LG base.
That's the point, is you can't count it. So that's why I'm saying we may have artificially increased it, because our level of service is high. It's been at like 40%.
We focus on fixing the problem.
Well, they asked if there were any questions
Yeah.
from them, and that's why I'm asking. Because I'm just, it goes to these sort of perverse incentives and why we've done things wrong in the past potentially. And
So we haven't done a deep diagnostic because that would take a really long time, and I don't think you need it audited. But there's nothing that we've seen that suggests that there has been anything that goes to level of service versus growth that we wouldn't see elsewhere. And you would have seen in our notes that actually this is a problem that a number of high growth councils face, because you see this exponential growth. You also had, during that period between 2018 and today, you had COVID in there. So your levels of escalation and growth were phenomenal. And what you've had in conjunction with that is a 3-year renewal of your development contributions policy. So there's been a number of things there that have factored in to mean that perhaps you haven't been recovering fully the cost of growth, but it doesn't necessarily, I certainly wouldn't have looked at it at any point, and it's never occurred to me that you're over allocating to level of service versus growth. It's more just a function of how your policies have come together, some of your processes, and the amount of growth combined with the level of escalation that we've seen.
so you think we've been proportionate enough to grow?
So, I mean, notwithstanding, and as I said, I'd rather be forward-looking with this, but I can think of 2 very discrete examples where we were clearly over a slight level of service. But I'm not going to litigate those because I'd rather look forward. But I was looking at this graph on page 6, which is the one that's got the CapEx versus the DC revenue one. And this is a question I asked at the last LTP and couldn't get an answer. And this graph is interesting because it says the divergence between growth in CapEx and DC revenue is expected to accelerate, split further apart, and significantly increase, requiring further significant increases in debt. Why doesn't it require the increase in DC recovery? And this is the bit I don't understand why CapEx is going like this, but DC recovery is flat. I mean, surely there has to be a correlation.
So the forecasts that are coming here are coming from the 2024 LTP.
Yeah.
As I understand it, there was some assumptions that were made about the timing and collection of DC revenue, where they thought that where they kept it flat. So you are right to assume if you increase your allocation to growth, you would have a DC revenue that would show upward slope.
Yeah.
But I understand that there was a decision to keep it flat because.
Well, I don't know if it's a decision. And I appreciate that. As I said, looking forward, how do we fix that problem? That's what I'm looking, because I just cannot accept that DC revenue is a flat line. It's you know, almost all the infrastructure we do is growth related. So the primary recovery tool is DCs. So that's
what's the incentive to not?
This framework is highlighting the things that have happened and then what settings can we put in place so that in the future we can recover more. So that's what we want to focus the conversation on today.
So one of the things that came to us when I read it was also the escalation of costs. So the fact that we're collecting DCs on the things that are in the plan 9 years out. By the time we come to do it, they've tripled in cost, or we've under collected. And so how do we shift the dial there? The development levies might allow it if we ever get there. But it just seems to me that, yes, we've been up against our debt headroom. Whether that's constrained the placeholder figures for CapEx that we've put in the plan over 10 years, but it just seems every year that gap has got bigger and bigger, and that's all just lost. It's just debt that we're carrying that we'll never recover.
I'd like to know what Hamilton did that made it look better as well. They did a much better job of part of that. So.
I think too, Catherine can talk to this, but your team have been making incremental steps in terms of recovery. So, bringing in inflation on an annual basis in terms of your DCs when you collect them. There are a number of recommendations that we've made which are minor in terms of substance, but will make a big difference. So things like, being able to update your cost escalation, including the timing of growth from the day that a decision is made to
enable the infrastructure instead of waiting until the development occurs. So there are a number of smaller things that you can do to start to enable growth, to truly pay for growth. And there's a sort of question, which is what we wanted to talk about with you today, which is, you know, how far do you want to go in some of these parameters? Are you truly pushing every piece of growth cost, you know, to growth, and what does that mean in terms of facilitating growth in your region versus, you know, where you've been at the moment, it's possibly a more moderate position on some of these things. So there are choices which you've got, and you know, Tanya is bringing the DC policy back next month for you to consider.
Do you think it has been, you said moderate, I would say we've been incredibly conservative. Do you think it is moderate, or do you think it's conservative?
I think it's moderate. So there's a journey, and there's a journey that a number of councils have been on as they grapple with growth, out of sequence developments, all of those sorts of things. And you know, there's only so much you can do under legislation. So your team have been trying, I think, pretty hard to make sure that they are consistent with the legislation. You're also a small council, so we're trying to get everything done with the sheer amount of growth that you get through. You're responding in a different way.
Give you one example. I know it's all the CCO territory and volumetric charge agreement, but you know, when we have DCs and we look at a housing development, we assume one house with one residential unit which has 3 people in it and 2 toilets using 120 odd litres a day per person. We're not building houses that have 3 people. Yeah, we're building houses that have got 10 people living in them, but we're only collecting DCs on the basis that there's 3 people in there. So how do we, volumetric charging, yes, and things, but they're 4 or 5 years. How do we stop going backwards every time we build a house?
So there's a couple of different dimensions to that. The first one, to your point around residential, you have one, as you say, for residential house. You can, under the legislation, differentiate between number of bedrooms and things like that within your DC policy. That will change the number of dwelling equivalents that you have.
But we don't at the moment.
You don't at the moment. So that was one of the recommendations, was to review that. So you take Tauranga, they have a 1-bedroom house, a 2-bedroom house, and a 3-bedroom plus house. So a 3-bedroom plus has a 1.25 DDs per property. 2 is 1, obviously. Then if you have a 1-bedroom house, you have a smaller.
Yeah.
So there are mechanisms like that for that specific issue.
Okay. But I mean, those are all the things that should be.
Yeah, so these are all of the things that are in the mix, and you'll be getting the kind of fulsome framework to look at next time. What the team wanted to talk to you about today was there's some particular principles where they want to understand how far you're prepared to push the boat out. What you'll get next time is all of those kind of different levers and how they fit into the framework. But this time what they wanted to talk about is being clear that these are the principles that you want to apply, and then on the next slide are the things where they're recommending we kind of push hard in those direction, but they want to know your appetite to do that so they can build it into the framework.
Have you got your binoculars with you? How far the boat is.
Should we go into the growth framework principles?
Yeah.
A good place to go now.
You want to go on to the one with the stars on it? I think it's pretty straightforward if you wanted that direction.
Yeah,
before we leave.
Yeah. So if everybody's happy that these principles are consistent with what we want to do, then we can just go to the next.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll zoom in so we can look at them one at a time. Is that the best? Yeah.
Thank you. So that first one around the definition of growth pays for growth, you know, our recommendation is that you know, if you're truly serious about it, you use the full extent of the legislative powers that are available to you. Now, the reason why we've put this on here is that requires some investment by your teams. It requires a bit more documentation and process around things like spatial planning and structure planning. Your team have done an amazing job, but if you're going to push the boundaries and use legislation to its full extent, you need a bit more detail that sits behind it. We have made some process recommendations, including that you would need some dedicated capabilities so that you have a single front door for developers to come into, that they can coordinate across the organisation and make sure that you're not being played off.
Which we don't have at present.
not a single point of who sits over it. So our recommendation is that as a resource that would be very valuable. But again, these are investments that your team will have to make. You need to understand that there is a cost out, associated with that, with a long-term return. But they are very real decisions for you to make, especially in an environment where every ratepayer dollar matters, which is why we flagged this to you as a where we would recommend you go, but there is a trade-off associated with going down that route.
Just before you respond to that, I think I should have added this at the beginning, actually, that this work has been done with the Water CCO establishment team people, and the board, I imagine, will see this as well. Some of these, so we've had the discussion through the statement of expectations about the fact that we can't direct the DC policy of the entity. They set their own DC policy. However, there are some of these levers. I'll have to put some more thought into which of these, but at this principal level, some of these might be things that we can set expectations on for the water entity through the statement of expectations. So I think just keep that in mind as well while you're now responding to this and we're having the discussion, because getting a view from you on both sides, water and not water. Now, whether we can push the water side or whether that decision sits with the board, I need to explore, but having your view on both sides of it is useful. Sorry, just before you jump into actually answering this. Sorry about that.
You might maybe just also to add that based on Natalie's findings and based on the direction that they give themselves, we're also feeding this straight into the QLDC future work that we will talk with them monthly.
I'll just go for it. Just interested to know, and you won't have the answer now, but is there a way of calculating what the ROI on that initial investment would be in extra personnel and dedicated front door?
It's a really good question. We would have to go a little bit deeper into finances numbers for that. Again, probably. I guess my question back to you would be, how much benefit is that going to? Is that a justification thing for you?
Well, it's the way you make the decision, right? What's the ROI on it?
Which I understand. The thing with this is it's a forward-looking piece of work, so you're going to then have to estimate. So for some of these really big developments that you've got going on at the moment, it's probably quite a bit of return in doing this.
Well, we make decisions based on 51% confidence. So.
I understand your first point of point. How does this work now that some of these are a CCO? Would this be like a shared service type?
So the CCO will need its own system for collecting DCs, calculating, working with developers on infrastructure. However, that needs to be done in an integrated way with council so that we have, we're taking a system approach. So that is one of the things you won't have seen it yet because you've been sitting here while I've been sitting downstairs updating the statement of expectations, but it's in your inbox. And that's one of the areas that I've tried to clarify and strengthen actually in the statement of expectations. This is an area where we need to be joined at the hip with the Water Services CCO, so that we've got we're taking a system approach to working with developers, not just in relation to development contributions and how we fund growth, but also where growth happens, where investment happens, where infrastructure is built. So yes and no. They'll do their own thing, but we'll be connected.
Is there any tools now that are now available that weren't previously that help us sort of better calculate these things? Because I keep thinking, I was like, oh yeah, I can do all this sort of stuff, but I just want to be real about the limiting factors of all this extra work on that.
So the predominant limiting factor here is having someone that is regularly updating and reviewing your spatial infrastructure plans to make sure that the density assumptions which feed how much growth we expect to happen in those growth areas remain accurate for what the development is actually being delivered today and likely to be delivered in the future. So there are examples where the structure plan is a few years old and is assuming a couple of thousand hui less than if you updated those densities to reflect some of the densities that we're starting to see in development today. So it's having that person that is actually aware of, this is the spatial plan, this is where we're trying to grow, this is what densities we're expecting to see. To achieve that level of density, this is all of the infrastructure requirements that we would have across all of our different activities. This is the overall cost of that, and then matching that up on a regular basis versus what's actually in your DC policy.
Which is really important to you to see in the fast track announcement last week by the minister. This is exactly what you are going to need to be able to respond to those fast track applications within 6 months when they come.
It's tricky though, because we're dealing with two separate things, aren't we? We've got zoning enabled capacity, or as you said, structure plan, or whatever, and we've got infrastructure enabled capacity. Now, we've got, I can't remember what the number is, it's 30,000 or 60,000 houses enabled, zone enabled capacity. We don't have a program that's any remotely big enough to deliver infrastructure to that entire zone enabled capacity. And we've got all these other things like infill and stuff like that, which creates a whole level of complexity. So how do you reconcile those things? We just can't have a program that deals with the zone enabled capacity. It doesn't exist.
So can we just put a pin in that conversation? Because this is about how do we fund the infrastructure we build for growth, not how do we set what our growth program is. That is a separate point.
The reason I was asking is because what was being explained to me was that we need to be able to map that out in order to work out how many dwelling equivalents we're spreading the cost over, which determines the amount we need to pay for the DCs. Now,
because there's funding and delivery, and they're two separate things, and they're not necessarily linked, but you can't deliver until you've got some funding.
And you can't ask for funding until you know what you need to deliver. But the decision about what level of infrastructure you're delivering is a separate decision. What we're talking about here is you need a system to be able to link it all up, regardless of who you are.
Example at lunchtime, saying you build a wastewater plant, for instance, and that gives you 5,000 units of capacity. Now, how big an area that's spread over is almost irrelevant, because you've only got 5,000 credits. You've only got 5,000 holes in the system. So, yeah, I was trying to sort of think about it in those terms, but you know,
if we can just try and link to these key points we're trying to get direction on.
One of these points.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm trying to. So just on this first point, to me, it's we've got smart staff, we've got teams of people that are working on spatial planning and so on. I don't understand why it's about adding more people and not just adding better systems. Why is it about a person and adding that resource? Why do we not give proper direction, have the good, right policies in place?
So there's two parts to this. One is the capacity of individuals to work. The second is when you look at a DC policy, there are inputs that come from right across your organisation. So your planning investment team that's doing the spatial planning, the structural planning, the finance team that's doing cost estimation. You've got so many different strands coming together. And one of the things that we had is that it's a real challenge bringing all of that strand together. And so we've seen in other councils, so Auckland's a good example, they have a DC policy lead. That person's job is to make sure that every year they go and see all the people that they need to. Is this number right? Where did you get this number? Have I got this number documented?
Across the organisation.
The whole organisation. So they are filtering so that you don't have a situation where one part of your business is doing something, another part of your business is doing something else. And the second part of that is there is always innovation in the way that other councils are doing things. The Auckland Council has got very aggressive in how it does DCs for greenfield growth. That person can connect with the Auckland person. And so you're making sure that you are drawing all of the best from within your organisation, as well as that wider sector thought leadership. So that's the.
So we're not starting from an assumption that this requires an additional resource. What they're saying is a role that does this thing is something they have recommended. We haven't taken up that recommendation. It's not in any plans yet. And it could be we're doing QLDC in the future. That could result in a total reconfiguration of the teams that do this work. So there's not an assumption that what we're saying is there is there's a gap in the way that we organise ourselves around delivering on
It's a business process that's been identified that, would need to happen for this to work.
It is a business process, but the inputs are not system inputs. So systems are great, but they need the inputs from the people. And at the moment, there's probably insufficient capacity in the system to give the inputs that are needed to move to a more robust framework.
I guess I would say I would be in support, but I would be in support of looking within our existing people within. We've got.
I think we're
You're looking for a steer now.
Yeah, I
For
think
this
we-
first point. My point is, I don't care how you do it. We all want to have full flexibility in that legislation piece to the full of its extent. How you do it, what it costs, that's to be determined. I'm not going to tell you how to do that yet, but that's what we want.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I want. Sorry, I don't speak.
That's the sort of direction I think this needs.
Question on, this is a good slide and I support it, except that there's a little bit of confusion for me. Maybe you addressed it. PDAs. Could you explain why you want to actively use PDAs? Why you move that little star over? Is that solely a cost saving?
So we're only talking about the first item here. They'll then talk through what the second one is. If you've given us direction on the first one, then they can talk to what the second one is about. And they'll probably answer that question when they're doing it. Yeah.
Right.
I hope we're not wrapping up because we've still got 4 more principles to talk about.
I mean, I do think, when it's significant upfront spatial and structural planning, I would have thought we already had that. I'm not sure what I'm saying yes to if I'm saying yes to this.
You're not saying, you're just giving us.
What? No, well, seriously, if we're giving direction, I don't
Giving
know
direction
whether
about
it's a team.
using more flexible.
I mean, we know,
So,
understand.
Policy on whether we want to do the full use of legislative flexibility, then we will come back with what is required to implement that.
Yeah.
Option A.
Okay, good.
I just want to make a little statement about context there. I agree entirely we need to do that. I think it's more than you're suggesting though. That I think some of the situation that we have found ourselves in is because certain interests were able to influence policy settings in this council. So we need to get over that. And I think it's happening in staff anyway. It's going to certainly have to be in QLDC of the future. It's how we approach these issues as much as it is what capability we have to do it. And we need to take that on board ourselves and make some pretty brave decisions, I think, because there will be pushback from some other, those interests as this goes forward. I think option B is not an option. We cannot continue with the way we're going. It has to be option A.
It's a lovely segue into number 2, actually, because it does go to process and how you use developer agreements versus how you use a standardized process to make sure that where there is influence, that you're considering that objectively and that there's really clear guidance for everything that should happen.
Directed years ago to developer agreement policy. Some of this is very frustrating because the policy settings have been wrong for so long and we've been pushing for that, and now all of a sudden it just.
This is the chance.
This is where we're at, I know, but it would be good to be an acknowledgement.
Just a reminder that the reason that we're doing this work is because you guys have raised all of these concerns, so we went and looked into it. So now we're coming back with the recommendations about how to change the future.
So in terms of ongoing questions about the use of development agreements.
Yeah, if we've got all the other things correct, so if the development contributions are correct, the development levies bill is going to give us, and NZTA might be able to use it or whatever. Do we need, if all the other tools are in place, would we need developer agreements, including inclusionary zoning? I'll add to that.
So our analysis probably is. So the reason for it is when you're using a private development agreement, the developer is carrying the bulk of that cost. So to the point earlier around capacity for financing the development contribution charges, if you look at a total council water plus free waters plus the council activities, there is very limited capacity. You've got about $70 billion of capex that you can do before you're in breach of your covenants. If you look at the water services entity, and there's a chart there, they are right on that LGFA covenant. So if you want to deliver more growth infrastructure, or if you have, which we're seeing from the fast track applications, the acceleration of that growth infrastructure, there is simply not the capacity. And if you go into a world where you're getting more DC revenue, to the point earlier around the covenant testing, you are going to have more growth-related debt associated with that growth infrastructure, which requires capacity.
And at the last LTP, we consulted on a concept anyway of recovering more of that money up front.
Yep.
But doing it in a way that within the DC framework, presumably. Is that no longer avenue longer available to us? I mean, I suppose that
No, that's what this is. So this is just getting direction from you that we want to actively use developer agreements to reduce funding and financing burden on us, i.e. using them as a tool to have funding and financing for that infrastructure coming from the developer side.
Well,
among other things.
From my perspective, the answer is clearly yes, but I'm just conscious that we don't want to be left in dealing with the voluntary space completely. There's got to be some incentive to voluntary inclusionary zoning won't get us there. We've got to have some mandate. So anyway.
I have to leave. So I think we should use every tool available to solve the problem. I think if we don't charge enough at the door, then we're charging everyone else who's paying subscription of rates to socialise the costs. So supportive of all the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I'll leave this chance.
There's one more time.
So you'll see in the front we cover that there when is the right time to be using council-led approaches. So your council's financing it up front and recovering that cost by DCs over time versus the hybrid approach where your developer delivers an oversized asset. They cover their cost and then there's a bit left over, which basically covers the oversizing versus a fully developer-led solution. And the concept around that framework is basically talking about you as a council should be using your financing capacity, which is enabled by your rates, for bulk infrastructure, network infrastructure that is benefiting all of the growth across Queenstown, rather than having that consumed for quite centralised growth infrastructure. And that's basically what this is getting at here, is because financing capacity is at a premium, use it where it makes sense and where the developer can do that solution. Let the developer do that and use a PBA because that is the most effective enabled tool that you have in that situation to have them pay for it, but you still to be able to retain control on what the asset looks like, what the requirements of that are, and where it's efficient for everybody to have a mechanism to make them upsize that asset so that you can then get that wider.
Enabling for growth, right? Yeah. So potentially there's another trade-off in there. One, we potentially lose control over the quality of the asset if we don't have a really good, there's other things we need to have in place, but also you're allowing more stuff to happen. So I'm just putting that out there as well, that if we are enabling all of these tools, we grow this, we grow that. If we were doing that, we obviously couldn't do it. We couldn't finance it all. So there is that to think about with a community that is.
So what you are trying to do is just enable, you'll have a series of choices to come through around where you, particularly fast track, around where you enable and facilitate and encourage growth. And if you don't want growth to happen in a certain area because it's out of sequence or it's not within your spatial plans, then you have choices around how you respond to that and how easy you make it for those developers or not. So there will be times when we talk about influence where actually things won't fit your standard criteria and the principles that we've got on the prior page, and that's where your decisions come in. So what you're doing here is trying to enable best use of your balance sheet and financing for where you want growth to happen, and you want to use the opportunity to enable the future growth as well through that developer. Because one thing that developers will do is if you tell them to deliver something, they will deliver it because it gives them the certainty to get on with their development. I did also just want to draw your attention, in case you hadn't noticed it, on the earlier slide, we had a principle in there that says when you're negotiating developer agreements, looking at marginal cost instead of proportional cost. So you've got proportional cost under your development contributions policy when we're looking at developers providing infrastructure and overspeccing that infrastructure to enable for future that we go in on the basis of a marginal cost negotiation. And that, again, that's a strong message to send to the sector that this is a partnership and you're not going to pay. So it's just one of the key principles we've put in there, and we think it's important to flag that. It seems to be an expectation from your water CCO, but they have to work through that.
Good. Yeah.
So directionally then, we're going yes to actively using PDAs to reduce funding and financing burden on us.
I think so. And the only thing I would say to that is we need to workshop what one of those looks like, because every time I've ever heard anything about PDA, it's all in confidence and you can't talk about it and it's all at arm's length. So I think it's how we get that up front. This is what it looks like, and then okay, we don't mind who fills them out, but it's the governance and oversight and accountability. Yeah.
So there's a recommendation that sits behind this, which said there will be a standardised template for PDA for that very reason. And you see the change in behaviours. If you take Watercare, they have a very clear expectation. You want to develop out a sequence or in an area that's not currently serviced. These are the parameters. And having that very clearly set, very clearly communicated does change the way that you engage with them. Because how are you solving that problem rather than how are you solving the development's problem?
And that's more than just a template. That's like a system of, you know, how we're working with developers and what those levers are. And so there's work going on because you asked for that. There's work that's been done on some guidelines around developer agreements. We're doing work on development contributions. There's all of these pieces of work that have been happening in the organisation, and what the team, Natalie and Nathan are just doing at the moment is pulling all of that together as well to support this. So we have a current, you know, we understand that system and where the pieces are that need to, what work we've already done on improvements, so that we can bring that forward to you, but also where there are any gaps in that we need to fill in to discuss with you as well. And the agreement side of it is an important part of that system.
Thanks. Thank you.
Right, number 3.
It's sort of, I mean, it's exactly what we talked about, just being really explicit with developers around, you know, high cost area signalling. So being very clear that they will be expected to deliver the cost, or to cover the cost of any of that out of sequence development. You know, what we might recommend you consider in due course is actually having a session with your developer community once you've landed all of this and being really clear. You know, here's a set of pathways, here's what happens if you do fast track, here's how we approach developer agreements, these are our expectations, these are our priorities, and you should expect us to respond accordingly, and this is how you engage with us, so that it becomes very clear to that community that actually it's no longer a case of having a conversation here and a separate conversation here and we're going to try and achieve these things. It's around, this is what we will do to work with you, and if you want to move fast and you want to do constructive growth, great. If it's not growth we're ready for, this is how you should expect us to respond.
Yes, that last part's really important. I think that particularly for the sort of off-site impacts that aren't our cost, particularly impacts on the highways, you know, that sort of stuff. And we'll just, we are not going to enable you to do that at this point because the rest of the networks are not available to do that. Do what you want to push it, but we're not going to support it. I thought it was interesting, Philip's observation earlier, that Auckland have gone further at the fast tracks. They have a differential for fast track, consented fast track applications. So if they are successful, they're going to rate them higher as well because of, and not just DCs, but because of the additional cost to other things. So,
it's depending on what area they fit in and the related DC policy for the area. So Auckland again has done a lot of this work. You know, they benefit big team, massive growth, long time to do this. So they've got some quite detailed guidance around where you do choose to develop, and if you do it, this will happen in these ways.
I think just adding to that, it's not where these things work really well is where there's actually time for genuine engagement. So Auckland Council has moved the dial a lot, particularly Greenfield. That was a 3-year process. It wasn't we made a council decision and suddenly this was the policy. Now in that situation, you're talking Drury was going from sort of $45,000 a hui to $100,000 a hui for the DCs. So that was a significant change. And there are things in there where you are taking parks and community facilities delivered in the 2040s that development today is going to pay under that policy. So they are transformative, but it's not a switch it on and off. you've actually got to engage right up to that first point around the structure planning and the spatial planning. They spent 2 years understanding every piece of infrastructure that would be required and how that would change different build outs. They had an alliance of engineers actually cost estimate every single line in that. So it's finding that balance where as you push it and go further, you do need to make sure that you have that robust information that sits behind it. So when a developer says, why am I paying 60,000, whatever the number is, you can say, here are the 20 projects, here's our provision policies that say, if we have this much growth, this is how much capacity we need, and therefore if you step through it.
It'd be really good to be there. It'd be great to be in that position because I think we're just scrambling, reactive, and running to the headlights, you know, for a lot of stuff that's happening. So, and that's the capability and the rate of growth, so the capacity.
What can you put in place to guard against failure? And I'm thinking little surge schemes that might be, destined to best for council. They don't quite make it across the line because something happens to the developer in the meantime, there's a crash. I don't know, whatever, and a community is built around this thing that then is left carrying the can because council won't take it on. How do we guard against that sort of thing, which there's much more chance of if you've got a big developer led?
So that comes down to how you structure your PDAs. Are you selecting the right partners, and are you confident that they have the financial sufficiency to actually deliver those outcomes? So if you have a relatively new developer that doesn't have a track record, you wouldn't have them go and deliver $100 million infrastructure.
So given if you have a policy and they're meeting the policy and complying with it, how much control do we have over our subjective view of whether they're a good control or not?
So can we deal with this the same way you would a normal negotiation and do your diligence? And I know Brett is overseeing the PDA process at the small at the moment. We had a conversation this morning around exactly this and what are the tools that you could use. So will you consider wanting bonding from some of these developers? Now, again, there's a consequence for developers where you want that bonding. Some of them won't be able to get bank loans. That's a really good setup for you, right? And you've got some of that with some of your new large scale developments coming through at the moment. So working through is a bit of a diligence piece around what are the things that you need, because you don't have to enter into a developer agreement, right? That is a choice. So therefore, the same way that you would do a normal commercial negotiation, the council needs to do its diligence. And Brent and team are working on a process around that at the moment.
And we're going to need again some good governance over that.
Yes, I think also the other piece that's happening is we've seen better standardisation and specification for things like packaged wastewater plants, so that are being run out, across the local government sector. So, these are almost consent-ready, approved, solutions. And again, I think they speak a lot to that sort of situation, so that you're not having to go, is this going to work? Because
we do have quite a robust process through Hayden Bed's team in terms of, because most of our developments are big developments and they all work with Hayden's team, who is responsible for making sure they know the standards, that they work with them throughout to make sure those standards are met, so that at the end of the process the infrastructure is vested to us, recognising that the water infrastructure will be vested to the CCO, not to us. But we have good processes in place for that now. The advantage of the water infrastructure is if the developer is going to deliver it and they can't deliver it because of their financial situation, then they can't build any houses. So you're not left with a community who doesn't have water solutions, because water has to be built first.
Sorry, I just want to expedite this process a little bit, because this is the easy one. In my opinion, it just aligns expectations up front, and it's just a better way of doing business. We should be doing it now. So let's just go do that one.
And we're already doing
option A.
No, sorry.
I wonder if we aren't being a little bit idealistic. A lot of these developers are really thinly capitalized, and their ability to build all the infrastructure and theoretically post some sort of bond before they even start building houses and then selling them. Most of them can't do that.
A lot of them can't. Some can.
Some can, but a lot of them really fly by night. I spent 5 years passing by Hendo's Hole, and there have been several Hendo's Holes because they just fell out of bed. And and so we had this scar on the landscape. So I hope these agreements are pretty holistic and also I think it would cut out at least half the developers who've got stars in their eyes.
Right, if we pitch the expectations higher though, then, and be explicit about that signalling, then that should weed them out more, because it's going to be more rigorous.
There's a
They're
risk
saying-
to
they're
be
saying that
managed.
the old
That-
landowners,
That's a huge political risk for us.
Sure.
Because
the old
they'll
landowners,
go to Parliament, they'll go wherever they can to run us over.
You look at Ladies Mile, the guys that had the land cheap because they own farms are not the ones that are going to be developing. They're slowly selling them off because they're just not, like you say, they're not going to capitalise. Not going to capitalise a subdivision. They're certainly not going to capitalise a vertical build.
So from a government perspective, if you're talking about that relationship in terms of where developers might advocate, the government's policy is that the cost of infrastructure to support growth through new developments should be borne by the developers. What we don't have yet is an integrated system that enables that to be true all the way through the system, which is what we're trying to do here. So I don't think that the government would, they'd find much sympathy with the government for developers saying the council wouldn't bankroll this, when the government's own policy is you should bankroll yourself.
Yeah, I do think it also comes down to development. I mean, you're typically using PDAs where you have a significant amount of infrastructure requirement. And normally for you to deliver that much infrastructure, you have to have sufficient housing being delivered to generate the income that's ultimately going to pay for that. So I agree your smaller developers are not going to be doing it, but I don't see them being the people that are going to go out and want to be fast track consenting and accelerating 2,000 hui's of growth, which are the sorts of developers that might actually have to deliver a wastewater treatment plant, a water treatment plant, and a collector road.
So some of the fast track people are the ones with the thinnest.
Yeah, one of them fell over in 2021. Ended up on the IRD, 1.5 million, has now got 1,000 plus.
I mean, I don't,
I don't think you're saying.
this is not the discussion we have about the creditworthiness of our developers. I think that's so we're looking at use of IFF levies, which I think we talked about previously, in terms of understanding how they would work.
This is the rest of the community. This is the one that's probably the most, we had a discussion about it through regional fields as well. What are the downsides to a household if we burdened with an IFF levy situation, or what is, I don't.
So the guidance here is not dissimilar to the conversation we had when we were potentially discussing and agreeing a regional deal schedule, which has not yet been announced. That this is about greater use of IFF levies, where IFF levies make sense and they are advantageous to the community, or are neutral to the community but advantageous to us. So this isn't about using them at all costs. This is about just making, getting direction that they can be included in the framework. The framework will include guidance and pathways about where you would use them, how you use them. And in fact, we just talked about bringing some case studies back to discuss when we bring you the framework, comparing, here's an example of particular type of infrastructure investment where if you did it our usual way, it would look like this. If you use an IFF levy, it could look like this, to help get past that. But this is really just about direction on using them where it makes sense to, where it's not a disadvantage to the community compared to funding this using our balance sheet.
Because an IFF levy doesn't necessarily sit on the title forever. It used to be in the sale price of the property, couldn't it? It could be paid off.
And they pay it off themselves.
It could be paid off through the land sale.
But I don't.
So, sorry, do you have something to add to that?
I think IFF levies, it's a very flexible tool, and you can use them in quite different ways, and the framework contemplates them being used in different ways. So the most recent example of the IFF was down in Hamilton, the Tiawa Lakes development. That was a developer-led IFF solution. To your point earlier about does the developer have enough money to pay for the infrastructure up front? These developers didn't have the capital to do that. So what they did is they enabled alongside the National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Company that 3 developers came together. All of the houses developed by those 3 developers would all have about $2,500. So it's quite a chunky levy. That would only apply to houses of those development, and there are requirements around how that's communicated to future owners. So you've got a greenfield contemplation of an IFF levy, where rather than funding the council portion of the costs, it's actually all that infrastructure is pretty much development costs. They didn't have the funding, so this was a way of them accessing future levies on their properties to be able to finance their share of the construction. So they raised $50 million from about 6,000 huis that they were developing. Very, very different incidents on how your end user is paying that levy, because your person who is purchasing the house that's being built, they know I've got my rates, I've got my water charges, and I've got this 2,500, and I've got this for 30 years. So developer, I'm going to pay you $25,000 less at the entry price, or whatever that number is, because you're embedding in that future levy. Very different to the other two IFF levies. So one is in Wellington for the sludge minimisation facility, and one is in Tauranga, which picks up about 15 different roading projects in Tauranga. Those were brownfield applications of the tool. So in those examples, all of your ratepayers across the district are required to pay that levy for the full length, so 25 years for Tauranga and 30 years for Wellington. That has a very different instance, because there are a lot of people in Wellington who say, well, I didn't advocate or select that project. It's just another rate. Why is it that's clearly up on my rates bill? So the way that the framework wants to deal with this is, if the view is we have got very precious resource when it comes to financing capacity, the levers that we've got, we've talked about the use of PDAs and the developer balance sheet. The second balance sheet that we've got is the future owners of these properties. And you've got that very neatly in a greenfield context, because people coming to that levy, they know anyone who is buying that property will have full knowledge. And unlike rates where you're setting it every year and you don't have you might have a legislative cap coming in, but we can't forecast what our 30-year rate bill will look like, because that's a year-by-year decision. We get some signal that comes through a long-term plan, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what we'll see.
Yeah.
In the IFF world, you have a maximum amount of levy that can be collected every single year of that levy. So you have a lot more certainty as the financier and as the homeowner coming in. So in the greenfield context, you can say, right, if all 6,000 of these houses get built, this is the maximum levy that I'm going to pay. No one's going to come back to me and say the operations cost has got too expensive or the maintenance cost has got too expensive. So you have more of a protection for that future ratepayer in that situation.
The advantage, obviously, with ISF is it's off balance sheet for us, and that's the thing that increases our capacity. But I mean, I don't, that situation you described where we're kicking the can onto the future landowners, I don't like at all. I mean, the cost of doing business and developing in this community should be that the developer pays the costs up front, and someone could buy a piece of property without a whole bunch of fish hooks on it. So
the problem that we're trying to manage here is that we can't force developers to pay up front. The only tool we have is development contributions, where we have to borrow the full cost of building the infrastructure that we have to carry.
Which is what I said, the off balance sheet borrowing is the advantage. Now, you can still do it but the DC should be paid up front at the time of subdivision, normally. So,
but is that not just added on to the cost of the house anyway?
No.
So you pay it up front, so you're paying it off over years.
It doesn't. Because we've already demonstrated, we've had that discussion. We demonstrate there's no correlation at all between cost and.
Yeah, you're not.
Well, so
they're not going to pass the same.
The cost of those.
There's fairly strong economic analysis that in the medium term, DCs are fully priced into the land. So if your market price is your market price, you will see the higher DC is, your land price will go down, so your end build price should stay the same, and that's fairly well established in the medium.
Well, I disagree with that, because I don't think there's any. The person will sell the property at whatever the market will bear it, regardless of whether they're paying the extra $25,000 up front or not. And it's got no relationship.
So because the person buying it knows they've got to pay the extra on top of that, as well as the purchase price. So they'll expect a discounted purchase price.
Which is what
reflects that.
yes, Nathan said occurred with Tail Lakes, where they were compared with other properties. They were cheaper because it was known that there's going to be this. So
I'll be
in this market.
Well, be proven wrong on that. I don't think it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
What other SPVs might we use? Like you're talking about IFF, but also other and SPV financing structures. So just wondering, when we construct this framework, why don't we, by giving you direction, according to
So
what
the IFF levies use an SPV financing structure is what we're saying. Yes.
They come together.
So they come together.
They're not alternatives. And it's
Right.
an IFF levy and SPV.
and an SPV financing structure. Okay, great.
So just when you get the framework back, you're then looking at the whole framework. You get another opportunity to give us some direction on that. This is just making sure that the framework is using. This is just.
Yes, all of this stuff is it's very enabling of growth. It makes things go faster. I'm just a little bit concerned. Like, I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm just wary of what we are enabling through policy direction, and then what we might be able to control or pull back on down the track. So I know it can all be built in, but I just wanted to say, well, if you're building something up, that's a concern of mine. We don't get things budget fund, we build a really good governance structure around it, and that we can say no.
So with IFFs, you definitely, so IFF has to be signed up by an audit council, which means it needs to go through cabinet. It's not even a council decision, which means that before an IFF goes anywhere, it needs a lot of time. So you almost have, you kind of look at your better framework, you look at your pathways, and as you say, you use IFFs where they make sense, and you have to set criteria where you believe it makes sense, and then it will need to go through a business case process to go through cabinet.
How is it different to the second side? Because that says consider these tools, where they're needed.
So at the moment, you've had the opportunity, as I understand it, to use IFF on a range of different situations, and it hasn't been something that council has wanted to progress. So that work and thinking hasn't been done. And what we're saying now is, look, let's just put it in the toolkit, and then where it seems appropriate, you can consider it further. And you do have
a framework around it that we can use.
Exactly. And some of these big developments you've got right now, I don't know them in enough detail. They feel like they could work for IFF. And that's where you've got future additional capacity that you want to build in as well. So it's just saying, actually, let's put it in the toolkit, as opposed to at the moment, which is nobody's looking at it as part of the potential toolkit.
Yep, cool.
I think the other dimension here is when you look at the government policy statements at a general level, and what we're seeing in fast track is councils are having less and less ability to control the sequencing of development, which means they're having less and less control of how and where each stage of infrastructure deliberate.
Yeah.
By having tools like IFF and PDAs, you are able to respond to it in a way that's shifting the incidence or the burden to the developer and the future ratepayers of that development, rather than having to have that sitting across the council's line. So it's, if you are confronted with a situation where you don't use IFF and you don't use development agreements, if you don't have the ability to control and slow down that growth, you are almost forced very quickly into using your council balance sheet, which means you are deferring maintenance, you're deferring renewals, or you're deferring what you have previously signaled as these are our key spatial areas. By having these tools in there, you have a better opportunity to not have to give up so much of what your kind of core structure spatial planning.
Just bearing more control. I think just bearing in mind that we do care about our future residents, not just our existing one.
No, so
it's
a tool. I think we can agree that it can be used at appropriate times.
Yep. So we had our previous CEO said on several occasions that at that point, at least, that there was a lack of clarity around IFF and it was too hard. That might be a capacity issue as well, but as people are becoming more familiar with it, but others getting familiar with it too. So given that we have one offline mass transit provider proposing to use IFF for theirs, for aspects of it, if there's perhaps through PDAs and IFF for some significant residential developments, and then this transport provider comes in over the top and gets consent for, does that mean that we could have areas of development that would have multiple IFF payments running and we won't have a say in much of it?
Well, you have a say in that you will be consulted on it. but you don't necessarily have a right.
No.
So yes,
Then
and
we
it
end up
is,
collecting it.
it is why we've got 0.5 in there, and it is why there's been a conversation around how do you use, what is your funding and financing framework principles? Because part of that is around growth and part of that is around user pays, beneficiary pays.
Yeah.
One of the ways we talk about IFF often is actually you almost get one bite of the cherry for a district-wide IFF. So you can have targeted IFFs on developments, and your water CCO is quite keen on at the moment, so we need to think about that in terms of layering. But when you want to fund something using an IFF, using your whole region or most of the beneficiaries of that infrastructure, you can probably do it once in a generation. Because by the time you layer these things on top of everything else, so you've got to be really comfortable that if that transport proposal wants to use an IFF or somebody else wants to come and use an IFF, that is what you want to spend that money on, because that headroom is gone.
But as I understand it, maybe Penny can, is that because we've done things like the Southern Corridor Structure Plan, Ladies Mile Master Plan and things like that, we're more likely to use a consolidated IFF over one of those growth corridors that deals with a whole bunch of the growth related needs in that planned area. Is that correct?
Which would be our recommendation.
Yes, it's much cleaner, and it's built around strategic planning. It's got, so anyway.
It gives you better ability to give certainty that there won't be other rates and levies going on those communities.
Okay.
And I think the NIFCO is interested though in council's views on this, and certainly in relation to that proposal, they've been clear that they want us to be part of the discussions. And part of that is because they want us to use IFF for other things as well. So roll some things together. I mean, NIFCO have always been keen for people to use IFF. So they want to make sure that if there was an IFF put in this district, they want to be certain it's the best thing to use an IFF levy for. So that is part of any of those discussions for sure. The other thing is, just to make sure everyone's clear on, is that NIF has a affordability assessment with IFF levies. So you can't just keep layering IFF levy on rates on water charges. There is an assessment that happens as part of that process.
Australian rates beyond a decade.
So just one thing to add to that. In the current bill that's going through to amend legislation, if you have a developer-led IFF solution and you have sign-off for all of the landowners within that levy area, then you do not need to complete your affordability assessment on the basis that it's a greenfield levy and people are buying brand new houses and you have the full information at the point at which you buy that house.
So you won't on greenfields?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's a developer doing the levy. Not if we're doing the levy though. If we're doing the levy, we need to do the affordability assessment.
I'm very conscious
Not
of
on
time,
the
because we're 3/4 hour pretty much over where we should be. This is really good. Did we agree on that last one?
You agree the others, the framework approach makes.
Yes, yeah.
So that's really useful, and I think that's given us enough to go back, but also fantastic direction around the things that underpin the same processes and those sorts of things. And we will look to come back to you maybe next time. I'm not sure what our topics are.
Perhaps in about a month, but obviously that remains to be worked through with the team.
Yeah, that's good.
So what is this, what's the output? Is it it's a policy plus framework? Is it what's
a flow chart that says this is how, so when you have a project, you're trying to figure out how you finance and deliver it. These are the characteristics you look at each step. And when you're looking at those characteristics, these are the assumptions that you would use. This is the analysis that you would use. That's which way you go through it. So it goes all the way through from
I feel like there needs some policy worked around it.
Just go back
I
to
don't know.
your question earlier. I mean, and this is my view, but we only have two options: either growth pays for growth, or we continue to subsidise. And I can tell you, I'm absolutely out of patience with the second one. So people go, it'll be too expensive or whatever. Growth costs what it costs, and we have to apportion it to the right people. And I, you know, from my perspective, I am absolutely fed up with subsidising it, and I won't do it.
Yeah, but it's so interesting that because we've failed on a number of other fronts, you know, rates and DCs, that we then leap to this. And that's my worry, is that we haven't resolved, you know, if we just resolve the problems that we know exist with our existing policies, you know, rating and DCs and collect data, then would we need to go? See what I mean? So I just, yeah.
It's all in together, isn't it? And if it slows growth, then
It's not with the slow growth, it's going to speed up.
For folks who are keen to get away, yes, they will see you tomorrow afternoon, lucky you, to go through the waste and transport, more detailed capital program, initial options, partial property program in there as well, what's not associated with social and natural infrastructure. And on the 1st of September, 3rd of September, sorry, looking ahead, that's when we come back and do that again for social and natural infrastructure, as well as the first round of the operating expenditure program too. And then we'll be within a monthly cadence with you from there on those big items from 3rd September onwards for a few times. So a few big sessions coming up.
It's good. Thank you.